I'm Aajonus Vonderplanitz, and I got into health because I was a very sickly individual. I was born into a violent household. That one of my brothers was 18 months older than I and still in diapers when I was born, and he was very distressed about taking mother's attention away in a flash of coming home from the hospital. So he would torture me regularly. Found out when I was about 6 months old. He knocked my hands out from under me. I fell on a rake, and the rusty rake went into my neck. And my mother was a nurse, and she had this phobia about lockjaw, tetanus. So I was rushed to the hospital and given a tetanus shot, my first at 6 months old. I was sick for about a month after that, from that, a reaction from that. Of course, that was in the 40s, mid-40s, so they didn't acknowledge anything at all like that then. There was no such thing as a reaction to a vaccine in those days. So 6 months later, my brother made sure that I fell on a rusty nail, and my mother, again, took me to the doctor and got another tetanus shot, and then 6 months after that again. But on the third one, it made me autistic. I was unable to communicate. I was unable to associate words or the written language to any kind of a concept. My brain just wouldn't accept it. So I grew up just repeating whatever I heard, and I had a attention span and a memory span about like this. So if I heard something, I had to ask many times, what? So by the time I was 8 years old, I had heard enough phrases over and over that I could just repeat the phrases. So I spent my life parroting whatever I heard. And in my house, it was things like, shut up, sit down, you're an idiot, you're stupid. So when I went to school, I started giving that stuff back to the other kids. And they didn't take that well, so I was constantly getting beat up and never understood why. So when I was, about 4 years old, after that tetanus shot at 18 months old, I was very sickly. I would keep colds about 3 months. And then at about 8 years old, even longer, because then I started getting vaccines. Polio vaccine came out in 58. So I was 11 years old when they came out. And then I started having real problems. Right after the first polio vaccine, the second polio vaccine, I got peritonitis, which is a perforated and bleeding small intestines. And they put me through all kinds of stuff. They were injecting me every 2 to 3 hours. They packed me in ice because my fever went up to 107 degrees. But they treated it first like it was an appendicitis, because that's what they thought it was. Because I was in school, it was about probably 4 days after I had my second polio shot, and I had intestinal cramps that I couldn't move. I just buckled over at school and on the playground or outside the church and could not move. I was just buckled up in such pain. I was rushed to the hospital. They said it was peritonitis, so they went in to take out the appendix, found it in great shape, nothing wrong with it, but they took it out anyway, just in case it caused me problems in the future. And that's the epitome of the medical profession, vaccines that are full of nothing but 5 basic poisons. You've got liquid mercury, liquid aluminum, formaldehyde, ether, and detergent in every vaccine. Even those that claim to be mercury-free now, they don't say mercury-free, they say thimerosal-free. So what they did, they have 11 names for liquid mercury. So they stopped using one called thimerosal. But they're still using liquid mercury in these vaccines. So every child is given, from one vaccine, 1,236 times the toxic dose that the FDA says. From one vaccine. You've got anywhere from 20 to 53 other toxic ingredients. Every one of those ingredients is toxic on their own merit. And then when you have a soup of these toxins, you're all of a sudden expected to believe that this soup of toxins that are critically toxic are somehow good for your health. The amount of so-called virus in them. Now remember, vaccines are to combat virus. Viruses has never been proved. If you look at all the latest photographs, so-called photographs of viruses, you'll see that you've got these kind of amoeba-looking things with these warts coming out all over them, or tentacles coming out all over them, and all kinds of odd shapes. These are all computer generated the way Walt Disney computer generates. There's not one photograph, because viruses are not alive, and that was known 50 years ago. It was ridiculous to give a antibiotic for a virus, because there was nothing alive in a virus. All you found was dead cells, dissolved dead human cells. We didn't know what was dissolving them, what was the medium to do that, how was the body responding, and why. Still, those are not answered. But the pharmaceutical industry decided that they could make a lot more money if we believed that viruses were alive. So now they prescribe antibiotics for viruses. And there's no such thing as a virus, unless you look at it as a solvent, because that's what happens. A cell, when a cell can't be dissolved naturally with a bacteria or a parasite or a fungus, it makes solvents. A cell will make a solvent to dissolve dead cells, to get rid of them, to recycle them, to get them out of the body, any wastes. So the whole idea of fighting virus by creating cells from another animal, because they always blame it on other animals, you notice, except the first so-called deadly flu was the Spanish flu. They blamed it on the Spaniards. After that, it's all been animals. Bird flu, swine flu, pig flu, all kinds of flus. And even the Black Plague was blamed on the rats, and I'll tell you about that one later. So these poisons are injected into all of us and our children. From my research, it creates 70% of all diseases. It makes you, the low functioning individuals, the most low functioning individuals in the world. I visited tribes all over the world and communities all over the world that have no vaccines. Their degree of health is astronomical. You know, I have a farm in the Philippines, way out in the jungles, away from civilization, nothing but tribes out there. And I hired anybody from 20 years old to 50 years old to dig these fish ponds, which are 60 feet by 30 feet by 22 feet deep. And they dig them by hand. And they take these pails, they fill the pails up, and pitch them up. So you've got all this network of people, and I had 2 of them dug plus a swimming pool. These people would work 10 hours a day without a hitch, no problem. When I was at my grandparents' farm, when I was a child, you see these 50-year-old men throwing 30 and 50-pound, 60-pound bales of hay 15 feet up into a 12-foot loft. Now, people are using forklifts because they can't do it anymore. We don't have the strength. So you have to take a look at why. And it's mainly vaccines. One of those tribes individuals had been living in the city and got vaccines. He was the only employee that did not work consistently and hard. So he got the easy jobs. And yet he was a buff, taller than normal than the other Asians that were working for me. Yet he would go off and do all kinds of things, do anything to avoid hard labor. I was abused as a child because I was considered lazy. But after all of those vaccines, especially in the right arm, I couldn't lift my arm this far without excruciating pain going all the way up my neck and into my head. To walk, to breathe was a great chore for me. Very painful. So I avoided any kind of work. Now, my father grew up on the farm. So he was a hardy kid. He grew up on the raw milk and everything fresh from his farm. So he couldn't understand why he had a retarded child that was also a weakling. So he just thought that I was just a lazy kid. So I got beaten a lot because of that. He put me in the hospital 3 times, broke my eardrums. So I told you to listen to me, and whacked me in both ears. So I lost 80% of hearing in one and 60% in the other. So this was the way it was in my childhood. By the time I was 8 years old, I was keeping colds up to 5 months. After the episode of peritonitis at 12 years old, I was sick the year round. I was bedridden at least 3 months a year. Then at 15 and a half, I got my 3rd polio shot. They delayed it because of my reactions. Finally, they did correlate it to the 2nd vaccine, the peritonitis. The mercury went into my intestines, burned a hole in my intestines, and the formaldehyde and ether, and caused the damage. Now, that was because that particular doctor was not the normal doctor that I went to. My father was an inventor for General Electric, military division in Cincinnati, Ohio. So we were taken, that particular doctor for General Electric was on vacation when this happened. So I was taken to a different doctor for the first time, and of course he correlated it right away. What did you do in the last few days? What did you eat? What happened? As soon as I said the vaccine, he did a blood test, and the mercury level was extremely high in my blood. And it was thimerosal type mercury poisoning, because there's a difference between liquid mercury that's used in a thermometer and one that's used in pharmaceuticals. They are all very toxic. It's just that when you have aluminum bound with the mercury, it lessens its lethal ability, or it slows it, is what it does. Also, the aluminum is put in the vaccines to hold those toxins into the body. If you were to get a shot without liquid aluminum, anybody say aluminium here? But I'm in South Africa and Australia. They don't know what I'm talking about when I say aluminum. So aluminum. It holds the toxins in the body indefinitely for a whole lifetime if you don't know how to remove it. And it's very difficult to remove it. Took me many, many, many years of experimentation to find out how. But let me tell you what can happen how. We're going to get into this in the detoxification part. I have a client in Sweden. He was brought to me at 3 years old, completely autistic. That was his life. Now he's in school and functioning completely at 6 years old. Fastest recovering one ever, because this parent did what I asked. I asked to feed him a moldy raspberry along with the diet every day, and she did it. The child did enormously repaired faster than any other child. All of my children that are autistic on this diet recover slowly. Some of them taking 6, 7 years, but this child recovered completely in 3 years. In 3 years, because that mother bothered to make the moldy raspberries and give him one a day. It's all the difference in the world. That fungus turns into a mycelium in the body and can attach and break down the mercury and aluminum combination. The formaldehyde and ether and all of the other things that are in there can actually break down that tissue attached to those minerals and remove it from the system. So the child's brain was able to heal. Can you imagine in 3 years having a child that's like this? You think he's going to be like that forever? Talking, eating, going to school, everything beautifully. Now the medical profession will never achieve that. They will never achieve it because they are responsible for causing it with their vaccines. And they did it with me. So when I got my 3rd polio vaccine at 15 and a half, it gave me juvenile diabetes. It stopped my pancreas from working because the toxins stored in there and stored in my heart gave me angina pectoris. Angina pectoris are muscle spasms in and around the heart. So I had 300 heart attacks between the age of 15 and a half and 22. Sometimes 3 a week. And they would see me at school grabbing my chest, dropping my arm, and passing out. Rushed me to the hospital. Now the doctors don't look for any cause that could be chemical. They look, at that time especially, They looked for congenital heart malformation or congestive heart failure. So they had a lot of plaque on my arteries. I didn't have either. So they told my parents that my heart attacks were all in my head. Here you've got a retarded child who comes up with the idea of having heart attacks, and I can fake them that well that I can actually go unconscious. You have to think about these doctors' mentality. They are in denial constantly. So here I started shooting up with insulin at 15 and a half and having heart attacks. And that went on all the way up until 22. But at 19, how I got through school, I was the biggest cheat ever. I picked the smartest, most sensitive girl in the class. I picked the most sensitive of the smartest girls, because not all of them were sensitive. But back then there were more sensitive women because they weren't as injected as they are now, and not as effeminatized as they are now because of all these chemical inundations and the plastics that make the opposite of one sex to another. So I picked that smart girl who was sensitive to sit next to, and I copied her hieroglyphs because that's all it was to me. Didn't a word. If I tried to define the word "the," I wouldn't know where to begin. Wouldn't have a clue of how to start. I was completely communication challenged. So I copied the hieroglyphs. By the time I hit teenage age, up to, let's say, 15 years old, I was copying so well it looked like their handwriting. So then the teacher was saying, "Did you do this for him?" To the person I copied. So then I had to be, couldn't figure out what they were talking about. I didn't understand why they were getting reprimanded for helping me. I was copying exactly. I copied so identically that it looked like somebody else's handwriting. I never got outside of that. Usually your autistic children have some kind of idiot savant ability, and mine was math. You ever seen Rain Man? Well, that's what I could do. I could given a problem and I just wrote the answer. Had not a clue how I got it. I just knew the answer. I didn't have to, if you have a division problem, I didn't have to do the frame and all of that division and subtraction that goes on in a normal problem. I just write the answer. So I got accused of cheating all the time with math. And finally in high school, they put me in a room with a test that they had made up the day before. And I did it very fast, came out in about 7 minutes and gave it to them. 7 minutes. They accused me of breaking into the school and finding the answers. So they made another test that evening and had me take it the next day. Did the same thing with that one. Then I realized I was doing it too fast. That's what I thought was the problem. I was doing it too fast. So the next morning, I took my time. I took about 20 minutes to do it. It was about 45 minutes for the average person to take 45 minutes. So I handed it to them, and they freaked out again. So I was really confused. I didn't know what they were talking about. So they made up a test. While I stayed in the room, two of them made up a test and took it into me, and I did it in 5 minutes. Then they realized, and then they thought all of my inability to get good grades, I got C's and D's and everything because I was always copying. And I got bad grades only because I refused to stand and read in the room and participate because I was unable to do that. I could not read, not a word off the page, not even, by sound. So I was constantly getting bad grades because of that. My cheating was good, so I should have gotten good grades. But because I couldn't communicate and couldn't read in class, I always got C's and D's. So that's basically how I got through school. And then when I graduated from high school, I was married. I met a girl who was the second smartest girl in the school, but she was a year ahead of me, so she didn't have a clue what I was like, but we just got along tremendously. We didn't have to talk. We didn't have to communicate. But I had learned enough phrases by then, Paul Newman, James Dean, Elvis Presley were the idols at that time. So we watched movies, we were taken to the movies on Saturdays, so I got to watch these Zorro and all of them. So I emulated these people. I learned to stand like Paul Newman, and act like other, and learn their phrases to women. So I'd hear those and then memorize them and then repeat them to this new girlfriend, because that was appropriate. She was the first girl that I was really attracted to, that was really attracted to me. But she was in a different grade, so she wasn't in class with me. She didn't have a clue who I was, except in our personal relationships. And we didn't have to talk. She was one of those people who was an intellectual that preferred fewer words or better. You say what's important, and that's it. And I had learned those words from Elvis Presley, Paul Newman, and stuff like that. James Dean from the movies, which you say to women. So she was very enamored with me, liked that I was silent most of the time, always understood how I was feeling, what I was thinking, without having to talk. She got pregnant. We got married, in February of my junior year. And when she graduated, she was 6 months pregnant, but hid it the entire time. And then we started living together in the summer. And I was working and going to school at the same time. And then she learned I was an idiot. So everything changed. And then she had the baby that September, my first week as a senior in high school. And going to school, coming home, they let me only do a half a day at school, because that's all the credits I had to achieve to graduate. So I got home, I took care of the baby till my ex-wife got home from work, which is about 6 o'clock. Then I went to work. And then when I got home, I'd have to take care of the baby, because the baby cried all the time, and she needed to sleep some. I was so wired on my routine that I didn't need to sleep quite as much. At 8 years old, I had such chronic fatigue and fibromyalgia. I was aching everywhere. Couldn't lift this arm, couldn't walk. If I walked across this room and up the steps, I'd be wiped out for an hour. So what I learned at 8 years old, I watched my parents drink coffee that morning. And I realized they got a buzz off of it and got lots of energy. So I poured myself a half a cup of coffee, and they freaked. Absolutely freaked. They were not... the hypocrisy of parents is absolutely tremendous. 95% of all the stuff that came out of my parents' mouth was a lie. And autistic children know it more than other children. Because if they learn to communicate, they learn to accept the lies. But an autistic child doesn't have that kind of ability to be ingrained. That's why they are so-called unruly. So every time my parents spoke after I was 3 years old, I mistrusted them. Why? Because they took me to have my tonsils removed at 3 years old. Nothing wrong with me at that particular time, no cold, no flu, but I was constantly getting tonsillitis because of the poisons. The tonsils are an extension of the lymphatic system, which cleans the body. So, of course, it's going to protect the brain from anything that enters through the mouth that could contaminate the brain and the whole body. So the tonsils are supposed to erupt to break down toxins, to discard them. So they just rather rip them out rather than deal with what causes them. So the medical profession is always dealing with symptoms rather than causes. So I was constantly sick all the time, constantly weak and tired. So at that 8-year-old period, I just decided to defy my parents. And I'd go in the middle of the night, usually about midnight, when I knew my father was snoring so loudly, nobody could hear me, prance down the stairs and get into the kitchen, take the left. Now, nobody drank that last 3/4 to a half to 3/4 of a cup of coffee that was sitting in the pot. So I poured it into a jar, put a lid on, and put it under my bed. So at that time I was getting beat with a belt and even a buckle to get up. And I hated to get up, especially in winter, because I was so cold. It would give me it would be painful in every joint. So I just did not want to get out of bed. And so they hit me until they heard me to get out of bed. And of course, when it hurt that bad, it was which pain is worse. So the pain was worse to stay in bed and get beaten. So, at that 8-year-old period, I pulled when I heard the first knock, rise and shine. It wasn't rise and shine. Rise and shine's like military. So reach under the bed, get my coffee, drink it. Wow, I was buzzed. I was hyperactive. My parents couldn't understand what happened for me from one day after the 8-year-old period, because every night I got the coffee. Every night. So, nobody wanted to drink that last cup of stale coffee. It wasn't that stale to me. It worked. It was like a good medicine. So I was wired. However, by the time I got to school and, an hour before lunchtime, I wanted to sleep, so I'd sleep in class. So I saw other kids smoking, and my brother, one of my older brothers, made me smoke one time. And although I coughed and puked afterwards, it wired me. It gave me energy. So I thought, I can smoke at recess time between classes. So I went out into the little forested area outside the school and had, a couple of hits of the cigarette, put it in a little can and then buried it under the pine needles. And then would go out there between every class and take a few hits of the cigarette. So by the time I was 16 years old, I was smoking 2 packs of Lucky Strike non-filters a day and drinking about 4 cups of coffee a day. That kept me going. So when I had the child, I was buzzed even greater. In fact, I used to have to drink alcohol to sleep, to bring me down. So by the time I was 19 years old, I got divorced. Of course, it wasn't a year later. Divorced, I moved out to California, where I have an uncle who was matriculating for his doctorate in psychology at UCLA. And he said, well, I'm going to encourage, Aajonus to come out, and we'll see if we can take care of him at UCLA, where it's, the most modern technology possible. And they're experimenting with everything. So I moved out there, and I was making a lot of money at the time because my mother, after graduating from high school, my mother took me to a new technical institute, a university, that taught computer programming and unit record wiring equipment. What in those days, what fits into a little chip this big used to fill up a room half the size, of disks, in computers. And we wrote programs on punch cards, or the programs we wrote were on punch cards, and then you put the punch card through, you wire your particular unit, for whatever kind of program, whatever the activity of that machine or that program would undergo. And then that goes into the computer too. And then your information goes through cards and sorts and analyzes it. So that's the way it was in those days. Well, my mother took me to that university just to see what would happen. And there was no comprehension. There was no dialogue. There was nothing but charts and math, geometry, and it was easy. Whizzed right through it. And I got the highest grade of everybody. In fact, I aced it. Not a wrong answer on it. So they took me into the conference room and realized that I was autistic, that I had great learning challenges, communication challenges. But they saw what I could do. I could write a program in two hours. It would take them, 6 months to a year to write, and flawlessly. So they farmed me out to Time DC, the third largest trucking company in the world, IBM, and Carte Blanche Corporation. So I was making $80,000 a year as an idiot. And that was pretty nice and pretty easy. So when I moved out to California, I transferred, continued, and the professors set that up. They signed a fellow that had been out of college for about 3 years for learning disordered children. And this was in 1965. So I transferred out there to California with Time DC. and continued systems analysis for them. Did a little work for IBM out there too. But, at UCLA, they put me through shock therapy. They put me through LSD therapy, all kinds of, psychotropic drug therapies, everything. I was completely immune to the LSD. They gave me 732 micrograms, which should send 10 people off to another planet, and didn't affect me at all. So I was dropped from that program. And when I was all finished with it, I was probably in worse shape because my memory span got even shorter. And I was drinking up to about a quart of alcohol a night to sleep. I didn't have a child anymore. He was back in Cincinnati. I was in Los Angeles. I was smoking about 2 to 2.5 packs a day, drinking 11 cups of coffee daily, and drinking about a fifth of either bourbon or gin. 19 years old, it caused a perforation in my stomach lining, and I started vomiting blood. So I got a few transfusions for that, and they gave me Malox, which is dolomite, which is mine rock, full of calcium rock, calcium concentrated rock. And of course absorbed all of the hydrochloric acid, so I wasn't digesting anything, not getting well, I was getting worse, but very little bleeding from that. But what had happened was I developed a tumor to close off that ulcer. So then they said, we have to go in and take out the tumor because it was blocking my digestion, some of the food going into my stomach. So they went in and gave me a vagotomy pyloroplasty, which means they severed all the vagus nerves to my stomach so I could never again secrete hydrochloric acid. So they put me in the category of octogenarian who can't digest their food. So you have to take hydrochloric acid to digest anything, any protein, milk, anything. Not fruit, of course, but I was not allowed to eat fruit unless it was boiled or steamed, because they said that now that I had the vagotomy, I had no hydrochloric acid generating in my stomach, so any microbe could enter in my food and kill me. Just take over the whole body. It's like the ridiculous concept that 200,000 dissolved animal cells in a vaccine is going to create some kind of immunity. 200,000 dissolved animal cells fits onto a pinhead. 5 white blood cells can wipe that out in an instant. The whole idea that it creates immunity is absurd. Immunity from what? From animal tissue? The whole idea of getting swine flu. Who gets swine flu? A toxic pig. Are you a toxic pig? Not unless you're a policeman. So you cannot get the swine flu. You cannot get the bird flu. You're not a bird. So the whole idea is preposterous. Add on to that when the body makes a solvent to dissolve tissue that it can't, a microbe, which is the natural process, it alters it every 3 days. So every 72 hours, you have a change of the virus, the solvent that dissolves the cells. Therefore, in 72 hours, if a vaccine were to work, it would only work for a 72-hour period. After they make the so-called tissue dissolving, they're going to duplicate this or multiplicate this particular dead animal cell that they're dissolving in whatever it is. It's either hexane, which is gasoline, or kerosene, and they're dissolving it in that substance. And then they say, that then it takes 18 months before anything like that is even in a pharmaceutical house to be able to deliver. So if it's no good in 3 days, 18 months later, the whole concept is absurd. It is a money marketing. Also, what it does to you is you continue to do what? You continue to be ill. You can't take over the government. You can't take over anything. You can't even take care of your own family well because you're not very well. You're going to go to the doctor more often. Children go to the doctor like average once every month. Once a month is the average that a child goes to a doctor. If they're sick, 90% of the time, if they have a cold or a flu, 90% of the time, if it's a tough cold, they're taken to a doctor or a hospital. Used to weather those things. You know, it used to be like John Wayne. Tough it up, walk it off, bear it, sweat and get it out. You know, now it's run to a doctor, run to a doctor. You're negligent if you don't take your child to a doctor and poison them with chemicals that have absolutely no proof in experiments and practice and empirical data. You are brainwashed into thinking that the medical profession has benefit. Now, if I get my arm torn off, I'm going to go to see a mechanical doctor, and I'm going to have them put it back on. But that's the only time I will go to a doctor. I had a motorcycle accident 5 or 6 years ago, where I was on a big 650-pound Harley, and this whole group of people walked right out in the street in front of me. And it was in Thailand, so, you know, and these were Europeans, so they're still driving on the same side of the street that they do in Thailand. They did not look, they were laughing and walked right out in the street in front of me. It was either bury it on my leg and ride because there was no way you could stop that heavy of a bike 15 feet away from them. So I tried to land it and move over to that way, taking a chance that one of these cars would hit me, because I was over in a slow lane, only going about 15 miles an hour, very slow. But when they came out in front of me so quickly, 15 feet away isn't very far on your heavy bike like that. So I laid it down on my leg, and I split this bone, this tibia, all the way down to the ankle, buckled in the back, open. And then this kneecap here was broken and shattered. This tendon was torn down here. This tendon was up here. And all of the top of the tibia, the femur joint, had broken it off. So all those were broken particles in my kneecap. Well, I laid on that pavement on that street for about 45 minutes waiting for the pain to go away. I'd broken, 7 bones in this foot on my bicycle accident once. And I was over that. I bicycled 12 miles that day and went to a movie. After a little girl, 14-year-old girl, loved to crack people's knuckles. Well, I went to see her and put those back in place. Didn't even go to a doctor to do it. Because they want to do x-rays and stuff like that, prevent healing. So that isn't what I do. So I was just waiting for this knee to recuperate, and the knee just kept getting bigger and bigger. And I just thought it was dislocated. And it was like 10:30 by that time. And I had lost was in a short sleeve shirt and sandals and shorts. So all the skin was gone off of my arm. Part of this elbow was shaved down. This bone was completely shaved off. No skin up to here, all the way down like this. All the way down my leg. All the ankle bone had been shaved off by this. And I went back to the hotel and, on a taxi there. A taxi is a pickup truck with a awning over it. So I went back to the hotel and I squeezed lime juice all over it and screamed a lot. Because lime juice surrounds foreign particles and keeps your body from depriving the blood of white blood cells that enter an area, and that's called pus. Whenever you have pus, that's not a bad thing. That's why your animals want to eat it all the time, lick it off, because it's 98 to 99% white blood cells, which are healthy cells, going in there to eat the damaged tissue. So when you have pus, that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. So, I went to the hospital after that because the knee was still in excruciating pain. It wasn't subsiding. Said, get a taxi, take me to the hospital. So the owner of the hotel I was living in was an American, a Thai American, and she called the emergency squad instead. So they, 4 attendants and 1 driver picked me up, put me in a collapsible wood gurney, took me to the hospital. This is probably about 15 miles away. You know how much that cost? Here would cost $3,000 to $5,000. Cost me $75 there. Pretty good. So that's 4 attendants and a driver, plus this emergency vehicle. So I got to the hospital, and the intern, probably 27, 28 years old, freaked out. Saw the skin gone, but it wasn't bleeding. I've lost probably 2 ounces of blood altogether with all that skin gone, and muscle gone, and bone gone. I lost very little blood. I just didn't bleed. So I got to the hospital, and the intern, the emergency intern, is saying, "Oh my God, we got to do X-rays. We're gonna have to graft skin from your buttocks and your thighs, thigh, and put it over there." I said, "Listen, I just came here for you to put my knee back in place. I think my knee's out of place. I just want you to put it back in place." He says, "I'm not touching you without X-rays." And I said, "Well, get somebody who can. If you're so inexperienced you can't help me, get somebody who can." So he called the surgeon, the orthopedic surgeon, came in, got there about probably 12:30 at night, and he took a look at that and looked at me, and he wanted to do the same thing. He wanted to cut my hip open from there down to there, open it up and clean up whatever was in there. And I said, he said, "Well, I'm not touching." I said, "Just want you to put the knee back in place. That's all I want you to do." I said, "This is my body. I'll treat it the way I want. You just help me. And the way you can help me is, put the knee back in place." He said, "I don't know what's out of place, what's in place with an X-ray." I said, "Okay, you got 2 shots. I set the X-ray machine to the level, and your radiologist shoots the picture from here to here, from front and from side only, and that's all you get. Can't determine with that, you shouldn't be in the practice." So they did it. They let me set the machine. And the radiologist, he had no problem with it. He thought it was great, that I just took command of it. So the X-rays came back and showed the split down the femur and the broken tissue all in the knee joint. And the surgeon said, "I've got to open your whole leg up, take off part of the muscle, get in there and clean it up. I have to put at least 8 pins, maybe 12 pins, and that femur the tibia, to put it back together." And I said, "I'm on a good diet." And he goes, literally, he went like that, just like he had epilepsy. For those words, "I'm on a good diet." Thought I was out of my mind. And I said, "I can see the knee's in place. I've just got to recover." And he said, "I can't release you." I said, "I didn't give you my ownership of my body to release me anyway. So I don't need a release from you. That's all rhetoric to get people to do what you want them to do. I'm not that way. Give me your card." He said, "Your leg's going to rot off. It's going to turn gangrene, and you're going to lose your leg, and maybe your arm too. If you're going to get skin grafted on that." I said, "Listen, give me your card. If I need your help, I'll call you. If it starts decaying, rotting like that, I'll come and see you." He was sure I'd be back. What I did was I got back to the hotel, I squeezed lime on it again, I put honey on top of that, coconut cream on top of that, and then thin meat slices. Put a wet cloth, a damp cloth over that, piece of plastic on all those areas not to touch my skin, and then wrapped it with ace bandages. So I had 10 ace bandages wrapped around my legs and my arm. 12 days, the new skin was completely regrown. Completely regrown. 12 days. And I had hired 2 girls to take care of me. One was a nurse in the hotel room because I could not walk. I was in a wheelchair. I got the woman who owned the hotel to stop putting chlorine in the swimming pool for 5 days. So I'd go in the pool and go in the deep end. So this foot would barely touch the bottom. And I just kind of floated around in there, just making my leg work, get it moving. And then the algae was so great in 5 days. She spiked the pool. But the ocean was right down right across the road and down a little walkway. So I went into the ocean every day after that with my bandages on to keep the salt water from damaging my skin. I only changed the bandages, changed the meat every 3 days when it started stinking out in the hallway of the hotel. So remember, bacteria is all of your body. Your 260 bacterial genes to every one human gene. You're not even 0.1% human. So bacteria does everything in your body. Without bacteria, you wouldn't even have enzymatic activity. So you always want to add bacteria to the situation. So that's what I did, healed that completely. I was walking without crutches in 6.5 weeks. 3 months later, on the island of Antigua in Bahamas, I ran 1/4 mile, sprinted 1/4 mile. It's 3 months after. They said I'd never walk again. But I'd seen people who had had accidents, who had had that surgery before. The muscle here and the muscle here is about 1/3 smaller. And when they clean out a joint like that, they're 2 inches shorter in one leg. I don't have any of that problem. So the only time I will go to a doctor is if I think they can mechanically help me, because they know nothing else except to put you back together if you're dismembered. So they caused me to not be able to digest anything. They told my uncle interpreted it to me. If I wanted an apple, I had to put it in boiling water or steam it, because the microbes would take over my body and kill me. This is all the terrorism of the medical profession. So I did what they said, got sicker and sicker. Then the cancer metastasized to the all the way to the outside of the skin. So I had cancer from the stomach all through in the incision. The tumor was up to 3/4 of an inch high, 1.25 inches thick, 1.5 inches thick at some points. And they said, we have to irradiate that. So I went through 10 weeks of intense radiation therapy, about equivalent to 10,000 x-rays. So just one treatment was worth 10,000 x-rays of radiation. So they cauterized my spine. It was like taking malleable clay and putting it at cone 10 and firing it. You have a solid mass of rock, granite after that, and literally spiky and porous. So when I turned, it would grind into my nerves. So I was in constant excruciating pain. It also deteriorated the bone around my teeth. So my teeth dangled in my mouth, and if I bit on my own teeth, I bled. I was getting anywhere from 1 to 3 transfusions weekly from it. And they wanted to pull all my teeth. Now, they're giving me a week to live. If I go through chemotherapy, I might live 3 months, they said. I had a 1% chance of living. Now, my uncle's interpreting all this for me in ways that he could only understand me, that I would understand. So I said absolutely no to pulling my teeth. I wasn't going to spend I had 4 teeth pulled when I was a child to put braces on me, and I suffered for months for that. So to pull all of them, medical profession's insane. Absolutely insane. I'm going to live a few weeks, and they want to pull all my teeth so I can bleed and suffer to death. Even more. So, it was to the point where I couldn't even sit like this. My back pain was so bad. I had to live on the floor like a worm. I had to crawl around on my elbows. I couldn't move the lower part of my body without excruciating back pain. So here I was. I couldn't work anymore. I couldn't concentrate, couldn't think. My talent for assistant analysis was gone. They ripped all the furniture out of my house because I was defecating, urinating, and vomiting all over myself. And just think of the house. I refused to go to the hospice where people were dying, and all I could say was not good things to them, because still that's all that was trained into me. And besides saying things to a woman, you don't say to everybody unless you're intimate with them. So they cleared the living room and dining room were one as long as this room right here, all wood floors. So I just crawled around on the floor. Every time I urinate and defecate and vomit on myself, I go to the next patch and stay there. So it would take me about 2 to 3 days to get around that. And some volunteers from the hospice came 2 to 3 days a week, cleaned everything up, cleaned me up, and made my food. And my food was powdered donuts blended with RC Cola or Sprite, so I could suck them out of a straw because I couldn't chew. And that was my diet. And I loved powdered donuts. I could live on powdered donuts and cereals, the worst foods you could ever utilize. Because why? They're fried in plastic oil, hydrogenated oils, not even vegetable oils. They're allowed to use mineral oil to cook in. So anything fried, cereals, French fries, donuts, anything, chips, all kinds of chips, fried in plastic oil. That's oil they hydrogenate to the point where it turns into plastic, a liquid plastic. So that's what you're eating. So that was my diet. As soon as I got away from home, that's all I lived on. And my mother was no connoisseur. She lived on canned foods. Grew up on canned foods, and I'll explain that later. I was not getting any better. I was getting sicker and sicker, and one of the volunteers was an 18-year-old African-American boy who was making about 80, 90 grand a year as a singer for the Going Thing, which is a group sponsored by the Fifth Dimension and who worked for the Ford Motor Company to advertise the new Mach 1 Mustang. And this kid came from Watts, How did he know about nutrition? Turned me on to raw milk and raw carrot juice and a little unheated honey. I drank those. The only reason I drank them, I didn't know what he was talking about. It's because they tasted good. If you've ever had chemo and radiation and surgeries, everything tastes like postage stamp glue or cardboard. So nothing tasted good. Nothing was enjoyable. Even Sprite didn't taste effervescent and good. So, but the carrot juice and raw milk, absolutely delicious. So I started consuming them. About 10, 12 days later, I woke, and all of that information that I had heard, my brain had heard, it had stored it. What a verb was, adjective, all of this stuff. I understood the parts of speech. I woke and I understood communication. It was like somebody just flipped a switch. I thought, this is what it's all about. So I called my uncle, who's the now doctor at UCLA, and said, this is Aajonus. This carrot juice and this raw milk. It's the only thing I've been drinking for the last, whatever days it was, 10, 12 days. And it's changed my life. I can talk and I can communicate. After about 25 minutes, he said, okay, Robert, the joke's over. I don't have to carry this on anymore. We had a friend named Robert who was a comedian who did voices. He was very good at it. So he thought he was acting as me doing these voices. My voice. So I said, no, Lanny, this is really me. So I told him an incident that nobody would think about, that he wouldn't tell anybody, that happened on the day I arrived to California. He said, oh my God, it is you. And I said, yeah. And he said, oh, it isn't that carrot juice and that raw milk. Already he's indoctrinated with the medical profession's disbelief that food makes a difference. And he said, oh, it was all that therapy just finally worked that we did at UCLA. So you're going to take all the credit. I didn't believe it. I knew what it felt like. I was autistic, and autistics know truth when they experience it. So I continued drinking it, continued getting a little better. I was evicted from the house because I lost all the money I'd saved, and got into an apartment and became an actor because you don't have to do much as an actor. Of course, it was very difficult to memorize lines, even because I had only had a short-term memory for so long. I had to record the words that I spoke and then just keep them going like 24 hours to memorize lines. So it was very difficult, but at least I was making money again. So I had an apartment. So gradually I got better. I lived about 1 year and 3 months on the floor. I tried to kill myself in a bathtub, drowning myself one time. I just didn't want to deal with the pain. So I made the water pretty hot, probably about 112 degrees, and hadn't slept in 3 days. I could only sleep 10 minutes at a time anyway and wake up in excruciating pain. So I got in this bathtub, convinced I was going to drown, and I woke up 2 hours later in freezing cold water, buoyant, because I had put a lot of Epsom salt in the water, and it made me buoyant. So I woke in freezing cold water, cold as hell, but no back pain. So I thought, oh my God. So I drained some of the water out, made the water really hot again, and I just stayed in the water. I was in the water 14, 16 hours a day because there was no back pain in there. Plus, it made me feel better even when I got out, even though I was back in pain again, not as much pain. So I spent about a year in that bathtub and getting better, and then I was evicted. And then I went to work as an actor, and then gradually got better and better over time. And at 27 years old, I was supposed to die at 21. This all happened at 21. The chemotherapy was just in my 22nd year, and then I stopped all of that. So from the age of just 22, starting in my 22nd year, up to 27, I gradually got better. I mitigated the pain daily in my back to about 4 hours a day. After about an hour and a half, 2 hours, I'd have to go into yoga postures, the plow and spinal twist, to get my back to stretch so that I wouldn't have that pressure on the vertebrae crunching the nerves in between. So that gave me great relief. So then I went off on a bicycle because I knew I wasn't going to find the answers in society, because everybody was being pumped out of colleges with no talent, just garbage information. And it used to be where you'd go into apprenticeship for 12 to 15 years to become a master at anything. Now the universities are spitting out people with information and no wisdom, and wrong information, especially about health. So I knew that I wasn't going to find the answers in society, so I went out on a bicycle, lived off of a bicycle for almost 3 years, living off the land, living with animals, creatures of all sorts, swimming with alligators every day, just doing everything that was not normal to find the answers to health. And I had become vegetarian, a fruitarian at that time, because I still thought that if I ate raw meat, I was going to get some kind of brain parasite. I started the raw food, at that time when I started drinking the carrot juice and milk back in 1968. But the raw meat thing, I was so ingrained that it was, dangerous that I just wouldn't do it. And I lived with 3 or 4 Indian tribes in the Americas in that 3-year period. And they all told me, eat raw meat. And I thought they were just trying to kill the white boy, get revenge for taking away their land and wiping out their tribes. But, and really I thought that. That's what I thought they were doing. And then at the end of that, I was in Alaska, and this was August, and it's their hottest period. It's light 22 hours a day. And, and then gradually every night it decreases by about 40 minutes. And then during the winter, there's no sunshine, but maybe 3-4 hours a day, and then indirect sunshine, maybe 3 hours a day. But I wasn't there. I just stayed until mid-September, and I saw them eating, rotten meat. I was going to leave because I was aching in every joint, the cancer of the blood and bone that I'd gotten from the the radiation therapy was starting to come back and surging again. I stopped eating raw dairy, for the most part, and thought that the ideal diet was the fruitarian diet. And I went down to 98 pounds. I'm 182 right now, so you can imagine what I was at 98 pounds. 96 I got down to for a short period after a fast, but I was averaging around 98 pounds. So, and I saw them uncover this rotten meat. I didn't know it was rotten meat. They had this these hides that they unraveled, and there was this moldy mass in there. It was patinaed black, white molds, all this fungus all over it, and it's reeked like an abandoned 3-day-old slaughterhouse. Reeked. It was so nasty smelling that it would give me, it would give me the feeling of wanting to vomit. So there was when they pulled one of those out of the ground, there was a bird call that came up from downwind, and the guy the Eskimo wrapped the hide, buried it in the ground, put the dirt over it again. Why'd you do that? And he said, well, the bird calls signaled that they couldn't smell it half a mile downwind, so we have to make sure it's that ripe before we eat it. You know, and the kids were around ready to eat it like cotton candy, you know, and that was a cultural thing. So I waited, stuck around. I was going to leave that day. I was on my way out on my bicycle. I stopped for that. I had to watch them eat this stuff. I couldn't believe it. So I stayed about 3 more days, and they dug up, and sure enough, it was ripe enough. And if I got within 5 feet, if I got from here, I was actually dry heaving, vomiting, just from the odor. So they all started eating it. They had about probably a room, an area of ground a little bit bigger than this room, and they had about every yard apart all through there. So dug them all up. And there were about 40 in this tribe. There were 3 different tribes that came together yearly to do this, and they all ate it. Even the children ate up to a pound in that 36-hour period. Adults were eating like 3 pounds of it. And they got me to eat a ping pong ball sized amount, and I had to plug my nose because I was going to vomit instantly, dry heave. So what they did was got some cotton balls and put musk oil on them from the balls of a moose and shoved them up my nose, and I was able to, the fine just tasted like melted chocolate, you know, just dissolved in the mouth like braised and brandy lamb. It had decomposed so much. So the texture was easy to eat, and it was easy to swallow quick, but the odor was just horrific. And everybody's eating, even infants crawling or eating this stuff. And also, they had, there was still ice around, and they still had igloos, some of them just had tents, but they didn't carry the tents in the winter. And they had, 6-month-old babies, or even 3-month-old babies crawling around on an ice floor. How many parents would do that in this country? Kid's gonna get pneumonia. It's gonna die. Can you imagine how hardy the infant can crawl around naked on an ice floor? Think about that, how hardy you have to be. And that's what they lived on, raw meat. That's all they ate, raw meat. Some blueberries if they could get them from the grizzly bears, and that's it. That's all they ever ate. They didn't eat vegetation. Once in a while, they catch somebody chewing on a leaf, like a spearmint leaf or a peppermint leaf, but that's it. No vegetables, just raw meat. So, in the, like in Juneau and those places, you've got all these so-called civilized Eskimos that, eat everything cooked. But out there where the Inuit live, it's still raw. They know the value of it. You can't cook and go out there and be in that heavy weather and survive well. So they did not cook. So I ate that little ping pong ball sized amount. I was very wiped out, in pain, and the sun was about to go down for its 3 hours, and I got very cold. 50 degrees at that time, every joint in my body would ache. So I had to get in my sleeping bag for those few hours because it was getting down to 50 degrees, before the sun went down. So I get my sleeping bag and stay there, and then in the morning, it would take me about 2 hours with the sun beating on the sleeping bag for me to be able to get out of the sleeping bag with just, a modicum of sanity and less pain. And then I'd lie in the sun 30 to 45 minutes to where I had less pain. I could be somewhat mobile. And after that rotten stuff that I ate, I was able to get out of the sleeping bag in like 40 minutes. And then only stay in the sun directly naked for 10 minutes, and I was able to function. So I went back to the chief and I said, what was that mixture? And he said, well, it was minced caribou with seal blubber or whale blubber, one or the other. And then we bury it and let the microorganisms break it down, pre-digest it so we can use everything of it, because in the winter, all of that is frozen. So we can only, beef up on this, or I forgot what the word he said was, collect a lot of it before we go into the winter. So, but yeah, I said, no. Meat doesn't look like, the meat doesn't get patinaed and black and white mold. Oh, yes, it does. And, I was under this medical shit. The only thing that I never knew that was fungus was gangrene for human tissue. So this is the stuff that I saw, the funguses that I saw in compost piles. So I was sure those were herbs, and he's just telling me because he wants to kill me. There was this, they accepted me into their tribe for a month at a time, all these tribes, and then I figured they were just suckering me up to kill me by getting me to eat raw meat, making me believe that. So, I dismissed it and just said, well, they're not going to help me. So I got on my bike, and I was too weak and too much in pain. So I bungee corded hopped on freight trains, bungee corded my bike to the side, hung a hammock between the open doors, and took trains down back to Southern California, where I was going to fast myself to death by just drinking water. And I happened to pick an old Indian burial ground where I had been before, at the foot of some mountains and up in a foothill. And the coyotes lived up in the canyon, and I didn't know that they were in this canyon. Every night they come and wake me up, sound like a bunch of crazy people. And you ever see cuckoo's nest? If they're crazy, that's what they sounded like. They wake me up every night around midnight and do their little thing. And I was in a pretty narrow wash, coming down where the water would come off the mountain, dig a great big crevice. And I was right at the side of that where I built my campsite. The coyotes would sneak around me, and one would distract me. And of course it was dark. Sometimes there was a slight moon, sometimes there wasn't. And after about the 10th or 11th night of this, it got to be where I could tell where they were. If you've ever fasted for very long times, and I mean 25 to 45 days, you know that you become very intuitive and psychic. And because you're leaving this planet, you're dropping your body. And I was feeling that way already because I was already down to 98 pounds. I went from 113 down to 98 pounds very quickly. I had gained some weight by starting to eat some milk when I was up with the Eskimos because they had some moose that they were milking. And people said they don't drink milk. They drink it when they can get it. They had a moose that, had, that they, I don't know how they befriended the moose, but they let the offspring have as much milk as they wanted, and then they took the rest. And they fed it to me and to the babies. So they considered me a baby because I was so skinny, I guess. The coyotes, after that, killed a jackrabbit for me, brought it to me. And, I hadn't eaten meat in like almost 6 years at that point, a little over 6 years. And I thought, no, guys, I also became a vegetarian or vegan because I didn't want to hurt animals. So here was the Easter bunny on my feet bleeding, and, and I'm going to pick up and eat it. And then this dialogue that my uncle had with my cousins and my brothers went through my head. Just like it was verbatim. I was about probably 10 years old. Because I was so sickly, I never went hunting and never played sports. I stayed home and learned cooking and sewing and art. And I was a very good artist. So that went on for quite a while. And then when I remembered the dialogue that my uncle had what he said was to his sons and my brothers was that when you go hunting for a rabbit and kill a wild rabbit, you have to split it open and cook it completely so the inside is dark. So there's no pink or white meat at all. It's got to be brown from being cooked. Because there's a microorganism in wild rabbits that will take over your digestive tract in like 48 hours and kill you in 48 hours. And it's excruciatingly painful. I thought, the coyotes are going to help me die quickly. So I thought, I'll eat the rabbit and die. I can handle 2 days of pain easily. I've handled years of pain. 2 days, no problem. So I ate the rabbit. I ate about 3 pounds of it. It got to be delicious. At first I vomited it. It was raw, and yucky. So I vomited the first time, then I psyched myself out to eating the rabbit, and I ate it. And the more I ate, the tastier it got, until I was just so full I couldn't move. And those jackrabbits are about 7.5 pounds, adult ones. This is about a year old, so it was pretty tender. So I ate 3 pounds of coyotes, shared the rest of it. I went back to my campsite to die, and I knew I was dying because I felt good. I mean, the only times I had ever felt good in my life was in near-death experiences. I died twice on an operating table, and I hovered over the body and left it. And when I left that body, the farther I got away from it, the less pain. By the time I got about 6 feet away from it, there was no pain. It was all associated with the body. And I was feeling that way as I was walking back to my campsite. So I thought, I'll be dead in a few hours. This is great. So I got back to my sleeping bag, woke the next morning, I'm still in my sleeping bag, and I hadn't died. I'm not feeling, I felt my pain. It wasn't as bad. I was able to get on my sleeping bag in a matter of 30, 45 minutes, 40 minutes again. I was able to lie only in the sun 10 minutes, and I was functional again, like when I had the rotten meats. I was very delighted about that. I thought, I'm going to die easily. I have no pain. I mean, no severe pain. I was still going into the plow doing spinal twists for my back. No stomach problems at all. 2 days went by, nothing. I felt stronger than I ever had in my life. I mean, I had feelings of strength in my muscles for the first time in my life, and I'm almost 30 years old, working on my 30th year at this time. Then 3 days went by, nothing. And I said, okay, another lie by the medical profession. I'm going to get a brain fluke from eating high meat, and I'm going to die from rabbit flukes. Or microbes or whatever it was going to take over my intestines. Lies, lies, lies. So those Indian tribes, all 4 of them were not lying to me. Eat raw meat. So I got on my bicycle. I went because there were only rattlesnakes and scorpions and tarantulas and some chipmunks. And boy, that certainly didn't fill me. The snake did, but it's very hard to eat. They got so many ribs. It's like, eating ribs, tiny, tiny ribs and it does not taste like chicken. It tastes like fish when the snake is raw. So I got a bicycle and went around to the farms around there. It was a farming community, and made deals to shovel manure to milk goats, cows, slaughter, do whatever I had to do on the farms in exchange for food. And all I wanted was chickens, beef, unfrozen, butter, cheese, all the dairy I could consume, and eggs. So that's what I lived on, nothing but that for 2.5 months. I gained 55 pounds. For the first time in my life, I was able to do physical work and enjoy it with literally no pain. So I was ecstatic. So at that point, after 3 months, I went back to L.A. to spread the word, raw meat's the answer, and they all said, you're going to get a brain fluke and be an idiot. And I said, I've been there and done that, all my life, and this is working. It's actually working. I can feel alive. I do feel alive. And it's the first time in my life that I've ever felt this way. So I was very happy. And I continued eating that way, but only 3 days a week did I eat raw meat. I mostly stayed with raw dairy and eggs. And then and I got better and better. Got to be where I could, I could run up to 13 miles a day. First time in my life I got athletic. But then after about a year of that, I said, why am I doing this? Because I could. But then I had no interest in going out there and spending my time running around. I'm more of my brain seems to work better than my body, so I like to think a lot and read a lot and learn a lot and experiment and do, projects, inventing stuff and stuff like that. So that's what I started doing. And I accidentally ate a poison mushroom in 1981. It was the death cap. I ate enough to kill 15 people my size. So I was in severe pain and cramps and spasms and epileptic fits for about 10 weeks. But I survived it. I knew what to do. They say it destroys your liver and your blood. Well, I forced myself to eat anywhere from a half to a whole pound of butter, raw no salt butter daily, even though it caused severe pain. But I knew the only way I was going to save that liver was to fill it with fat. So I survived it, and here I am today. Anyway, I'm working on my 67th year, so I'm way beyond dying, and, I'm doing pretty well. So I don't do anything that doesn't make sense and doesn't work, anymore. And this diet may not be the most appealing thing and get a lot of criticism for it, but nobody can say that they're alive after what I've been through. And with all the people who've been diagnosed with even 3 of the 4 cancers that I have, nobody in history has lived over 3 months after diagnosis. I'm 46 years beyond death, my death sentence. So it works. And it works for everybody who does it. Okay, now we're going to take a break now. I'm going to have a workshop after this that's going to run about probably 5.5 hours. And then we'll have a Q&A after that. And then I do mini consults where I look at the hands, not like the Chinese method, but my own method, where I can see how good your red and white blood cells are, how well you're manufacturing them. I can see what glands are working pretty well, and how to help you to an extent. Tomorrow and Monday, I will be doing personal consults where I photograph the irises, and in the irises you can see what's stored where in the body, what toxins there are, where you're weak, damaged, and can suggest things for you to do. And I give complete diets for that. Everything to the detail, to the minute of a day, if you want to follow that. The people who do those astoundingly advance into health. Those people who do their own thing always advance on this diet, but in a good, nice pace. But if you want to do it fast, I can help you get there faster. In this detoxification, I'm going to give you the secrets to that, so you don't have to have my personal help to utilize those. But if you know where your problems are, and I can help you with those areas, and then you can concentrate on those areas, then you'll move that much faster. So that's available for you. It's $385 for the personal consult. Those for having follow-ups that have been to me before, it's $315. The follow-up is about 50 minutes. So I put an hour slot in there, give me 10 minutes in between. I usually almost go all 60 minutes with you anyway. For the people who, for the first time, it's about an hour and 5 minutes, an hour and 10 minutes. And usually goes to an hour and 15 minutes. It's right around there. There's also a workshop. Now, the workshop I used to give is here, that tells about how the body works, tells about how the endocrine glands work, everything that I won't be going into much of at this workshop. This will be mainly focused on how your body detoxifies, how it detoxifies, and how to repair it and heal it. In this, I tell you how the diet works, how the food combine, and that basically puts you in touch with your body. The thing I'm going to talk to you about, the things I'm going to talk to you about today will be about going through to achieve health much faster and how to deal with your toxins. First, I'm just going to run over just how the body works a little bit. A short refresher course on that. Of course, the body works with vitamins and enzymes, and proteins, carbohydrates, and fats. Fats are the main nutrient needed in a toxic world. and we're living in a very, very toxic world. The reason for that is the body looks for fat to bind with poisons. Wherever fat is found in the body will store its toxins. So if you are skinny, the body's going to find those fats inside cells instead of outside cells. So it's going to damage cells. If you're also thin, it's going to look for the two places that everybody has a lot of fat. It's in the brain and nervous system. Brain, nervous system, and bone marrow, but mainly the brain and bone marrow. And brain's pretty important, and bone marrow is where your red and white blood cells divide, mature. Once they mature, they enter the bloodstream. So your possible energy will be depleted by toxicity storing in the bone marrow. So you do need excess fat. A thin, buff person is not a strong person and is not a protected person. Just to give you an idea, about 10 years ago, somebody came to me who was only about, let's say, 18, 20 pounds, not even that, maybe 18 pounds overweight. And I did his irises, and his skin looked like it had years of drugs. Very thick, very callous, very pockmarked. And the body throws 90% of its toxins out the skin normally. If you have waxy, plastic fats or oils that you consume, it will block that and your skin will not discharge it. And then they will stay in the body. And his eyes, his inside of his body looked like he was about 28, 30 years old, yet he was in his mid-50s. So I said, "Are you from this planet?" I said, "I can see you've done drugs and alcohol for at least 25 years. He said 30. And I said, "You just can't have this kind of makeup inside. Nobody can get over that much damage without being tremendously fat." He said, "Oh, 3 months ago before I went on your diet, I was 300 pounds. So he took off 120 pounds. So even bad fat will protect you. No fat, poisons are going to go into the cells looking for the fat in the brain and bone marrow. Now, since your bloodstream is made for one thing, it's for creating energy in the body, not for transporting nutrients or anything else. The red blood cells are to carry oxygen to the cells so that the oxidization process occurs, so fats are transformed into energy. There is no burning. That's a fallacy created by government and the medical industry to get you to think, and the food industry that wants you to think that cooking is how your body works inside. There is no burning. There is transformation of energy only. The carbons that are byproducts look nothing like the carbons from cooking. Look just like the carbons that are produced by breathing. You have a carbon dioxide that results from breathing. You don't have carbon monoxide, you have carbon dioxides. Monoxides always come from cooking. We don't have any of those if we're just having bodily functions. So, the blood is supposed to take, the red blood cells are supposed to take the oxygen to every other cell to manifest energy. White blood cells are there to eat up dead red blood cells. It's the only place in the body where you have a large body that's as big as the body around you as phagocytes. Phago in Greek means to eat. So phagocytes are white blood cells, meaning to eat red blood cells. If you had the normal kind of bacterial or microbial breakdown in the blood that you do in the rest of the body would lose its energy. And that's what's happening. Because our lymphatic systems are so jammed, now the blood's transporting nutrients as well as oxygen to the body. So what does that do to the system? It reduces its energy level by 50% minimum. 50%. Can you imagine all of you working on a farm today like they did 100 years ago when you put 10 to 16 hours of hard labor in? You had no central heating, no central air. You had to deal with the elements every day and still do all the work too. Impossible. You are not that healthy, none of you. I haven't met one person that could do what my grandparents' workers could do nowadays. Impossible. And these were guys in their 50s when I knew them. So it's a pretty sad commentary on where we've developed. And it's not evolution. It's devolution. So, the red blood cells take oxygen to the cells. The white blood cells eat dead red blood cells quickly. So a lot of waste doesn't build up in the red bloodstream. So it can stay clean. The neurological fluid in the body has most of the metals in it. So when you cook something and you free up metals in the food and you add metals to the food, if you've ever used a pot to cook in, I don't care if it's stainless steel or not, those toxins get into your food. So you increase the metal content of food. Now, trace amount of metals are favorable. They make a body stronger. High free radical minerals are not natural, and your body cannot make those into something favorable easily. The metallic mineral buildup in the brain and nervous system cause all kinds of misfiring of synapse, blockages, and current blocks in transmissions in the axons and ganglia. See, all of those repercussions, plus tin, which they use in everything to make, they can use like 10% tin in anything, and it will add 30% strength, but also tin is the third most toxic mineral. Fourth most toxic mineral. No, third. You've got mercury, thallium, tin, and then lead, in that order. So tin is the third most toxic metal that you can have. And tin is in every metal that you use to cook in. So you're going to cook in something, I don't agree with cooking, but you're going to cook in something, it should be glass, Corningware or something like that. Never should be metal, even stainless steel. I don't care if you're boiling water. You're going to have tin and other metals, but mostly tin, get into your food. Now, tin is highly poisonous in two ways. It's a contaminant to the overall physical makeup of cells, but it's also an antiseptic, antimicrobial. That's why they use it in tin cans, to strengthen the can and to prevent botulism. Botulism only happens in contained foods, usually in metal. So they added the tin to it so they can make very thin aluminum cans or lighter cans, but still, and as an antiseptic at the same point, so it acts like an antibiotic and destroys the bacteria in your body. Remember, like I said, you are 280 bacterial genes to every one human gene. That means you are 0.06527 of one point of human. Like I said, you're not even 1 point human. You're not even 0.5% human. You are biologically bacteria. If you cook something as low as 105, 107 degrees, you destroy the bacteria in it. you transform it. So what happens? Your enzymes are no longer active. Your enzymes are not mutilated, but you've got nothing to make them utilizable in the system without the bacteria. So bacteria needs to be in your food. 70% of the fats, in fact they say that, if you compare it to, let's say, coconut. A coconut is 80% fat, 15% protein, 5% carbohydrate. If you look at that fat, that's 80% fat. That's 80% of that coconut is fat. Only 7% of that 80% is oil. So what is the other 93% fat? It's water-soluble fats that are highly bacteria activated. You reach, in some cases, raw fats will reach temperatures of 99, 100 degrees, and the bacteria is starting to be destroyed, altered at that point. That's why phosphorus, the bacteria and enzymes that work with phosphorus are destroyed at 98 degrees. Phosphorus is one of the most important nutrients, one of the most important alkalinizing minerals to cleanse the body, to balance over acidity, because we are an acidic system. A lot of your naturopaths will say, oh no, we should be alkaline. If you're alkaline, you're not going to digest any animal products. I have been 5.5 urine, blood, and saliva for about 30 years. And that's where everybody should be, about 5.5. A little too acidic in the mouth. Sometimes I go down to 5.1 because when they sever the vagus nerve, my acids build and go backwards. So I have dental problems because of that. Normally, they're supposed to digest food, not my teeth. But I have to deal with that because I have that surgery, and that surgery cannot be corrected. It's permanent. And I've never found nerves cut that long ago reattach. Fresher nerve cuts, yes. I've seen them regrow and everything's fine, but not in something that old. Who knows, maybe in the next 10, 15 years that could change. I don't know, in my system, because I've been on the diet so long. But normally we cannot regrow nerves that have turned into hardened scar tissue that long. As I said in my book with my son, 1/5 of his brain was damaged and cut off all the rest of the other parts. They said he'd never come out of the coma, and if he did, he'd just be a vegetable. And he's finished college, he's working today, just talked with him on Father's Day, and he's fine. So they do not know what they're talking about. So fats are so important. Water-soluble fats, they never mention because they have such low destruction levels. At 105, 106 degrees, you start destroying the necessary nutrients, the bacteria, to utilize the enzymes for that water-soluble fat. It's of no value to you. So they completely ignore that entire aspect of nutrition. That's the bacterial aspect. Because without that, they can't get you to cook your foods, they can't get you to pasteurize your milk, to have long shelf life. It's just a plight. It is a conspiracy to make long shelf lives and get you to believe that it's healthier for you. And it is exactly the opposite. So, and then we have the digestive tract, of course, and the digestion starts at the mouth. We have more bacteria in the mouth than cats and dogs, so don't bite anybody, because that's digestive bacteria. You know, the only creature that has more bacteria than us in their saliva is the fly. And when it spits its saliva on you, you start dissolving. And that's the way a fly is. We start the digestion in the mouth. The fly starts the digestion as soon as it spits on its creature. So bacteria is very important for everything. We need it. Medical profession wants you to believe that bacteria causes disease, the most absurd thing that you could ever imagine. The reason I know it's so absurd, because if you saw my episode on Ripley's from 2002, was it? 2001, 2002, July 17th, I eat meat that's up to 1 year and 3 months old. And I have 2 other patients who were heavy into psychotropic medication for years and years, started eating the rotten high meat and stopped taking medication, no depression. So if it were dangerous, it would be dangerous to everybody, not just, a few people. And I've never found anybody who's gotten sick. I mean, there's vomit and diarrhea from everything, but those are toxins, industrial toxins stored in the body, not from food. You cannot get toxic from eating raw food, even if it's stinky and so-called rotten. It just pre-digests. Remember, the bacteria and everything, if it isn't utilized, if it doesn't hold its form, just digests it, breaks it down and recycles it into the earth. Worms can be a part of that, but mainly bacteria, parasites, fungus, all a part of that process. That's a cleansing process. So when we have those processes are good and they're janitorial. They're not causing disease, but the pharmaceutical house and the medical industry will take human cells or animal cells and put them in a petri dish and then introduce salmonella, certain kinds of E. coli, trichinosis, Campylobacter, strep, any of those bacteria parasites into a petri dish, and they'll see those those animal cells being consumed by those bacteria and parasites. Why? Because those cells are not in an animal. They're in a petri dish in a solution that is not body chemistry. So what's the natural process of a cell when it's not living in the whole organism? Death. So you've got cells that are intending to die because of the serum that they're in, but because of what they've done, they've shocked that solution with formaldehyde, a touch of formaldehyde or hydrogen peroxide, and it makes them forget what they're supposed to do and what their role is, so they don't die. But the bacteria knows what they're intended to do. They're supposed to eat dead and dying and tissue that's been separated from its natural host. So, of course, it's going to eat those animal cells. It doesn't do it if you put those same cells into fresh raw milk. It won't happen. Even old raw milk, and it won't happen. You put it into pasteurized milk, fresh, and it'll go to work immediately. Old, and it'll multiply exponentially. Put those into dead, cooked food of any kind. They will exponentially increase in population. Because that's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to eat dead tissue. 100 years ago, people took a bath in June. If you lived in a cold climate like here. People took a bath in June, and they may swim and bathe all the way through August, September. And then from November to June, they didn't take baths. Why? Because you took the oil, the fat coating off the skin, you were much more susceptible to even a 10-degree temperature change. 10-degree temperature change without the fat on and under your skin. So how did the body get rid of dead cells that would collect on the body? Well, some would dry and slough off, but most of them were consumed by salmonella. Salmonella used to be 2,300 varieties of salmonella. And they lived on the skin. You still have them in your eyes, in your nose, your mouth, your ears, and your anus, and your urinary tract. Because you're still sloughing off cells there, and you're not washing them like you are the other parts of your body, heavy with chemicals, shampoos, and soaps that are deadly to bacteria. So you're washing it off now, instead of the old way of the salmonella doing it. And that was a good thing. Salmonella eating away was a good thing. Now, people are using soaps every day. They're eliminating their fat level off of their skin. The skin is the last place on the body to get any fat, because it's all used internally first. So you better be on a perfect diet to even get it to the skin. How many people have skin problems today? Everybody. That's the place where poisons leave. 90% of poison is supposed to leave through the skin. And if you don't have good fat there, you're in trouble. And how does that work? The lymphatic system, everybody know what the lymphatic system looks like? It's another web network just like the blood and the nervous system, only it has nodes and glands. The nodes can be as small as a BB, as large as a pellet, and the glands can be as small as a tiny marble, all the way up to the size of a thumb. Even larger if they're really blown up with certain kinds of toxicity. So the lymphatic system takes waste, takes it inside the glands and inside the nodes, makes a solvent or uses bacteria or fungus. Mainly fungus doesn't function in the lymphatic system, mainly bacteria. So the bacteria breaks down the cell. The lymphatic system uses a lymph fluid to help neutralize it, which is high concentrations of your alkalinizing minerals like calcium, phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium. Helps neutralize the acidity, and then makes it into a liquid and dumps it into connective tissue, mainly under the skin. Then your body's supposed to perspire those poisons out the skin. If the lymphatic system is deficient or blocked, what's going to happen? It's not going to neutralize those poisons when it dumps it into the connective tissue to be perspired to the skin. So when it comes through the skin, it does tremendous damage to the skin. Acne, rashes, hives, all of those are expressions. And burns, you can even have burns. When I show you the detoxification photographs, the different kinds that you could experience, you'll see how bad these can be. But you need to realize that attacking your body, going to a doctor, is just going to make it worse. I'll teach you how to get it through it and get through it well, so that when you're repaired, you're not worse than you were. Because your body detoxifying itself is a good thing. So you don't want to stop it. You want to help the body detox. You don't want to stop the process. The more you stop the process, the more industrial toxins remain in the body, and then organs shut down, body parts are impaired, and then functionality. And then when you get up to old age, you can have maybe 25% of your body alive, and you walk around like this because you've got 25% holding up 100% of the body. People normally die when they only have 22% of the body alive, if you're into that kind of deterioration. I know I met people that were 138 years old at a particular tribe in the Philippines, and they had all over their teeth, and they were incredibly healthy, and they didn't look over 60 years old at 138. That's pretty freaking phenomenal. You know, can you imagine having all your teeth at 55? No cavities? Pretty spectacular. So when the lymph system works, you don't have all of the damage to skin and damage under the body. If your skin doesn't perspire, all that stays under the body. You see a lot of people that get more bloated every year. They're not detoxing those poisons out of the skin. They just keep collecting and collecting and collecting. And I will also give you a way, when we get into the remedy section, of how to get rid of all that. And very easy. Maybe not an easy activity, but pretty easy compared to getting old and sick and bloating and being fat in an unhealthy, fluid fat way. The digestive tract, like I said, starts in the mouth, goes down to the stomach. We form hydrochloric acid in the stomach lining to break down proteins. We use enzymes, we use digestive juices in the digestive tract to break down large particles of food so that bacteria can digest your food. So when we eat, 90% of digestion, if you're a moderate chewer, will be bacterial. So the bacteria eats what we eat. Their feces, their urine, or sweat is our food. Yuck. You get over it quick because that's what we eat. We eat shit, piss, and vomit and perspiration. That's what we eat from the bacteria. And when they finish eating that stuff, it's all milk. I don't care if you've eaten blackberries, blueberries, beets. When the bacteria finish digesting it, it's all milk. And that's absorbed into the lacteal system. And it's called lacteal because everything it absorbs from the intestines is milk. Lactate, lacteal means milk in Latin and Greek. So it is milk that's digested from the bacteria. Our digestive juices, we need more of them the larger the particles of food. So the old adage, chew a lot, digest little, is a good adage. Now I used to say, in my books I said, you have to chew some, eat, swallow it. That's just for people to get it down. But if you're going to do that, grind it, pâté it, so you don't have to work hard. I pâté all my meat. I no longer sit and chew it unless I'm at a restaurant. But then I'll order steak tartare, which is finely chopped. But once in a while I'll order steak because they won't make steak tartare for me. When I do that, when I eat meat all pâtéed, I only sleep 3.5 hours a day. And I'm full of energy. When I chew meat and swallow it, I sleep an hour to an hour and a half more daily. Because that's how much energy I'm using for my bacteria to create and the intestinal lining and stomach lining to create enzymes to break those larger particles down to smaller molecules so that the bacteria can consume it. So I'm utilizing more of my food and digesting it and utilizing it almost completely. So I only have to sleep about 3.5 hours a day. I like that. If you're a hyperactive person and always anxious, don't chew, don't grind your food up. Make your body work hard, to digest. Utilize that energy if you're not using it in physical activity. I have no activity rings. My work is this. I'm like Cary Grant. This was his exercise. Anybody remember him saying that? He said besides sex, and I'm with that. Finger exercises and sex. So those are the only that interest me. So I need lots of energy to be able to work, 21.5 hours a day. So I make sure that everything's liquid when I eat it and the meat's pâtéed. So it makes it very easy. Pardon?
How do you put things in a blender?
No, in a food processor. Yeah. Then, all through the intestines, that's what's the bacteria is breaking the food down into a milk substance. When we get into the bowel, it's a little different. Bowel starts here, goes from the little cecal valve here up to the transverse colon, transverse to here, descending colon here to the rectum. Now, why do we have a separate intestinal tract that's shorter? Is it because we make fecal matter there? Well, we have fecal matter traveling through. Fecal matter is just the waste product or undigested food. But what happens in the bowel is that we have a different set of bacteria, mainly E. coli. And the E. coli and the other related bacteria, colon bacteria, break down the molecules of fat and proteins into the finite molecule to feed the brain and nervous system. So, without a good functioning colon, our brain and nervous system doesn't get the whole diet that it needs, the nutrients that it needs. That's why if I ask somebody to do suppositories of raw fats or egg in their colon, squeeze it up in there before they go to sleep at night, guess what? Their brains and nervous systems begin functioning very quickly, very well. Depression disappears. And some people need to do that every other day. Some people need to do it once a week, some once a month. Depends on how much fat, good, wholesome fat gets into your colon. Because your digestive tract, small intestines, absorb almost everything. And it leaves very little for the colon because of our bad diets. Even if you're on my diet, which is, I consider the perfect diet because there's only, even in my cancer patients, 98% of them are now recovering. Autistic children are functional and normal within 6 years, all of them. One with this new avenue, not new, of course I wrote it back when I wrote the book, but woman who implemented it changed the recovery rate of her child by, I would say, reduced it by 4/5. So that child got 1/5 the time that it takes people who don't do that simple moldy raspberry once a day. So the bowel is very important to the brain and nervous system. And I will tell you more about how to feed it and what fats to feed it to inject in your rectum before you go to sleep so that your E. coli will have good, fresh fat and not leftovers, to help you function, mentally and emotionally much, much better in your life. And also, some people are unable to digest their fats here, and in the colon they can. So I had one person who only gained 38 pounds on the diet. He was almost 5'9", and he was 112 pounds. He gained 38 pounds on the diet, which was just got him up to the low end, not fat. And to get him to do more, I had to have him feed himself in the butt instead of just through here. And it worked. He was able to gain more weight quicker. Of course, he was a surfer that would go out surfing for 8 hours, and I tell everybody, you have to eat all the time. And if you're out there on a surfboard for 8 hours, in the California surf, you're not going to gain weight unless you're eating constantly and not sleeping for the time that you're not in the water surfing. But sticking up his butt helped a lot. It helped him gain 10 more pounds. So, and he had a lot more agility, was a much better surfer after he started that. And that was 2.5 years after he was on the diet. There are if you understand your body, there's a lot that you can take care of quicker You just have to know how to do it. And that's what I'm here to deliver to you today. So when you leave here today, if you know how the body works from my other workshop set and this information here, you'll have everything you need to be the healthiest person you want to be that you could ever achieve in your lifetime. And you will achieve it if you do it. It's just a matter of tenacity. You have to be willing to do it. And everybody has their levels that they're satisfied with their health. Some people don't want to get of donuts and RC cola and want to have cancer and die of cancer. And I have no judgment about that whatsoever. You can die you can suffer throughout your life. You can do whatever you want. I've been there and done that. I don't want it anymore. So I don't even want to, I had my first cooked meat meal about 3 months ago, 2.5 months ago, and I had some broiled chicken. If you're going to cook, the best way to cook is broiled, over a flame that isn't charcoal, and has no lighter fluid in it, and that's what was done. It was this tribal area in the Philippines. So I had a chicken leg, both the drum and the thigh, and I had a little bit, and I had one, it was a small chicken, probably about this big, and I had one breast and one wing. And I remember when I used to eat cooked, I used to love chicken wings crisp, and I'd eat the bone and all. Well, I did that this time. I had nightmares for 6 nights. I haven't had nightmares since I stopped eating cooked foods at 22 years old. I had 6 nights of nightmares, and I had to sleep 6.5 hours for the next 3 days. So that 20 minutes of that cooked food robbed me of about 30 hours plus unhappy dreams and not feeling rested and relaxed when I'd awakened. So, I look at that and I say, not worth it. Not for me. I just did it as an experiment just to see what happened. See, I didn't think anything that bad was going to happen. I thought maybe I'll sleep a little bit more, maybe have a little nausea, but I had all of that plus nightmares. It was not worth it to me. So, however you're affected, you will be affected, whether you care or not. That's up to you, not me, and I will not judge it. You choose your degree or satisfaction of health. I won't make that for you. I'll just tell you how to get as healthy as I've learned. Okay, so when we defecate, when we urinate, none of that is supposed to be toxic. There are creatures in the world that live on shit. Our whole agricultural system is built on nitrogen. And where do they get that nitrogen? From slaughterhouses, collect the urine. From dairy, big old dairy houses, they collect that urine. They sell it to Monsanto and Dow and all the chemical industries that make that liquid nitrogen, processed cow pee, goat pee, whatever kind of pee it is. They buy all the pee they can get and they process it. They process it in a way that it destroys the bacteria in it, so you're not adding enzymes to your soil. You're only adding minerals and proteins that are in that urine. So what happens is it's good for 1 year. It'll fertilize your soil for 1 year and one crop. If you put live urine on it, and you're a raw fooder for a very, very long time, guess what will happen? That urine will feed a soil for 4 years. I started using it on my plants about 18 years ago. I had ferns that were growing in my backyard, normal ferns about this size. They doubled the next year. I didn't put any fecal matter on it, no other fertilizer, just the urine. I tried to dilute it. I was told if you dilute it, you need to dilute it by 90%. So it's 1 part water, 9 parts, 1 part urine, 9 parts water. When I did that, it burned the roots. Why? Because it went into the soil very deep. It needs to be broken down in the topsoil first. So all of that part of my garden was destroyed by listening to an agricultural specialist at the University of Davis, which is supposed to be the prized agricultural university of California. I diluted it, like he said, and I destroyed that one whole garden, section of the garden. The others where I just put it hard and fast right into the soil. Boy, those doubled in size.
So how often?
Often as you want. I mean, it depends on how rich and how healthy you want.
Not just once every 4 years.
You can do it that little, or you can do it more often. Let me give you an example. I just moved into a different place a year ago in Malibu, and they had 6 palms on the property, and 3 of the palms were all dried and their fronds were all wilted and turning brown. And they're about 52 feet high, 3 of them. And then 3 of them are about 45, 46 feet high. And the tallest ones, the 55 foot, maybe 58 feet high, the tallest one, had all this dry, and they were going to chop them down, cut them down. And I said, let me handle them. My landlord is Peter O'Toole's cousin, so, British guy, so he's pretty open. I didn't tell him what I was putting on the plants at night, on those palms at night, but I was dumping, I would collect the urine for a month, because it breaks down better when you do that. The bacteria becomes more prominent, because they say urine is stale because of the high ammonia. Well, the bacteria breaks down the ammonia so that the ammonia is not impediment. When they cook it, you can break down the ammonia that way when you process it. So that's the way Dow Monsanto does it, but it destroys the nutrients by the processing. So anyway, the ammonia is broken down by the bacteria that starts growing in the urine. So I put that around the palms. And I just started a year ago, and I do it, I'm gone probably 6 months from the year. So I've been here about 5.5 months total in a year. So I've dumped it 5 times, probably 3 gallons on each palm. After the rains we had here, all of the leaves are bright, because the rain with all of its bacteria help break it down into the soil, already pre-digested in the soil. So those palms, all the fronds are bright and happy. And I mean bigger and stronger and greener than normal. So
it's a month old, you're not fresh.
It's better. You don't want to put fresh because of the ammonia. The ammonia will burn the roots, damage the roots. You could put fresh on too. Dogs go around and other animals go and pissing on things, and it helps things grow. But they're raw fooders. Those animals are raw fooders. I'm talking about in the jungles of Africa and all over the world.
Because here, when a dog urinates on something, it kills it usually.
It kills it because of processed cooked foods, contaminated foods that they're discharging. Lots of poisons in those foods, additives, and that destroys it. Plus, it's over-acidic. Ours is a perfect acidity, which is good for the ground. So entirely different experience when you have it from a raw fooder as opposed to a processed cooked food eater. The lymphatic system is not only the cleansing system of the body, it's also supposed to be the system that feeds every cell in the body. The lacteal system connects directly with the lymphatic system. Now, if the lymphatic system weren't made to distribute the food, it wouldn't be connected with the lymphatic system. It'd be connected with the bloodstream. But because everybody's eating all of these plastic oils, which blocks the lymphatic system and the skin and connective tissue, the body's now distributing nutrients to the body through the blood. What does that do to the energy level? It's giving a huge, tremendous job that doesn't belong to the blood, to the blood. So what's the sacrifice? Oxygen going to the cells to produce energy. So you have a lot less energy. And as you get older, the more the toxins collect and the more blockages you have, the less energy you will have. Absolutely. So we've got to get that lymphatic system moving. We've got to get the skin open and the connective tissue unblocked. Now, how do we do that? Well, we have to take a look at what's blocking the system. Plastic molecules cluster together. So as plastic oil, and that's any hydrogenated oil, that's probably 90% of all olive oils are not really olive oils. They're diluting them by up to 90% because there's not enough olive groves in the world to feed everybody that wants olive oil. Because now that people are aware of margarine and hydrogenated oils, they all want olive oil and coconut oil. There are enough olive groves in the world to feed maybe 30 million people. So now they're taking olive oil and they're mixing it with either, not even a vegetable oil, they're usually using mineral oils or oils made from petroleum. They clarify it and then hydrogenate it. So you're eating hydrogenated oils even though you're eating the olive oil not to eat hydrogenated oils, plastic oils. It's a trap. And if they had allowed all of the olive groves to flourish in Greece and Italy, you would still only be producing enough for 30 million people a year. Not happening anymore. And that would be 2 quarts a year. That's not very much fat. It's a lot of oil. And what happens when you put oil in the body anyway? Most of it doesn't digest. It just passes through you. Because you're not built to eat vegetable oil. You're not built to eat olives. Certain animals are. We are not. Even your nuts. We're not built to eat nuts. We're not built to eat grains. Birds and squirrels are. They're meant to eat that. They have their bacteria for that. They have their enzymes for that. We don't have that. Everything in our body is geared toward the animal foods. Now, finally, I got to prove that in the mid-90s. I got a friend. I did a TV show for Mary Lou Henna. She had a talk show, and I was invited on it to be somebody you're not to believe. You had 4 people on there, and they had a profession, and you were supposed to pull out who had the false profession. So I was on there as a nutritionist, and most people thought I was the fraud. Why would they think that I was the fraud? Because I played my actor role of being a little obnoxious and somebody that wouldn't be considered a doctor. You know, that's part of the acting thing. So, but I had to answer the questions honestly. You're not allowed to lie. So this college girl said, I'm going to expose you right away. I'm at UCLA. I'm a third-year nutritional student at UCLA. How many proteins are there? And I said, there are 22 8 essential. Do you want me to name them? She fell back in her chair. I still don't believe you, though, she said. So they didn't get the guy, but the guy who had the real profession was a forensic mortician. So I got buddies with him and said, listen, I need some bodies, elderly people who have died from natural causes, no disease. I don't want medication in them, and I need access to their gallbladders, their livers, their stomachs and their intestines, and their rectum. And he said, well, I can do that. I don't know if I can do it all at one time because, I get access to bodies and I do work for, the Los Angeles Police Department and the city for autopsies on questionable deaths or something to prove that the death was natural. So over a 2-year period, wasn't quite 2 years, I had access to 22 bodies and I picked 8 that looked like they had a lot of disease in them. So I took and I had their salivary glands. So I took the salivary juices, and they hadn't been dead over 24 hours. So I took their digestive, all of their digestive fluids in every organ that I could, of the digestive tract. And I had all of these different foods set up. Category of nuts, category of vegetables, category of fruits, category of dairy, category of meats, and including glands in that. So I had over 22 items. And I broke them up into little parts, and I put salivary from 8 people on each one. So it was a lot of work, and it was a lot of laboratory had to use. But not all at one time. I had up to 3 corpses at a time. And the others were singular. So only one time did I have a huge array, of tables set up like this for them in the laboratory. And the digestive juices, all of them, and each of them only actually did any kind of proper breakdown on the dairy and the meats and the eggs. Dairy, meats, and eggs. In the nuts, barely etched, 6-8%. In the vegetation, 2 to 3%. One did as much as 4%, but it averaged about 3 to 4% for vegetation. That's not a good result. That's, our saliva, the bacteria in the saliva and the enzymes, the bacteria that makes up the enzymes, all through the digestive tract, handles animal products properly only. So we are not vegetarians or fruitarians. And look at your primates who are fruitarians. Who wants to act like a monkey? Masturbate all day long and screech and yelp and go crazy. That's what happens when they eat all that sugar. And you've heard of the killer monkeys? In Africa, what do? Every year or once or twice a year, they let the figs and the bananas ferment. And for 24 hours, they will eat that, gorge themselves with it. The alcohol just blocks their brain out, and then they will go through the jungle and kill everything. Elephants, monkeys, insects, they will destroy everything in their path without even eating them. They just kill. And they will go on for sometimes 20 miles doing this at a wide scope of 300 meters. That's, that's 3 football fields wide, and just destroy everything for 22 miles. Can you imagine that? That's because of all the sugar and the alcohol that they eat that causes that. If you were to deprive a monkey, and I've done it, of all fruits and only let them have meats, that monkey is as calm as a jaybird. Jaybirds are about the only ones that are calm. Birds that I know, most birds are going around like this because of all the carbohydrate they eat too. Birds are very flippity. So you have to look at what things are doing and how you be. Look at children. My publisher just had his first baby. He's 42 years old, just had his first baby. She is now 9 months old. And I went over there for Father's Day, and because I'm considered the father of the family. And he doesn't like his father. His father was like my father, so we don't even, he doesn't even talk with his father. And I went over there, and the child freaked out. I mean, when saw me or anybody else that came in, just freaked out, would stare and cry and cry and cry. And I said, did you feed her fruit today? And Paul says, fed her watermelon all day, and I kept saying, don't do it. Don't do it. And, she doesn't listen to him because he's in the movie industry and a publisher, not a nutritionist. She listens to me, so it had to come from me. And I said, you watch. You don't do this for 2 weeks. You do it to her again, and you'll see she'll react like this again. Don't. And it's in the Maasai tribe. It's illegal to feed anybody under 16 fruit for that very reason. Because of the high sugar activity that will occur in the brain and nervous system. What it does is the myelin is the coating on the sheaths of all nerve sheaths. That's 60-80% fat, just like the brain. And when the impulses come in through that myelin in its fat absorbs a lot of those impulses. So let's say a prick of a pin is 200,000 impulses. By the time it reaches the brain, it's filtered down to 2,000 to 3,000 impulses. It's all the body has to register. Can you imagine the prick that you feel magnified by 50,000 times? That little prick becomes a stab in your liver. So that's what happens with a child. You rob the myelin from of fat, and then their information can't get buffered. So anything new that comes into their environment, everything is overwhelming. And that's what fruit does in the system. That's why I say in my books and in my DVD set, fat has to go with every fruit that you eat. And it has to be enough fat to buffer and slow down that sugar reaction. So your body's not robbing it from the brain and the myelin, for the sheaths of the nerves. So remember that. Fat is ultra, ultra important. And I see a few thin people here. It's not a good thing. Not a good thing to be thin. You always have more fat to be protected and buffered. And I'll give you an example of a situation, several situations where people were very happy they were fat when they had problems, when they suffered toxicity, and some that were thin at the time and suffered toxicity. And I'll show you the difference when we see the photos. I will also show you two laboratory investigations that have been done at the University of Calgary in Canada on mercury. Now, this is just the mercury used in dental amalgams and how they outgas and make a body very toxic. That is outgassing and crystallization of mercury. Can you imagine the damage if you take that information and then you look at what it does when you inject it into the body in a vaccine in a child? What it's going to do to the system, you'll really get my point. People don't seem to really put it together until they see these two videos that display exactly what happens with toxic mercury in the neurological system and the rest of the body. It doesn't just damage the neurons and the nerves, it damages a lot of organs in the body, including liver and kidneys. So fat is so important. If you're ill, get fat. Do not stay thin. Get fat. I'm on my thin side right now. 3 months ago, I had a 47-inch waist. Right now, I'm a 34-inch waist. So you can imagine how big I was. I had to wear my pants down here around the tummy for the first time in my life. I went from a 30-inch waist, 31-inch waist, to a 37, sometimes a 38. I have 3 wardrobes to handle that because I've been so poisoned in my life, and I'm still poisoned. And I'll tell you about one incident a little later. So I like to maintain a lot of fat. I always feel better. So I knew I was going to South Africa and then Australia and then Asia, and I just can't get all the fat that I want, the butter and cream that I want. So I have to live on a leaner diet. So I got really fat this time, so that by the time I got back, I wouldn't be thin. So I'm working my way back up now. But I got up to a 47-inch waist this last time. That was huge compared to where I'd been before. But it also protected me. I had no problems when detoxifying. A particular episode that I will tell you about when I get into the pictures. So fat. I can't say enough good about fat. Now, the only problem is the fat that feeds the brain and nervous system mostly and properly and thoroughly is raw cream. And the raw cream that's in milk is not quite enough, even if it's full fat cream. Still need a little bit more every day than just what's in the milk. The problem is that raw cream is the hardest fat to digest of all of your fats, animal fats. Oils really shouldn't be called fats, although they are. They are nearly impossible to digest properly, but they will function to do certain things in the body. Like olive oil, the truly cold-pressed flax oil, coconut oil, none of them digest fully, but they will help the body build viruses, solvents to clean certain areas of the body, parts of the body and certain elements out of the body that you can't do with the normal animal fats. Even the fats in an egg yolk are very, very easy to digest. The body can digest that fat in about 37 minutes, 27 to 37 minutes, egg yolk, a whole egg. In that much time. Every other food takes 6 to, every other liquid food, like milk, takes 6 to 10 hours to digest. Meat takes 19 to 24 hours to digest. Egg, 27 to 37 minutes, depending upon how you eat it. And the raw cream, though, can pass through the body without digestion if you eat it with raw meat. It will coat the raw meat, and then it will come out kind of pearlish, and like 30% of that cream will not be digested. What a waste. And almost 50% of the meat will be undigested properly. So, great loss. So if you want to have cream with meat, it has to be sour cream. The bacteria already has to have pre-digested the cream. That's what sour cream is, pre-digested cream. So remember, any raw food does not putrefy. It only sours. It pre-digests from the bacteria within it. Let me give you an example. There's a tribe in Africa 5 years ago that was deprived of its hunting rights. And it was a tribe that lived on hunting, entirely ate meats. This particular country made all of their land natural animal reserves, parks. For what? For hunters that will spend $30,000 for a 3-day hunting trip. So this tribe has to start living on grains, agriculture, and they were a nomadic tribe. This documentary fellow who made that film called The Last Dance. It was about the last hunt. The day after that hunt, or the week after that hunt, nobody could hunt anymore. So there's 3 hunters that go out hunting an antelope. And he follows the hunt. Now these are tribes that actually run down the antelope, wear the antelope out. Can you imagine what a hunt that is? So they will go and go until that antelope can't go anymore. But they do. So you're watching them, and the third day, they reach this rotten animal that's been rotting for at least 10 days. You could smell it for a half a mile away. That to them was good. Oh, they go follow the trail to the animal, the rotten animal, chase the vultures away and all the other birds that eat dead creatures, and any other animals around, hyenas. They chase all those animals away, and they sit there and eat this rotten meat raw. All the other meat they cook. But the rotten meat they eat raw, and they said in their language, and it was, translated, we eat this because this is the best food in the world. With this, we will outrun the antelope tomorrow. And all during the night, they keep going. They rarely stop. They camp a little bit for a few hours only to eat. And they just sat there for about an hour. They ate this rotten, stinky animal full of maggots, and had vultures and crows and you name it. Those birds were there eating it. And these guys are eating it. And they're so invigorated. You see their eyes get bigger and they get stronger. You're just watching this happen on the film. And then the next day, that morning, they got that antelope cornered. And then you can see the animal going, they can barely walk. So they kill it and take it back to the tribe. But the guy they call the runner actually ran him down. Got so much energy from that rotten meat, that he was able to run that animal down till it just couldn't run anymore. And I mean run, not just run at a jogging pace. This was a hard run, not a sprint, but a very hard run, until that antelope just couldn't move one more leg. Huffed and puffed. So rotten, any meat that is any animal food that is rotten is only pre-digested by the natural bacteria in it. So it is healthy to eat. Sour cream can be eaten with meat, but no other cream should be eaten with meat. Butter is the best thing to eat with meat. That way you don't transform your meat into a fuel. Because the body will take meat more often than not and turn it. Yes?
I'm just thinking, like you saw a deer from roadkill, and it was there a couple days. If you found a deer from roadkill, and it was there a couple days, that would be good to eat.
Well, it's going to go into rigor mortis at that point.
Okay.
So you're going to have to beat the meat, tenderize it. But usually with the cover on it, the hide on it, it goes into rigor mortis.
Okay.
And it doesn't break down well. Okay. If an animal killed it, he'd rip it open. Then all the oxygen goes in. The aerobic bacteria allows for the breakdown. But when an animal's hide is contained, it goes into rigor mortis. Very difficult to eat. Because what it does is become beef jerky.
Get it really fresh.
I've eaten roadkill many times. Absolutely. If I'm in a safe forest area where I know the animal hasn't gone out and eaten somebody's backyard, some toxic food. Yeah.
I know they were hit,
Yeah. I hit one in Malibu one time, and I wouldn't eat it. It lived in the mountains of Los Angeles. Airplanes going over, dumping their benzene and all that stuff. No way I'm going to eat animal out of the forest in Los Angeles.
Would a teaspoon of cream have an effect with 8 ounces of meat?
Yeah, it will. Still will coat some of that meat. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Probably if you had a quarter of a teaspoon would make any difference. But I've eaten up to, and I've checked the feces of people who've eaten up to, let's say, 3 ounces of sour cream with 8 ounces of raw meat, both digested fine. But I've measured up to a tablespoon with 8 ounces, and it was most of the cream was not digested. Probably 3/4 of that was not digested, and about 1/3 of the meat was not digested. Just from 1 tablespoon of cream with it, because it coats it.
Even though you eat let's say you eat the cream after the meat, that have no effect?
I haven't tried that, but it probably would be less effective in preventing the meat from digestion. But you have to remember, meat moves very slowly through the system. Very slowly. The slowest thing to move through the system. Digests the slowest. So that's the problem there. The cream has a tendency to catch up with it, the meat. So I would say maybe an hour after, probably be okay. Now I'll drink 2 ounces of milk with a meat meal, or right after a meat meal. So, well, 10 minutes after a meat meal, 20 minutes after a meat meal. No problem. But cream, straight cream is different. Unless it's sour cream.
What about milk with the meat meal?
Not a good idea.
Not a good idea.
You have to realize meat needs heavy acidity, and all of the alkalinizing minerals, especially the calcium in the milk, is going to neutralize some of that acidity. Probably if your meat was all ground, probably be no problem because you're just depending upon bacteria anyway. But when you have to build acidic digestive juices like hydrochloric acid, milk neutralizes it. So better not to have but 2 ounces after a meat meal, none with. Unless you're a big guy and eating a whole pound at a time. Let's say you're eating 16 ounces. Probably get away with a half a cup with a meat meal.
That's how I've been washing the meat down.
Pardon?
I've been washing the meat down with milk.
Ah. Well, if you're going to do that, pate the meat.
Less chewing, but yeah, I learned something today.
Pate the meat. Yeah, then it won't be a problem.
What if you blended it with it?
You know, I found that didn't work very well. People had a lot of diarrhea from that for some reason. Loose bowels. So now I've done that for people who I had to feed through the stomach because they had a tube in their stomach. People came to me very late in their, cancer process or whatever it was, and they had their, all kinds of organs removed, and they, had the tube down there in their stomach and then, oxygen down their throat. But I've made pate like that, blended milk with the meat to get it into the feeding tube. And that was good as long as they were unconscious or feeding that way. But as soon as they got out of it, then they had looser bowel movements. So I'd say it's something that if you're really sick, probably okay. But the best is egg when you're in a tight situation like that. Pardon?
Not butter.
No, butter and honey is good for comas and is also good for everything. But if you want somebody to recover fast, raw eggs is the key. Like I said in the recipe book, I had a doctor, an MD, call me on a Thursday night. It was about 9:30 my time, and she was from Maine, and it must have been 12:30 her time. And she said, I have an emphysemic patient who was diagnosed 7 years ago with emphysema. She's been bedridden and on machines for the past 2 years. What should I do? She's going to die this weekend. What should I do? And I said, well, you're calling me a little late, aren't you? And she says, well, I'm an MD, and an MD is not allowed to suggest anything alternative except what's in the books that the pharmaceutical houses write. Pharmaceutical houses write procedure manuals. Merck's is this thick. The word cure does not exist in it. The word heal is mentioned 53 times only in cuts, bruises, and surgeries. Talking about healing a wound. But the word cure does not occur in the entire manual. They want you to believe that there's no such thing as a cure. They want you to be on medication and medical treatments for the rest of your life. They're a business. That's what they want. So I said, well, that's your conscience. You know, she said, we can only use the pharmaceutical methods. We can only recommend those for a minimum of 10 years. We have to try those. If they fail after 10 years, we can suggest alternatives, or if the patient's on their deathbed. This woman is on her deathbed, and I'm able to seek other advice and give her other alternative advice. I said, well, that's your conscience. She said, but I have my family, you know, I have everybody to take care of. I said, that's still your conscience. I said, but it's nice that you're calling now, but the only thing I can recommend is you get 10 to 15 dozen raw eggs. You put them on her bedside table and tell her to eat as many as she wants. There's no limit. So this is on a Thursday, her Friday morning. So on a Monday, I get a call from this raspy voice woman that says, I'm out of bed. It worked. What else should I do? And I said, well, who are you? And she said, well, my doctor called you. I've been diagnosed with emphysema. I've been bedridden for almost 2 years on machines. I ate the eggs you suggested, and I'm out of bed and off the machines. This was Monday morning. So I said, well, how many eggs did it take? And she says, well, I ate 66 eggs. I said, how and when? She says, I ate 33 on Saturday and 33 on Sunday. And after the first 2, I had no problem. They're delicious. So I ate 66. What else should I do? I said, keep up with the eggs. Keep downing the eggs. And when you feel you can digest meat, and get some unheated honey and unsalted raw butter, and put those at about 6 to 1 butter, 1 honey, and eat that mixture, and eat meat when you can, and some raw dairy when you can. But right now you need to stick with the eggs and do that. That was about 12 years ago. So I still get a call from her once every 3 years just to let me know she's doing great. And she was supposed to die that weekend. Only eggs can do that. I've tried other things. Only eggs can do that. Because eggs can digest in 27 minutes. Pretty remarkable. And it has every nutrient in the world. It's the only food that has every nutrient in the world. The only thing that I found that eggs cannot do is help the body reproduce cells quicker. That takes raw meat. But it provides every nutrient that's possible. So eating the two together, or not at the same meal, you can, but eating those two foods is going to progress you toward health, strengthen health, and body organ function much quicker than any other food will. Most of the other foods that I recommend are fruits with fats for detoxification, cleaning the body. In the We Want to Live book, in the remedy section, I cover the foods for particular symptoms or for particular diseases. If you have those symptoms or that been diagnosed with that disease and you truly have those symptoms, eat that food, eat that fruit with the fats to help clean that system. If you have a problem in any area, it's because industrial toxins, industrial chemicals have entered that body and stored at a point where they're damaging cells in that area. So you need to clean those out of the system if you want to function properly. All infection, all disease is toxicity trying to be removed. So you don't stop the disease, you stop what made the disease and you clean what made the disease. That's the whole point. The pharmaceutical medical industry, and I group them as one because they're tight as a fist together. They're, the medical profession is like the fingers and the pharmaceutical profession is the palm. The strength is all here. And the little minions of that industry are your doctors. So, and all they have to do is make money, and that's what they're geared for, to keep you on medication. One medication takes care of the side effects of another, and on and on. When my parents died, my father was taking about 63 medications a day. My mother was taking somewhere around 86 medications a day. Pills a day. Not medication, but pills. Let's say we were taking probably 20 different medications that made up those pills. For what? I mean, it's ridiculous. My parents started really declining in their early 60s. And I got them to eat raw eggs with raw fresh orange juice and honey and some raw cream. So I got to do that for breakfast. My father had his toast, of course, with it, but still he had that. For lunch, they had a salad with good cold-pressed olive oil and grated raw cheese over it. They wouldn't eat raw meat, not even raw fish, but they ate it lighter, more lightly cooked, and they had raw milk, and they had cheese with that meal as well, and a small salad to neutralize some of the over-acidity from the cooked meat. They got better. And then at about their mid-80s, they decided, no, we're pretty good. We're doing fine. We're going to stop this diet completely, go back to our old ways so we don't have to live so long. I thought, hello? So you have to live so? Well, we've lived a good life and we've enjoyed it. So we thought if we eat this food, we're going to take longer to deteriorate. We don't want to deteriorate over a long period of time. I said, that makes no sense. You're going to get less ill. You may just go to sleep and die in your sleep without any disease. Well, we don't want to take that chance. So they stopped eating all the raw foods. My father was hospitalized the last 3 years of his life after a stroke. And every time I went to visit him, which was like 3 times a year, I'd make him milkshakes, take them to him, raw milkshakes, take them to him every day. And you could see he was improving. He could even sit up, even though he couldn't control his left hand and leg. You could see there was improvement. And then I got somebody to bring him the milkshakes every day, but he wouldn't drink them. Only when I brought them. Didn't make any sense, but it's not my life. I can't dictate what my parents do. Even though it doesn't make sense, it made sense to them. So, and my mother was very puny and weak and wasn't able to do much in her last 6 years of her life because they wouldn't keep up with the good food. So I've had people come to me at 97 years old being fed through the stomach, make them the pâté milk meat, and put that in their feeding tube, had them recover. I got one guy who's 105 years old now, and he stays away from the medical profession like the plague now. And he did when he was a younger man, but then he got cancer and was diagnosed with it, a small cancer, but then the treatments ruined him, almost destroyed him and killed him. So everybody can, repair at any age and improve their lives. It just depends how many vaccines you received. That's the real stopper. How much mercury, aluminum, formaldehyde, detergent, ether do you have stored in combinations in your tissues? That is the big stopper. But I've learned how in the past 6 years how to remedy that, and I'll share that with you when we get to the pictures. Okay, so that's a recapping of what the body does that I go into depth with in the DVD. We're going over a little bit of the foods. I'm not going to go over any more of that. I'm just going to talk about, what time is it? Wednesday hour and 45 minutes up? Pardon?
20 minutes left. 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Oh, I'm talking a little fast, aren't I? Getting ahead of myself. Everybody following it if I'm going too fast? Okay? All right. So, getting toxins out of the body is a matter of dissolving the plastic beads that collect from hydrogenated oils. They actually turn into plastic beads. Very tiny, but they cluster together. And they block pores, they block circulations, they block circulation even through the lymphatic system. So like I say, all those people who are blowing up, that's all that waste. Keeps collecting under the skin more and more. They're not getting rid of it. How can we move that out of the body? This diet won't do it. Let me give you an example. Our dear friend back here has a lipoma on his neck. Show everybody. I'm going to use you as a demonstration. Now he does the diet, but see the size of that lipoma? It's not moving because that's plastic. He can't get rid of it. He says, I'm doing the diet 100%. I don't vary it. I'm strict with it. I'm tenacious. I said, but how many times I told you have to put heat on it? It's like a solid substance that has to reach 105 degrees before it turns liquid again. So how many people are going to go into 105 fever every day? Nobody. So you're never going to remove that plastic oil. It will stay in the body your entire life. Unless you get a hot tub. And you sit in that hot tub 90 minutes every day, you will melt it and move it out of the system. If you're just trying to get rid of the waste that's already under the skin, that's about 40 minutes a day. And you can get rid of that. But to get deep into the lymphatic system, into those glands and nodes, you've got to be in there 90 minutes a day. If you have a hot tub, it's easy. You can go to sleep. After you get used to hot water being in it for lengths of time, you get used to it and do your first 90 minutes of sleep in the tub to get out and go to bed. Now, I've been telling people this for how many years? I don't know how many years. And telling people to do it who come here. And let me give you one example right here in the room. All these years I've been telling people to do it. And tell them what you did.
Well, I've done the baths for 7 days and straight, and it was really tough the first day or two, but I have noticed probably more energy in the last 7 days than I have in several years. My face has cleared up more in 7 days than it has probably my whole life. Yeah. And my brain is a lot clearer, and I don't require as much sleep.
And look at his red blood. See how pink his coloring is? I've known him all these years, and he's been as mostly coloring like you. Now look at him. Just 7 days.
Would sauna do the same thing?
No. Sauna's too hot. It will damage your mucous membranes, your eyes, your ears, your lungs, your bronchioles. Anything over, you can't turn it down to 110. And also, when you have air heat, you've got to buffer about 12 inches. That means you will cool the heat down to a certain temperature. When you have water, you only have an inch, less than an inch buffer.
How much of your body do you have to have in the water?
As much as you can get. Wherever you have the worst problem. But for people like you, as thin as you are, you do not take the 90-minute baths. You only take the 40-minute baths. You have to wait till you gain another 25 pounds to do that. 40 minutes, 35, 40 minutes is okay. Yes?
Okay, so a bathtub doesn't stay hot as long.
No.
So, but what about the chemicals, or how do you balance your tub? Is it full of
I got it in the book under health methodologies.
Okay.
It tells how, talk about lymphatic baths.
Okay.
It tells put milk, vinegar, clay, sea salt, Epsom salt, things like that in your milk. In your bath, and tells you how much to neutralize.
I mean in the actual hot tub.
Yeah. No, in the hot tub, you have a filter on it.
Okay.
Which will take out the toxins, a sand filter. And you can put coconut cream in it. And that's fine. It won't block the sand.
And you don't have to use the chlorines or any of that?
No. You let the algae grow on the sides, but that water will stay crystal clear with sand. But it'll let the algae grows on the side. And the algae eats what? Rock. So what does it do? It pulls metal out of you as long as you're sitting on the algae. So in my hot tub, I let the strands of algae get this long before I cultivate them, before I take it out and feed it to my garden. And my garden loves it because algae eats rock. They eat metal. So it pulls it right out of the body. People say, well, then I should eat algae and chlorella and spirulina and stuff like that. Well, when I've done fecal matter tests with people who've eaten that, they digest 2%. What a waste. Algae is a plant. We're not herbivores. We don't digest plants. Fish are meant to eat. Certain fish are meant to eat it. We are not. However, in the chlorella that I've tested, 8% of it's digestible. So if you're going to use chlorella, use just 1/8 of a teaspoon in one of your vegetable juices and let it sit in there to start hydrating again. You cannot digest almost anything that's dried and dehydrated. You're not a vegetarian in the first place. Yes?
I didn't understand the chlorella. I don't think the point of chlorella was to be digested. I thought it was just in there to be a sponge for the metals. Is that not an accurate?
Well, it's got to be alive to do that, and it won't be alive in a digestive tract that's 24 hours.
Usually they take the extra effort to break the cells apart so that they supposedly adsorb more. So that
you want to start it?
Say that it should be alive.
Well, in the test that I've done, 92% of it came out with no extra metal attached.
Going back to hot solutions, how do you feel about like hot yoga, like Bikram or something like that?
The body, even in the hardest exercise, never gets over 100.1 degrees. Got to reach 105.
Well, the room is supposed to be 105.
You don't get that. Like I said, in an airspace, you've got a 12-inch buffer.
Yeah.
If it's 105 there, it's only going to reach 100 degrees on your skin. You'll never find skin over 100.1 degrees. Any kind of an exercise in a 105-degree room. Even a 110-degree room. The lungs will get exasperated more than anything in a room like that. And then you're going to wear down just from that. Because oxygen doesn't transform easily in that kind of a heat. Unless you're very used to it. So a hot tub is best. If you're in a bathtub, you're going to have to let some of that water out every 20 minutes. So what I do is, like at the hotel, put in scalding hot water halfway. Let that sit for 10 to 12 minutes to heat the whole bathtub. Then I put lukewarm water in to fill it up to the point where I get in there so it doesn't overflow. And on my tub, when I had a tub at home, I put a rubber stopper in with a cut at the top so that the water went all the way up, not at the bottom of that thing going down. I could get to the top of it and go down. So that gave me another 3.5 inches of water level. So I could get farther into the water. Then after, when the water, then I put the ingredients in when it's about 115 degrees, 114 degrees, the milk, the vinegar, the sea salt or Epsom salt. Coconut cream I like because it makes the skin lubricated and doesn't dry it. And then I'll let that sit in the water 7 to 10 minutes, then I get in. By the time I get in, it's about 110 degrees. 110 degrees is when the highest point that you will get the skin without damaging the bacteria and enzymes in the skin. So up to 111 starts doing damage to the skin, in and around the skin. So 110 is the top. I've had many people, for example, I had a fellow who was about 62 years old, been on a diet since he was 57. And I kept telling him, you got to do the hot baths. You got to do the hot baths. He went on to the diet because he was diagnosed with thyroid failure and prostate cancer. So He went to the doctor, got a prescription, was standing in line, and he's watched all these people living on their medication. He says, I'm not doing this. So he went home. He got a call from this young architect friend of the family's who said, thank you for that book. That was really a great book. How's the diet working for you? He says, what are you talking about? He said, you sent me a book. He said, I sent you an architectural book. He said, no, you sent me 2 of them. In the package was this book on diet, which is called We Want to Live, by this guy named Aajonus Vonderplanitz, and you sent me the architectural book. And he said, it is so great. I've changed my whole life with this diet in just 3 months. And he said, well, send me back the book. I didn't mean to send that. He says, no, I've got it marked up. You have to get your own. So he got the book, went on the diet. And this guy, he retired, multi-millionaire. But he retired because he couldn't work anymore. He was just a vegetable. All he could do was eat, sleep, and watch TV. Couch potato. So here at 62 years old, I get him to start doing the baths. And he wants to go overboard. Most people like to go overboard. So in my book it said 101 degrees. So that's what it was supposed to say, but it got inverted. So it said 110 degrees in the book, and it was supposed to say 101, because I hadn't experimented with it enough to tell people go up to 110 degrees. I was going to work my way into it, to see the highest temperature for extended period. So I got a call from him 3 months later, and he said, I can do nothing after I get out of the tub the next day. All I feel like doing is eating and sleeping and watch TV. Nothing has changed. And I said, well, how are you doing the diet? And he went over everything. That's pretty good. Not exactly as I stipulated, but that's good. And it shouldn't cause you any problems, making things a little slower. And I said, and how are you doing the baths? He says, I do them every day. And I said, and how much time? He says, 90 minutes a day, sometimes 2 hours a day. And what's the temperature? And he said, 110. And I said, oh my God, it's supposed to be 101. He said, no, it's 110 in your book. So this is 2 years after the book was, printed. That remake was 2005, so this is 2007. And so I looked in the book, and sure enough, misprinted to 110. And I thought, oh, fuck, what did I do? How many people have I misled? And all the reports came back good. So then I started investigating the temperature at which the skin became damaged. It was 111. So I thought, oh, good mistake. A good mistake. Okay, so it worked. So I said, well, just stop doing the baths for about 3 weeks and see what happens. You probably melted a lot of stuff out of there, and it's so hot for such a long period, your body just needs to recuperate from that much heat for that much time of a day, up to 2 hours a day. He said, sometimes I fall asleep, and I did that in mine too, but I thought, I'd been on the diet a long time, so I wasn't worried about me. I slept sometimes 4 hours in a hot tub. It was 104, 105 degrees. No problem with me. So after that 3 weeks, he had so much energy that he started an international stem cell company. He still works. He's 77 now. No, he'll be 78 this year. And he works 14, 16-hour days. That's how much you can help. This guy just does it for 7 days. And the change in him. You've got to get those plastic molecules out of your system, out of your way. And the only way you can do that is at least 105 degrees. Depending upon how much you have in you. If you were a heavy chip eater, donut eater, cereal eater, it's going to take you a lot longer. Could take you 10 years. But you still need to get them out of the way if you want to progress toward better health. Yes?
So once they melt, do they just go into the...
Once they melt, they go into the connective tissue to be perspired out, if they were in the lymphatic system. If they were already under the skin, you've perspired them out in the bath. Layer by layer. You could have, let's say, let me see how yours is. He has none. He has quite a bit, probably about 10 layers. Relax. You have at least 15 layers. Take it all off. Remember that commercial? Relax. And you have about 10 layers. You have about 3. Not much at all. Relax. You have about 2. Relax.
It is relaxed.
You have none. It could be in your connective tissue because it feels like it's in your muscle. Relax. Okay, you have about 12. All the way up into the elbow, you have about 15. You have about 6. And you're thin.
That is not my fault. I have been eating as much fat as I can for the last 7 or 8 years. I'm not
Well, you're not doing the way I would tell you to do it. Everybody who says that to me, I had a woman who was, 60 years skinny, and she says, I just can't do it. I eat all this fat and everything.
As consistent as I'd like.
Yeah. And you have about 20, 23.
Okay.
High is bad. That means that's some layers of toxicity stored under your skin. You have about 20. Are you doing the hot baths? And how long?
Mostly the 40.
40 minutes, yeah. Not working for you. You need to go more. You must have a lot. You don't have hardly any there, but you may have them in your lymphatic system. Relax. You have very little. Some of it's in your muscle, though.
Very little, all right.
Very little under your skin. You still have it in your connective tissue. You have about 8 or 9 layers. Relax.
Does that mean?
You have about 12 layers. Relax. Relax. Just let your arm fall. And you only have about 6 under the skin, but in your muscle, you have probably 20.
Will the bath not be as effective if you don't have the toxin stored there? Will the bath be less effective if you don't have it? Is it most effective if that's where your toxins are?
If your toxins are under the skin, the 40-minute baths will be necessary to remove those before you get to the lymphatics.
Yeah, but not like with me, without any fat, without any essential layers there. Am I going to get anything out of the bath?
Yes, you will, because you've got a lot of bile in your system. You're jaundiced. So you still need to release that. Pardon?
That may be carrot.
No, carrot juice, when I've done skin tests, scrapings, carrot juice helps pull out the bile. It's not the carotene. That's a misconception. You have about probably 8 under the skin, but you've got more in your muscles.
Time's up.
Oh, time's up. Just one
I
more.
just want to give one anecdote. Since I started doing this diet, increasing my fat intake and doing the baths, while I haven't been as consistent as I like and haven't gained a lot of weight, I've stopped sunburning. My dad's albino. It used to be half an hour into the sun. I knew I'd at least be red, if not blistered and flaking, over the next week. In the last 5-6 years, I haven't worn any sunscreen. I've gotten sun all the time. A couple of weeks ago, my brother and I did a gig in Aurora, the Green Fest, and I just slept in the sun for like 5 hours. Dave got burnt. I got tan. No pain. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Butter helps that the most.
Very jealous because they still all get burned.
Butter helps that the most.
Yeah.
Prevents burn.
Well, I got burnt last week, just before I got eye surgery. And the butter, I put coconut oil on it the next night. Aloe the day after. My mom put a bunch of aloe. And then I put some butter on a couple of days ago. And that butter...
That worked the most, yes. Butter works the best, fastest.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to stop now and take a break. Take a 10, 12-minute break.
Walmart and silver fillings leak substantial amounts of mercury constantly. The amount increases with any kind of stimulation, and as a result, mercury from fillings produces the majority of human exposure to mercury. The International Academy of Moral Medicine and Toxicology is extremely concerned about the anecdotal claims of safety by manufacturers and dental trade associations that are at variance with the published peer-reviewed scientific evidence to the contrary. The precautionary principle requires action once the possibility of harm exists. It does not require proof beyond a shadow of a doubt that in the case of heavy metal and xenobiotic exposure, it is both nearly impossible and unnecessary, in our opinion. What you're seeing is mercury vapor coming off a 25-year-old silver amalgam filling in an extracted tooth. The background is a phosphorescent screen. The mercury vapor absorbs the fluorescent light, and you can see it as a shadow on the screen. This is mercury coming off a filling that was dipped in water that's the same temperature as the human body. This is a film that was rubbed with a pencil eraser for just a few seconds. Like going to the hygienist and having her clean your teeth.
Or chewing, eating.
These are not small amounts of mercury. If you can see it, it's more than 1,000 times higher than the Environmental Protection Agency will allow for the air that we breathe. What about the last time you went to the dentist and they drilled on your tooth? Here is the mercury vapor every time you raise the temperature to 110 degrees with hot coffee or warm water, or even chewed on it. Mercury comes off fillings every time you stimulate them, and that stimulation causes the mercury to continue to leak out of the fillings for an hour and a half at a minimum. Some people grind their teeth. Some people chew gum. The dentist might send an old gold crown to the dental lab to be welded. How about the dental personnel? They're not being given informed consent. Back in 1985, the International Academy of Oral Medicine Toxicology set out to determine the amount of mercury that was coming off fillings. And here's the graph, showing substantial quantities of mercury were measured coming off fillings. And then we estimated the total dose. And then we began animal experiments and put radioactive fillings in sheep. Mercury accumulated in the jaw, stomach, liver, and kidney of the sheep in just 30 days. Substantial quantities of mercury spread from the fillings to every organ in that sheep's body. This should be of concern for everyone. Then we measured that the sheep's kidneys dropped in their ability by 60% to clear inulin, an indication of kidney malfunction. Whole body imaging of monkeys found exactly the same thing. Proponents of amalgam fillings claim that sheep chew too much. Well, what's the problem with monkeys? They have mercury in their jaw, kidneys, liver, intestine, and heart. And further research found dystrophic bacteria that were antibiotic resistant cropped up in the intestines within 2 weeks of receiving these mercury-leaking fillings. Further studies have found damage to the ADP ribosylation of brain neuron proteins. In response to the controversy, and at the request of the Federation of Experimental Scientists and Biologists, Drs. Fritzloh Scheider and Murray Vimy wrote an editorial, the first ever in Facet, that point by point refuted the claims of the amalgam proponents. In 1991, the World Health Organization acknowledged that the predominant source of human exposure to mercury is from your fillings. That should be of concern to anyone wanting to have healthy children, because mercury is highly damaging to fetuses. Experiments in sheep showed that mercury from the sheep's fillings transferred immediately to the placenta, to the unborn fetus, and to every conceivable portion of the fetus's body. It even increased in the lamb higher after birth from mercury in the mother's milk. There's no such thing as a safe mercury filling. All mercury fillings leak mercury. The combined effect of mercury, cadmium, and lead is just now being investigated, but it's not 1 in 1. It's synergistic, and 1 in 1 may make 100 or even 1,000. Why is that of concern? Over and over again, we've heard that children are exposed to lead from our environment. Mercury in lead is many times more toxic than just mercury alone. These black, corroded, pitted mercury fillings are used where you must drill away 1/3 of the tooth in order to fix a pinhead-sized cavity. Even if you love mercury, it's the wrong thing to do to the children. It leads to broken, diseased, root canal, extracted teeth throughout the rest of their life. It's a blunder that costs the child all through their life. Millions and millions of dollars are spent annually fixing teeth again and again. And dentists don't follow the manufacturer's recommendations. They pack mercury in children around gold crowns, underneath bridges. They stuff it around the gum line in contact with tissues. There's mercury spreading from this gold crown to every tissue in that patient's body. Even if you like mercury fillings, putting that kind of filling in the tooth is simply the wrong thing to do. Harold Lowe, the former director of the National Institute of Dental Research, back in 1993, wrote that the first filling is a critical step in the life of the tooth. Using amalgam for the first filling requires removing a lot of tooth substance, not only diseased tooth substance, but healthy tooth substance as well. So in making the undercuts, you sacrifice a lot, and this results in a weakened tooth. The next thing you know, the tooth breaks off, and you need a crown. Then you need to repair the crown. And so it continues to the stage where there's no more to repair, and you pull the tooth. With the first filling, you should do something that can either restore the tooth or retain more healthy tooth substance. Use new materials, composites, or materials that can bond to the surface without undercuts. You can do this with little removal of the tooth substance so that the core of the tooth is still there. I would add that the cost of all that dental repair over and over again makes the cost of mercury fillings enormous, even if you don't consider the neurological impairment and the brain damage that they surely cause in dental personnel, and the infertility and the heartbreak they've caused to so many families. It is the opinion of this Academy that responsible government agencies should prohibit the use of these fillings until such time as their manufacturers produce the alleged evidence of safety.
So they said that most of the mercury toxicity from mercury comes from dental fillings. That's not true, because you have vaccines, and then the energy, most of our energy is produced from coal, which has a lot of mercury vapors. In fact, most of the air pollution, mercury air pollution, is from coal burning. And that produces, I think that's 63% of all energy produced in the world is made from coal. Now you're going to see what mercury does in the body. You just saw about it. Now you're going to see what it does.
How mercury causes brain neuron degeneration. Mercury has long been known to be a potent neurotoxic substance, whether it is inhaled or consumed in the diet as a food contaminant. Over the past 15 years, medical research laboratories have established that dental amalgam tooth fillings are a major contributor to mercury body burden. In 1997, a team of research scientists demonstrated that mercury vapor inhalation by animals produced a molecular lesion in brain protein metabolism, which was similar to a lesion seen in 80% of Alzheimer's diseased brains. Recently completed experiments by scientists at the University of Calgary's Faculty of Medicine now reveal, with direct visual evidence from brain neuron tissue cultures, how mercury ions actually alter the cell membrane structure of developing neurons. To better understand mercury's effect on the brain, let us first illustrate what brain neurons look like and how they grow. In this animation, we see 3 brain neurons growing in a tissue culture, each with a central cell body and numerous neurite processes. At the end of each neurite is a growth cone where structural proteins are assembled to form the cell membrane. 2 principal proteins involved in growth cone function are actin, which is responsible for the pulsating motion seen here, and tubulin, a major structural component of the neurite membrane. During normal cell growth, tubulin molecules link together end-to-end to form microtubules, which surround neurofibrils, another structural protein component of the neuronal axon. Shown here is the neurite of a live neuron isolated from snail brain tissue, displaying linear growth due to growth cone activity. It is important to note that growth cones in all animal species ranging from snails to humans, have identical structural and behavioral characteristics, and use proteins of virtually identical composition. In this experiment, neurons also isolated from snail brain tissue were grown in culture for several days, after which very low concentrations of mercury were added to the culture medium for 20 minutes. Over the next 30 minutes, the neurite membrane underwent rapid degeneration, leaving behind the denuded neurofibrils seen here. In contrast, other heavy metals added at this same concentration, such as aluminum, lead, cadmium, and manganese, did not produce this effect. To understand how mercury causes this degeneration, let us return to our illustration. As mentioned before, tubulin proteins link together during normal cell growth to form the microtubules which support the neurite structure. When mercury ions are introduced into the culture medium, they infiltrate the cell and bind themselves to newly synthesized tubulin molecules. More specifically, the mercury ions attach themselves to the binding site reserved for guanosine triphosphate, or GTP, on the beta subunit of the affected tubulin molecules. Since bound GTP normally provides the energy which allows tubulin molecules to attach to one another, mercury ions bound to these sites prevent tubulin proteins from linking together. Consequently, the neurite's microtubules begin to disassemble into free tubulin molecules, leaving the neurite stripped of its supporting structure. Ultimately, both the developing neurite and its growth cone collapse, and some denuded neurofibrils form aggregates or tangles, as depicted here. Shown here is a neurite growth cone stained specifically for tubulin and actin, before and after mercury exposure. Note that the mercury has caused disintegration of tubulin microtubule structure. These new findings reveal important visual evidence as to how mercury causes neurodegeneration. More importantly, this study provides the first direct evidence that...
Now notice the mercury is here, how far away it is from the actual neurons. And the vaporized mercury is in those little beads you see are actually traveling in the air in the medium over here to destroy the neurons.
Exposure is indeed a precipitating factor that can initiate this neurodegenerative process within the brain.
I don't know why that skipped back to the beginning, but anyway, that's it.
How mercury causes brain neuron.
So, you see what mercury can do. And the idea that we inject our children with it on the day they're born with the hepatitis B vaccine, and all the vaccines they get throughout their lives, it's disgusting.
Well, aren't they claiming now that the vaccines are mercury free?
You weren't here when I talked about that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You got here a little late. Yes, yeah. They say they're thimerosal free. In literature, when they're in the writing, you can hear anybody say anything, but what they're writing is thimerosal free. They have 11 different names for mercury that they use in vaccines. It's an antiseptic, as a preservative, and each one of them has a different name. So they've eliminated the thimerosal use, but still, they're still using mercury under a different name. So they've gone from 76 quadrillion molecules of mercury per vaccine to 56 quadrillion molecules of mercury in vaccines. It takes 50 to 200 molecules of fat to remove 1 molecule of mercury safely. If you have, let's say, you've had 20 vaccines in your lifetime, 20 times 76 quadrillion molecules of mercury. How many lifetimes will it take you to get rid of all the mercury safely out of the body? That's how bad it is. But I've got new ways of getting things out. And I'm going to discuss those. Now we're going to talk a little bit about, I'm going to talk a little bit about detoxification through the skin. About 3 years ago, April, I was abducted in a hotel room in the Philippines and injected with 3 hypodermics. And this was in 2009, when I when I did a radio show in February of that year, right before the swine flu vaccine was manifest in April, against the swine flu. Actually, I just started the show about other matters, but it got into the swine flu. Well, I had been involved in the swine flu hoax and fiasco of '76. I was 39 years old. I had just gotten back eating all the raw meats and back into Los Angeles, and they were throwing out this swine flu hoax thing. Well, I did a radio show at that time with Ida Honoroff, who was a consumer advocate, syndicated on 3,200 radio stations all over the world. She and a Dr. Mary McBean, an MD out of San Diego, both had all the research on vaccines and the contamination, and that vaccines don't create any kind of assurance of not getting a disease. In fact, they showed that it causes the diseases and many other, including yellow fever, from vaccines. Since Ida Honoroff was so widely syndicated, and most of your news media then were owned by families, wealthy families, rather than corporations, there was much more truth in the media. So the media watched the polling places where they were giving people these so-called free government-sponsored swine flu vaccines. In the first 10 weeks, 6 weeks it was, first 6 weeks, 2,323 people died as a direct response within 3 to 10 days of the vaccines. Many of them got Guillain-Barré disease, which is complete paralysis. So I had all of these facts when I did that show in February, near the end of February 2000. And so I told people what books to get, where to find the facts, because the CDC was saying that only 46 people died as a direct result of the swine flu vaccine. Plus, they stopped the program after that tally was computed by the news networks. So they completely stopped it and put it in vaults, and they were going to bring it out of the vaults and reissue it. You know, even though the pharmaceutical house had already received their $8 million for their about 70 million vaccines that were produced. Here Bush paid $8 billion for 124 million doses. And after from my show, there's a rap group out of the UK that heard that show, and they spent $1 million on a music video called "Just Say No to the Vaccine." At 13 seconds, you hear my voice from that radio show saying, the only way you can get swine flu is to be injected with it. You're not a pig. You know, and I go through talking several times through the song, my voice comes in on it. And they show children getting stabbed, children getting their arm cut off, and all kinds of things dealing with vaccines. So, and you can still see it if you go online and put in there, "Just Say No to the Vaccine" song YouTube, you'll come up with that song. It's 7 minutes, 32 seconds. And that caused so much ruckus all over the world that 6 countries actually sued SmithKline, SmithKline, whatever it is, the company that manufactured them, and spread, along with the World Health Organization, that as many as 300 million people on Earth were going to die of the swine flu, and that's why they needed to buy the swine flu. There were only 6 million doses administered out of 276 million. And a lot of that was blamed on me because I started the resistance against it from that. So I got 5 weeks of death threats and decided I better get out of the country. So I got out of the country. I continue to use my cell phone, but infrequently, and then, credit cards. So I woke one night in April 5th, on a Leyte Island in the Philippines, in the nicest hotel of this tiny little town. And for them, that's a big town of about 20,000 people. And the hospital's about as big as this store. And of course, I didn't go there. But I woke in the middle of the night and half sitting up, and a cloth was falling down my chest onto my stomach, and two thugs on either side. I couldn't see their faces very well because there was lots of light coming in from the porch outside the hotel room through all these windows off the porch out there. But they looked like clean-cut CIA types, not in suits, but clean-cut, dressed kind of like I am. And one hypodermic hanging from my arm, right arm, and two on the bed beside me. I probably took 5 seconds to register all that, and the guy to my right picked up the cloth that was down in my lap at that point, put it over my face, and I was out in a split second. And that was odorless. And I've had ether probably 6 times in my early life, and they took anywhere from 17 to 19 seconds to put me out. This had me out in a split second. So it was like military-grade anesthetic that nobody has, even hospitals have, because they don't use it anywhere to have anybody out that quickly. And then when I woke in the morning, I just thought it was a bad dream. There were no traces of anybody around. But then when I rolled over just a little bit, I started vomiting and was sick all over, sore all over. I looked at my arm. I had 3 large lumps there with the pinholes, with the needle holes still there. I tried sucking it out, but it was already absorbed. I don't know how many hours I had been asleep with it in me. But within 24 hours, my skin was exploding in different areas. I had one on my leg that's this big. And I was passing out every 20 minutes. If I stood up for 5 minutes, I would pass out within 3 minutes and get very nauseous. So, and I looked around the room, and there was no evidence of anything, so calling the police would have been stupid, because they would just said I was taking drugs or something and accused me of taking something. So I called the hotel desk, and I said, I need a driver as quickly as possible, and I wanted to be taken to a wharf, a fishing wharf. So it took about 45 minutes to get the driver there, and I had vomited probably 6 times in that time, and skin started bubbling up, not exploding yet, in areas on my chest and back and neck and arms, mainly on the shoulders and the back of the shoulder, then on the chest the next few days. What happened? This went into... Yeah, how do you get the... Power off?
Searching. You might have tried hitting...
There it goes. Okay. So when he got there, I said, don't take me to the hospital. I'm in critical condition. I've been poisoned, and the hospital's not going to help. I need to find either shark or stingray that's at least 2 days old, full of ammonia, to keep it from killing me, from the poisons from killing me. And he was very afraid to take me because he had to practically carry me over his arm, to the van. And then we drove. The first wharf, couldn't find any. Second wharf, found a baby stingray about this big. It had been 2 days old, and they were getting ready to throw it. Thank God they didn't. So it was reeking of ammonia. Both stingray and ammonia will double in ammonia almost every hour after they're dead. And ammonia is what your kidney uses to keep the red and white blood cells from entering your kidneys. Otherwise, you'd be pissing blood every time you urinated. So the kidney makes the ammonia, and the ammonia detracts the red and white blood cells from entering the kidney, so you're only dumping all of the fluid that feeds the red and white blood cells that dumps into the kidney. Otherwise, you'd be anemic and dead. You just couldn't create enough red blood cells to keep up with it. So ammonia also binds with heavy metals and keeps them from being absorbed into tissues, including red blood cells. And that's what I needed to do. I figured they had injected me with the swine flu vaccine, 3 doses, to kill me with it, to say, see, he died of the swine flu. He's got pig tissue in him. And, he's the one that said, you have to get injected with it. But just thankfully, I awakened when they were doing it to me, to their surprise and chagrin. So I ate this, I chopped the stingray up a little at a time, and had like 3 to 4 ounces at a time every 4 to 5 hours. Vomited most of it, but enough of the ammonia got into my blood so I wasn't passing out every 20 minutes. I get very dizzy if I stood up for 10 minutes and probably pass out. But when I felt that way, I'd go down to my knees and lie on the ground so I wouldn't fall and hurt myself. And no matter where I was, if I was on the street, I would do it. But I pretty much stayed out of the way and stayed in the hotel room most of the time to try to get through the worst of it. And it took me 3 days to stop the passing out, but I was still nauseous for months. And I had lots of things discharge. I don't know where I put it. Where did it go? Okay, pictures. Oh, here it is. Okay, disease. This is it. Okay, this was a few about 10 days. It was 10 days after I was injected. No, it wasn't. This was 2 years after I was injected. Every April 5th, I had a resurgence of the detoxification, but the one, I guess I didn't take pictures of that one. I was too sick and didn't have my camera with me. But you can see how it started off. These things would open up in a matter of 10 minutes. They would be opened, sores just exploding open. That was the big one that came out when I was injected. The whole thing exploded here and here. So you can see how badly scarred it is. And I had some scrapings done in all those places. And there's mercury, more aluminum than mercury in this area right here from the skin scraping. But it was obvious that I had gotten vaccines injected. And here's the whole gray area right here, which is both mercury and aluminum. And this year, it came out on the left leg. The first time it was mainly the right leg. And you can see these little bubbles would just explode. And then seep, and seep, and seep, and seep. I used to have smooth young skin. Not anymore after that. And then you're watching a progression. This is, that was the same day. All those were the same day. And those were just, like within a 3-hour period. And this was the next day. So you can see the progression.
What is that, like the mercury and all that?
Yes, that's all that. Mostly formaldehyde and ether. This was 2 days after. All that still wants. See what it did to my nails? People used to tell me I had the nicest looking feet in the world. They looked like Michelangelo's David statue. Look at that foot now. All these nails turned brown from that, full of mercury and other metals. Took the nail right off. Still 2 days after it started. This is the third day. See how it's swelling everywhere?
What was the green in a few of those previous pictures?
Pardon?
The green. There's some green. I don't know. Looked like pus maybe or something like that.
Oh, that was metal. Metal mixed with dead cell, dissolving cells.
Liquid, or was it almost looked
Well, it was liquid and then turned dry. Dried. You can see all that. Almost looks like impetigo. But you can see the metal in some of these. But that's all aluminum. All that silvery lavender cast, that's all aluminum in there. Mercury in this area. This was after I soaked it in hot water for about an hour. See how the skin calmed down? It's not as blistered and bubbled and rashed. That was after soaking it. And this is a few minutes later, so it's starting to pop out immediately again and blister. And then it started creating basal cell cancer. This whole thing turned into a huge tumor right here.
Basal cell carcinoma.
Yeah. See how large it's getting? And then it was gone in about 4 months. Took 4 months to get one back to the beginning. So after it first happened, most of the big scars were up here. It looks like I got shot into the chest and it came out my shoulders. It looks like I was hit by shrapnel. Yeah, it was so bad. And this last year, when it's a year ago, not this last April, but the previous April, 2012, it was pretty mild. Wasn't a big deal. Where did that go? Don't know where I put it. Oh, this was January 2013. When I started detoxing in April, it wasn't so bad. In various parts of my body, some skin rashing. But then in September, it hit me in the arm. And in October, it got extreme. Still, right now, when I lift the arm this high, I get pain pretty badly right here, and some days I can't even lift it at all. So I'm still suffering from that. This arm has lost 2 inches. It's 2 inches smaller than this one from those injections in there. And this is one of the detoxifications that turned into melanoma from that. And I put vinegar on it and pineapple juice and, got rid of it. I don't show it clean. It still flakes off a little bit, gets a little bit of a scab, but it's more like just a peeling wart now when it appears. And this was in July and September. This is when I was started the detox, and usually in April it came. In 2012 it came quite a bit and stayed all the way through September, from April through September. And all that skin, almost all that skin now does not sag anymore, all those rashes. But you can just see how things come through the skin. So know that it's industrial toxins that are coming through the skin. Now, I didn't even scratch this, but it came out this way. I had one on my earlobe that came out 2 weeks ago, just like that. Looks like 2 scratches. Didn't scratch it at all. And they keep popping up about every 3 days and then going away. Now, this happened, I think this was 2002, yes, April 2002. This was, what do you mean you can't open it? Okay, I had lots of mercury fillings. I had 16 mercury fillings in my mouth that I had removed in 1978. But this was 2002, and you see the mercury coming out of this part of my face and my jowl that had stored there for that long. Now, this isn't white blood cells here. This isn't pus. This is actually burned cells from the mercury. Burned them. Looks like pus, doesn't it? Burned dead cells from the mercury.
So how would you treat that specifically?
Pardon?
How would you treat that specifically?
I put lime juice on it, and I'll talk more about lime juice. No, I'll just talk about it now. Lime juice is an antimicrobial. It will also surround any foreign particles that enter the body. So like when I had the motorcycle accident and all the skin was gone, and even when my skin was exploding, I put the lime juice on the wounds to surround any of the mercury, the particles, to help neutralize them. I found that when I did that in that motorcycle accident, all that asphalt, I couldn't get out of the muscle tissue, because I had shaved off the skin. So I had these asphalt particles in the muscle, and it was too painful to remove each one. And I had probably thousands of particles in all of my muscles and skin from those wounds. And putting the lime juice on there stopped my body from using white blood cells to go there and make infection, to eat up the damaged cells. It completely surrounded those particles and made them invulnerable to bodily fluids. So they were unable to harm me. Then for the next year, they would come out to the surface like little bitty warts, and I'd peel them away, open them up, and there was the asphalt in it, or little sand. And all of that, and it was still coated with that lime juice. So lime juice is the perfect thing to prevent, severe deterioration of tissue from foreign particles. So that's what I used on that. And then I put coconut cream all the way around to help pull out any kind of toxicity that may be coming out in the tissue locally, or going in, absorbing into the skin, and the coconut cream going in and helping break this down so it wouldn't do so much damage. Now, you never want to stop an area that is discharging. Your body always picks a safe area to discharge. So it's not a good idea to stop it from detoxing from one area and force it into another, like with cancer, like with Angelina Jolie. She lumped off both of her breasts, but which did she remove at the same time? She removed 22 lymph glands. Now, lymph glands are to clean the body. Lymph glands prevent cancer because they dissolve cells. Cancer is nothing other than the body's inability to dissolve dead cells. So the body collects them. If the lymphatic system can't break them down and dissolve them, get them out of the body. So now she has 22 lymphatic glands gone, and the breasts were protecting everything out of the lungs. So where's that cancer going to go now? Into the lungs. Where will dead cells collect? In her lungs. And under the armpits. So she traded one for one. it'd be better to have cancer and then lump your breasts off if you're going to do it that way than lump them off before, because now there's only two places it can go, lungs and the armpits, and destroy the arms. I've seen it multiple times. Oh, this was a finger detox. Let me see when that was. That was 2008. Now, this finger had been cut off, ended up being cut off on a lawnmower when I was 3 years old. And the doctor at the hospital, this young intern, thought he had all kinds of great ideas. So he took tetanus shot, and he not only injected my butt with it, but he injected it into the finger all around this finger. So here I am at 60 years old, almost 60 years old, detoxing all of that out of this finger. And my body lost very few white blood cells in it. You can see it's mounting up here, and then it leaks out this area right here, and that's where I lost some white blood cells. You see it's already leaked once already. And you can see what it did to the nail. This is a while later, but see how it deformed the nail? This nail used to go straight back, pitted the whole thing, took all the minerals out of all the minerals are used to bind with heavy metals coming out of here, the tetanus shot toxicity. And tetanus shots have more mercury and aluminum than any other shots, any other vaccines. Back to the beginning. Now, this is a woman who came to me with nose cancer. This is a little later. Let me start where she came to me. About right here. This is when she came to me. The reason she came to me was because they gave her a fait accompli. They told her they were going to take all of the skull, face bone, jaw and everything, open her skin from the center, peel it back, replace it with a plastic prosthesis, all of her bone everywhere. They were going to duplicate her bone frame by taking a mold of her face. And if she survived it, then she wouldn't have cancer, so they told her. And the odds of that were about 25% success, 75% failure. So she said, no way. So she came to me, and this was her nose and the condition when she came to me. And I said, Barbara, you're only going to lose your nose. I said, I can't prevent you from losing your nose, but you're probably going to lose your entire nose. And this is when I had her putting vinegar on it, and pineapple, just a little bit of juice on it, and lime juice periodically. And you can see it's not as inflamed, it's calming down, even though it's got all these scabs on it, like impetigo scabs, that's fluid. So you can see how deep it went. And you can see how over in this last one, see how it's starting to heal over here? The skin was way back over here. Now it's starting to heal. So I thought she'd lose her nose. I didn't know she'd start healing again. But she did. So now how she got it was she was a nightclub singer. And smoke could have, of course, been had some responsibility in it, but now they don't use dry ice anymore to make smoke for entertainment. They use hydrogenated oils, vaporized hydrogenated oils, so that's liquid plastic they're putting in the air. So anytime you're at a show, I don't care if it's in a comedy store, a nightclub, whatever it is, when you see that stage smoke. It's vaporized liquid plastic. And that's worse than having smoke. So she was a nightclub singer, and they used a lot of smoke at the club where she was at, the new kind of smoke, and that caused it. And there were those kind of particles. She had all kinds of plastic discharging all throughout this. Got up into her sinus and in the brain. They told her she was going to get brain cancer, but never happened. She lived 7 years, and her children at her funeral, and she didn't die from cancer. She just died of, she was like 80-some years old when she died. And her daughters came up to me at the funeral and said, "Thank you so much. She was supposed to die 7 years ago, and we've got to spend these last 7 years closer than ever." So even though some people can't recover from this much damage, the cancer didn't kill her, but it's still, she had to wear a bandage over that nose, and she was not hired as a singer anymore. I'll show you one more person, Malcolm Gold. Now he's a guitar player and did a lot of gigs with smoke. Now he got his cancer in the eye here. And, I told him when he came to L.A. and did a gig at Universal City, the amount of smoke that they had was incredible. I had to sit way in the back, and I wore a mask during the whole performance. And I said, Malcolm, it's going to catch up with you. You got to stop it. He finished the tour for another 3 months and never did it again. And this happened about probably 10 months after he quit the gig. And you can see how bad it got. Now, he didn't go to a doctor at all. He just trusted me. Put the lime juice on it, vinegar. Took care of it. And this is it shrinking down. Back to the...
Did you not do any part of the diet, did you?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, he's been 100% since 2000. When he came to me, he was skinny as a rail, chronic fatigue and fibromyalgia. And he has a video on there which says, something about my experience with the primal diet. He's got several on there, and he talks about his experience on the primal diet. You can find it on YouTube. Now, this was mine. Now, I had since I was a child, an infant, I can only remember having a very difficult time urinating. It would take me 3 minutes to start my urination stream, and then it was very small all the time. When I stopped wearing diapers, and my mother used to take me into toilets to go to the bathroom, she gets so frustrated because it was a 5-minute process, minimum 5-minute process to take me to urinate. She used to get so angry and so frustrated. And what had happened was, back then, the mercury from all those vaccines that I got, tetanus shots, had collected in my bladder and started forming a huge stone. Well, at 2006, when I was 61 years old, that's when when I was 59 years old, I all of a sudden couldn't pee at all unless I lifted my leg like a dog, So I knew there was something blocking in my urinary tract, in my bladder. So I went to a urologist that did ultrasound and not x-rays just to see what was there. And this is what we found. The largest bladder stone in history. There are 4 urologists at this particular clinic and about 20 nurses, and all of them said they had never seen a stone that big. It had been growing in me since I was about 3 years old, maybe 2.5. And so they said there's no way that that's going to dissolve and come out of the body. So we need to go up your urethra with a tube about 1 inch in diameter with 3 prongs in there, one for a camera and one laser and a fluid to wash it out and a vacuum tube to pull it out. So I had 4 tubes going up the one big tube. So of course I let them knock me out, and usually I don't let them knock me out if I ever go to them for anything. So they said it would take about 45 minutes to break that down, that I would be under 45 minutes. It would probably take 20, 30 minutes to laser it and blast it apart. Took 2 hours. When he got into the center of it, it was solid mercury and metal, like a ball, a marble. And it took over an hour and 10 minutes to break just that part of it down. And, you know, the waste was 2.5 gallon bucket that was completely gray. Dark gray, not light gray, completely dark gray from that metal being blasted. The nurse said, I've never seen him, you know, sweat like that. She was patting his forehead every 2 minutes because he was sweating so badly. Because if you miss with a laser blast, you tear the entire tissue all the way through 2 inches deep. So you had to be right on with the blasting. But I knew, you know, basically what was going to happen, so I made sure I got the second appointment of the day for surgery. So he wasn't too tired, and I wasn't the first for him waking up. And this is what it looked like with the camera right in. It looks like coral here, and then deep inside it was he stopped taking pictures after this first. He knew it was going to take him too long, so he stopped taking pictures. But, you know, see how big that is. And there's a closer picture. See how big that thing is? Huge. So anyway, this is the urethra. It goes down this way, and it was blocking off my passage. Now, the reason I had troubles, I started having immense pain in my penis, not in my bladder, in my penis. So, you know, it didn't feel like, you know, glass coming through, like some stones were passing through the urethra. It was in the head and the shaft of the penis. So I didn't know what was going on. Then within a day of that, I couldn't pee unless I lifted my leg like a dog. And then I was able to pee. And again, but it was always slow and a long stream my whole life until after this, and I peed like a racehorse. And boy, was I, and I still pee well. You know, so my whole life I didn't know what good peeing was like. Here's a breast cancer. This woman came to me. This was a condition she came to me in. And this was all complete one tumor. Hadn't gotten over to the other one yet. But her husband was scared to death of the diet. So she didn't do it. You know, his intimidation wasn't supportive. So she didn't last long. She went for medical therapy. And pretty well gone. So she died probably a year later. Now this is a burn. It's a woman from Iowa, and from Omaha, Nebraska, I mean. And this is a burn. It's a spontaneous burn that came out overnight. She had back pain back there and a rash, and when she woke the next morning, this is what, it was like an explosion in her skin, just like I had. But what it was is, from the smell in the skin tissue that I got to see, it was mercury, it was aluminum and sulfur. And she had taken a lot of sulfur drugs for urinary tract infections as a child, and also sinus stuff. And they use sulfur-based antibiotics for that. You can see how deep the burn went, 3 layers deep. All deep, that was all the way through the skin. and I had to put the meat on. After she detoxed enough, I had to put the meat on. You want to put the meat on and seal it up before the toxins are gone. So I had to put lime juice on it, coconut cream, honey, just while it was detoxifying, and then meat once it stopped seeping. And there's when it was at its worst. See how it just came right through the skin, burned a hole right into the skin, deep, all the way through. That's coconut cream on there, melting.
You put the coconut cream and the other and honey together, the three of them together? Or?
No, what I usually tell people to do is put one on top of the other. Lime juice first, honey second, coconut cream on top.
Never any clay in those situations?
Pardon?
Never any clay?
No, because that would dry it out. And then you're going to have more scarring and more damage. No, I had to put bandages on that were, had the coconut cream on it and some honey on it, and kept the bandage damp so all that wouldn't dry out, so this wouldn't dry out. I did not want this to dry. And I told her when she had that bandage off, do not let it dry. Keep at least coconut cream on it. Do not let it dry. So you see how bad this was? Oh, she did use some clay this day, and I said, see what happened? You see how it spread? The body started throwing it off out here because it can't throw it off here. So you see how red it started spreading? I said, don't use clay for that. Not a good thing. This is the clay after she washed most of it off the next day. Some of that clay stayed in the tissue. And this is as it was healing. Now, this was an autistic girl, was brought to me at 9 years old. She was this way when I met her. This was her whole life. Mouth open. That was all she did, 24 hours a day. Didn't sleep. Mother had to sleep sitting up holding her because she would fall down. She would crack her head open. She actually had to be held or strapped in something. And when you strapped her, she'd be making all kinds of noise. This is just a year after the diet. She's actually holding. She still can't talk because she's only doing the diet about 50%. She lives in Antigua, and getting food there, she has to ship it all the way from Amos Miller in Pennsylvania down there. So she doesn't get all that she needs. But that's an improvement in a year on the diet. Big difference. That was a Christmas present for me. No, she couldn't. No, she didn't do anything. She couldn't feed herself anything. They had to, I actually almost put a tube down her throat to get her. So now she's holding everything but talks. Still doesn't talk. And here's a nasty rash. This guy loves salt, chips, and a lot of antibiotics, a lot of penicillin in his lifetime. And that's exactly what's coming out here. Penicillin fungus and residue and salt. Skin's exploding because of it.
So I kind of had a problem similar to these people with the burns randomly coming out, and I thought your newsletter said put clay and honey with the back problem. I kind of read it wrong, so
yeah.
I dried. Am I screwed? Is there anything I can do?
Well, you can put pineapple on it now, papaya, things like that to break down the scar tissue.
So I'm stuck with the scar because I let it dry?
Yeah. Well, you still might have some scarring, but it would be, mitigated if you didn't use the clay. Okay. Now, this guy put lime juice on it and coconut cream. I said, don't let it dry. He put bandages on it with the coconut cream in the bandage so it wouldn't dry. And then a wet cloth over, a damp cloth over that to have double layers of moisture with good water like Gerolsteiner, and then plastic over that, and then an ace bandage over that so that it wouldn't dry. Because you don't want these things to dry. That took about 3 weeks to go through that. Now, this girl also had breast cancer. She came to me with breast cancer about, let me go back, find the stage at which she came to me. I didn't put them all in here. Yeah, that was about it right there. That's about the stage was when she came to me. These are not in order for some reason. This was at the worst. This is when all the cancer stopped. All of this fell off. And then I told her she'd probably lose her breast, but she only lost half of it. Like the woman lost only half of her nose. But I always prepare them to lose the whole thing.
What did you do? Did it fall off of me?
Yeah, it just fell off. Yeah. Finally just fell off. However, she went home at this point right like this, and her whole family freaked out. She was from New Zealand. Freaked out. And they were just on her and on her. She got depressed being there. Then this fell off. They thought she was going to die because she was bleeding. And I told her just put drink the raw cabbage juice, the greenish white cabbage juice, head cabbage juice. Stop the bleeding. It stopped the bleeding, almost all of it, within a few hours. But they talked her into, going to get chemo, and then she was dead in 2 weeks. All that years that I worked with her to get her through that, and then her family just destroyed her. She was so good about it. That's what you can do. I'm just trying to show you the good and the bad. I don't know, many of you know this is a guy in Jeff Slay in St. Louis. He came to me this thin, but he was even 15 pounds lighter than this. He was partially recovering. He went to Dr. McCullough. Dr. McCullough put him on my diet, at least the milk and the raw meat. And then he stopped. He wasn't doing so much better, so he sent him to me. This is 6 months after I worked with him. No exercise. Yeah, he's got a lot of fat in the muscles. That's where I want it, in the muscles. He's got some under the skin. But there's plenty there. I don't care how you put the body fat on, as long as it's on, in the muscles or outside the muscles. I don't care. But he is 22% body fat there. Here, he was about 2%.
Does the diet make a difference where you put the fat on? What you eat?
It's all got to go to the stomach first. Most of his went to the tummy, so he had a much bigger tummy. Then it started spreading out over the 6 months. But you always have to put it on the stomach first, like a baby. Now, this is a fellow been off and on in a diet since 1978. He's almost 70 now, and pretty good skin everywhere, but he got lots of vaccines. He had, had learning challenges, communication challenges. And a lot of his stuff that was detoxing from his brain came out his neck. So you can see it made his neck like an elephant. Very thick-skinned. And I asked him to put alternate vinegar on it. This is already cleaned. This is a while later, it was a year later. You can see how much less, how much thinner the skin is. And I had him put, rub pineapple in gently on the skin for 30 seconds one day, raw apple cider vinegar the next day, and then coconut cream or bone marrow and butter to heal the skin a little bit. So you can see the changes. This is before he started. You can see the changes. I don't know why this went out of focus. This was about 6 months after he started, so you can see already improvement. And I just saw him last week, and his skin is even better. But he doesn't do it regularly, but, as often as I would like, every day. But he does it probably 3 days a week. Now, this is a girl who also lived in Antigua. Now, I have a picture of her when I first started with her. She's lying on a bed like this. See, she looks skin and bones now. She was just skin on bones, period. No muscle at all underneath. And she was black, deep black patches all over her skin. And she was naked, so she asked me not to show those pictures to anyone. I said, well, blacken out the eyes. And I showed her, and she said, I still don't want. Somebody's going to know it's me. Anyway, she was a sophomore in high school. And they lost all of her vaccine records, so they told her she had to go take them all again. Oh my God. So 10 days later, she was completely a vegetable in Guillain-Barré disease, which is total paralysis. Couldn't eat. They had to feed her through a tube on oxygen. She came to me 3 years after the incident, and when she came in a wheelchair, and she had to cross a threshold that was probably an inch raised. And her mother took 5 minutes to get over that threshold, and she still cried and moaned with pain just to get over a threshold in a wheelchair. If you touched her, excruciating pain, like somebody with MS. And basically she had MS. Multiple sclerosis, which is completely drying and deadening and hardening of the nerves. So then there's no connection to the muscles or anything. So you just deteriorate and go away. Her voice was so soft that her mother had to put her ear up against her mouth and work hard at understanding her. I couldn't understand a word. I gave her about half a cup of my kefir while I was talking to her and examining her. And she couldn't hold her head up. The head was down, and she had her arms on the wheelchair, and this was her only movement, was her lips. That was it, and crying, her eyes could move. And I fed her through a straw, some of the, I blended up the kefir so it'd be thinner, wasn't so thick, and I let her sip the kefir. And after a half a cup, she smiled for the first time in 3 years. She actually felt a little bit good. So then she had a whole cup and a half before she left, and she was actually able to lift her head a little bit, just from a cup and a half of kefir. And it was kefir that I made with my spit, not regular kefir from Amos. I didn't tell her that I made it with my spit. So this is her a year later, feeding herself. And again, she can only do diet 50% because she lives on Antigua Island. And all of these black people, and the child, Fran Wilkie, her husband works for a pharmaceutical company there on Antigua Island, making vaccines, and he's still working for them. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't care. He can go find another position somewhere. He's a smart man. Anyway, so this is a year after being on my diet 50%. Now, this is an interesting case. Go to when he came to me. This is about it right here. Now, this was a guy that went on my diet with this tumor on his jaw, right side. And, pardon?
Isn't that called goiter?
No, that would be the thyroid swelling. This is a tumor. And it just kept getting bigger and bigger. No matter what he did on the dye, it just kept getting bigger. And you see, starting to get rosacea there. Blood vessels are breaking and exploding in his skin. Starting to happen around here, too. Kept getting bigger. And he was unable to swallow or talk. He's not young. He's probably 67 here. Of course, I'm 67 now, so to me he's young. But went through, and when it started cutting off his respiratory tract, he was a member of Kaiser, a company he worked for. So it took me 3 weeks to talk his surgeon into cutting out the tumor without taking. He wanted to take off the whole jaw, put in a plastic prosthesis, take his thyroid out, remove all the lymph glands, and take the tumor and all the skin with it. And then graft skin from his buttock and thigh, or one or the other, to this area. And I said, wait a minute. First of all, the lymph glands take care of cleaning the body. If you remove them, what is he going to have to clean with? So all of this dialogue I went with, I said, just cut out the tumor. He said, but if it's locked into the jaw, I'm going to cut out the jaw. And I said, it won't be. I've got him on a diet that'll keep it from adhering to any tissue. All you have to do is scrape it away, remove it. Anything connective tissue that might be attached to it, it will not be fingerprinted or fingered into the tissue. I know how to do that, with diet. And I said, but in any case, I haven't been able to stop the tumor from growing. So it just kept growing. So they cut it from here. You can see this is the second growth. That's how inflamed and red it is. And you can see this is where the center of that last cut, the last removal surgery. This is the cut here, all the way back up to here. So this is the second one that grew almost right away. You can see the incision here, all the way up and around. And he did a good job on the first one, but he wouldn't do it again. And he said, Kaiser won't let me, do it again unless we take the bone and I do, drastic measures. And I said, well, that's stupid, isn't it? Because then you're going to charge him for cutting all that extra stuff out, and then he's going to be in worse condition and end up with mouth or throat cancer or lung cancer or breast cancer. So this one was when it was so big. He decided to go have some minimal alternative chemotherapy from this guy in Nevada. He was dead in 2 weeks. But when he had I had the surgeon keep the tumor for me. I said they could take a piece to test it if they want. This was the tumor that was cut out the first time. They did cut some of the skin with it. He didn't scrape it all away, which he should have. Probably wouldn't have had that sore if he had not had the skin cut away. But, that's the tumor, the other side of it. And see, it wasn't attached anywhere, no fingers anywhere. Just sitting on top of the bone with connective tissue. So all you all do was just barely scrape the connective tissue away. But when I had it analyzed, it cost almost $9,000 to have it tested for everything I wanted. Guess what was in it?
Mercury.
Nope. Minerals and ether. Kerosene. 99.9% of all vitamin supplements are made with kerosene. This guy, and I don't know why he didn't tell me, was taking 120 pills a day, vitamin supplements a day. So he causes cancer from industrial toxicity, and he had the natural so-called best ones. And I'll go into that when we finish this. That's a good shot of it. Okay, let's see. This is a sty on this woman's eye. Doctor said it could stay there her life if she didn't cut it out. So I told her to use lime juice and pineapple on it only, and coconut cream. Alternate what she put on it 3 times a day. Pineapple 1 time a day in the morning. Sometimes she put vinegar on it, but then she put coconut cream on it and lime juice.
And how long would she make sure that the lime juice was wet on it? Just apply it once and let it dry? Or?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And don't wipe it off.
So it's going to soak.
Yeah. And then she had the coconut cream on at night to make sure she got enough fats around it. That only lasted 4 weeks.
Could she even close her eye with that thing on there?
Yes. Not the whole thing. This area didn't close, but this did. Now here's a woman cut off her finger.
When did that happen?
That would be Renee, wasn't it?
Yeah, Renee.
When I started to die, I met this one. We were picking up coconut cream from her before. I was seeing her weekly before this happened. And then my mother and I were picking up coconut cream from her for the 9 months during this photo process. So but she was showing my mother these photos as she was taking them.
Yeah, there's when it was first cut off. You see it cut off the bone, about 1/8 of an inch, maybe 3/16 of an inch of bone. Pretty close to this joint. Ground it off in a coconut grinder, so there was no putting it back on.
She had mentioned they were kind of dangerous before this happened.
Yes.
She's like, there's no safeties. They're from the Philippines.
And this was about a year later.
And not only that, but after it regrew, it had much better sensation than her other fingers.
Yeah. See, this is where it's growing out. So where it's growing out, her new finger.
She also said that during the time where her finger was regrowing, that
See
all
the nail?
other improvements that she had on the diet, which were very significant,
Yeah.
kind of were at a standstill until the finger finished.
Until what?
Until the finger finished healing.
Growing, yes, healing.
Her body said, okay, forget all the other issues you've been clearing up. We're
Going to use the nutrients to regrow the finger.
Did anybody here get that batch of coconut cream?
I did.
Finger cream.
Yeah.
More minerals.
These are just different stages of it.
Yeah, what did she
And there it is again after a year. And now, I just saw her 3 weeks ago and in Stockton, Missouri, and it even looks better now. Very little deformity at all in the nail, just a little bit of collapse over here you can see in the finger, but the finger looks great and functions better and has more feeling than her other digits.
How did she treat it?
First I had to do the same thing I did with my motorcycle accident. I put lime juice, honey, coconut cream, and then meat on top of it. And she did that for 9 months.
Every 3 days.
Every 3 days, yes. Yep. Wanted to get stinky. When it got too stinky, then you change it.
Now, if you weren't concerned about the stink, would there be any benefit in letting it stay?
Absolutely. It'll heal faster. Yep. Because the bacteria helps things grow quickly. Now, this is a young girl that got lots of vaccines and had a terrible allergy to them. So she breaks out from anything. I mean, you can look at her sideways and it'll cause her to break out. And she's only like 19 here, and 20. And what she did was she fell and then crushed her ankle bone. She was jogging at college. And you can see the bruise here. We'll get a different, see there. She was running over at night, probably 11 o'clock at night, when they had these big roots coming out of this tree, and she hit it the wrong way and caved in on her left foot and crushed the whole area around the ankle. You can see how bruised it is. And then as she was getting well, I said, pack meat on it, like boxers do. So she did, but then she started breaking out all around because it stopped the detox. Whenever you have bruising like this, That discoloration is red blood cells have gotten out of the bloodstream. Now you've got red blood cells in the tissues where they don't belong. Those have to decompose. They have to bacterially break down. They turn black in the process. Sometimes molds are a part of that process. So you have black and blue, and then it goes to yellow as it turns into a serum and then discharges to the skin as a yellow tarnish into the skin. But she developed all of this rash from putting the meat in, but we had to do that to keep the bone, because she crushed this bone here. So to get the bone to regrow and everything, you had to put the meat on it. But then you had to deal with the rash. You can see I was turning yellow and these in dried skin later. I had to put butter on every day. Then the butter would cause some more rashes, but I said, you're going to have to deal with that. Put hot water bottles on it. Help it perspire out. Now this is...
What is the role that meat plays on this?
Pardon?
Meat. Why do you put meat? What does the meat do to the injury like this?
Okay, the only way I can tell you my hypotheses for it. You know, that you have all the fats and the bacteria, everything that the same as in your skin. It's animal flesh. But if you look at all the boxers, you know, after they've been in a fight, you see these cuts and these bruises and everything. And all of a sudden you see them 2 weeks later and there's nothing wrong and they haven't had any plastic surgery. They put stakes on their face all day long, every day for 2 weeks. All of it repairs. Pretty amazing.
Is that the theory behind you see the old TV shows where they put the stake on the black eye?
Yeah, your black eye will go away in days instead of weeks. Yeah. Now, this is a vitamin C here. This is vitamin C as it's in food. And this is vitamin C after it's been dissolved and made into a pill. They are nothing alike. And this is full of kerosene now and all cauterized into like a ceramic. And that's what they expect you to get vitamin C from. The vitamin C is nothing like vitamin C. It's mainly ascorbic acid with lots of kerosene or gasoline in it, hexane. This is vitamin B1, the same thing. See how soft and fluffy all the vitamin B is? And with all of its adjuncts along with it, the vitamin complex of vitamin B is in there. And this is what it looks like made into supplemental form. No relationship to the same. Doesn't break down the same, can barely absorb it, and is highly toxic with either gasoline or kerosene.
Does that include the injections?
Pardon?
Does that include when you inject with B1?
Oh, it's even worse.
Worse?
That's chemical. That's not even from food. That's entirely chemically fabricated. And here's a Thai woman, impetigo. You know, they said that if she didn't take antibiotics and cortisone cream, her face would be one massive scar tissue and lumps and be forever ugly. That's what they told her. And I said, no, you just need to put lime juice on and coconut cream, lime juice and coconut cream, lime juice and coconut cream, and you can't let it dry. So that's what she did. All of this is the bandages that she puts over it, saturated with coconut cream. That says it was taming. Now her skin is just as soft as it was before it started. And she even had some on her shoulder. Bad, that scarred more than her face did. Of course, she didn't take care of that like she did her face. So she went from that to the lighter, and now she's can't even tell she had impetigo. That bad. Now, the system here, I'm just going to go over, and this is, you know, what they say. the cells are not round. Blood cells are ventricularly shaped like a flying saucer, almost rectangular and shaped round and rectangular, if that's possible. If you can imagine that, we'll see some. And anyway, they show, the makings of a cell, basic cell, and that gives you an idea that it's more like a planet rather than a cell. But here are your red blood cells, and these are your white blood cells. So all these platelets here, white blood cells, all these little balls are fat. So you can see this person is very fat deficient. They should have a lot more white blood cells because you can only see 4 and some very tiny ones that shouldn't be even out of the bone marrow at that point because they're not even mature. So that person's not a well person that they took this blood from. And this is a vein with the pores in it. This is more like the cell. These are the intestines of a cell. And this is the bowel of a cell, small intestines, bowel. And you have the organs here, the pancreas and spleen, and other organs. They call them organelles. So your cells are just different shaped of everything, but they have the same thing inside. And they have a subbacterial system just like ours. And they thrive. You lower their bacterial level, and they don't work as well. This is the skin, and you have 11 layers here. This is the muscle tissue here. This is the lymph area. These are your layers of connective tissue to the skin. So you can see all of this, your pores coming through. That's quite a lot to melt through when you take those hot baths, those hot tub baths. You have to get it all through that. That's why you have to take such long baths. And this is the lymphatic system. It's simplified here. It's just showing the main network of lymph glands here in the breast area, all in the armpits and around and in the neck and up the side of the face around the ears where we have most lymph glands. But it's much more complex than that. It's, magnify this 1,000 times and you're just a web network of both blood, neurological, and lymphatic connections everywhere. And this shows the 11 that are in the breast area that you will no longer have to clean the toxicity from your lungs. So that means that instead of getting breast cancer, you're more likely to get lung cancer and underarm cancer. And if you ever seen anybody with underarm cancer, it just swells up and hardens, and it's like their arm's in a cast. The whole thing will turn into a cast, hardened, and they can't even move it. I have some pictures, but I just couldn't find them. Okay. Everybody's satisfied with that?
So there can be some pretty hardcore detoxing.
Oh, yeah. Well, I showed some pretty hardcore ones. Most people don't have such hardcore ones, but these are hardcore ones. Just in case you have them, you don't panic. You take care of it. You go to a doctor, they're going to give you antibiotics, cut you to pieces, do all kinds of things. And then you won't be well.
Yeah, I remember I was at the hospital, they wanted to give me tetanus shot. I'm like, no.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I stop them in their tracks now. Whenever they say, "Oh, this person, they can't talk with the patient." The patient says, "You got to call my doctor." Tell him I'm my doctor. And I say, "Listen, do you think it makes any sense to inject 76 quadrillion to 100 quadrillion molecules of mercury, aluminum, formaldehyde, ether, and detergent with this tetanus you're talking about?" They never think about it that way until you throw it at them that way, and then they don't fight you on it. They start questioning it themselves and even doubting it themselves. If you give them the explanation, well, here's what's in a tetanus shot. You go more mercury and aluminum, formaldehyde and detergent and ether than in any other vaccine. sometimes almost double the quantity of toxins in a tetanus shot. Why should I have this? Because of the tetanus bacteria cause lockjaw. Well, show me this tetanus. Nobody has a picture of tetanus because it's not an organism. It's just a dissolution. If you have rust, if you have metal rusting in your skin, you're going to have a breakdown. You've got a fungus there. The algae is rust. Algae eats metal. So you've got algae eating this metal that is rust. And that causes a massive amount of contamination to cause blood contamination, whatever. But if you know how to handle it and you're eating properly, that doesn't happen. Especially if you're using and having my lime juice formula. And that's what we're going to get into now. Now I'm going to give you some formulas.
Could I ask a question back on Mr. Levinson? If you had known the results of the Kanya's tumor, would that have affected?
It would have made a huge difference.
You wouldn't have been able to necessarily help him differently through a different...
I would have helped him differently, yes. I would have done different things for him, but I had no idea he was still taking all these vitamins and supplements. You know, he'd only been to one of my workshops, and obviously he didn't learn. That was in 2000. No, that was when I did it, 2007. But I didn't find out he was taking it until I had that analyzed, and it came back with all these minerals and kerosene. And then right away I called him and said, "Are you taking supplements?" He said, "Yeah, I take 105 a day." I just went nuts. And then I didn't know if I could help him. Okay, and takes care of that. Lights, camera, action.
You were using the red meat or some foot.
Wait a minute. Wait till we get settled here. We have to re-plug me in, do we? Am I plugged in okay?
Press the power button on the projector and hold it down.
And the power button says power there. But, oh, there it goes. Nope, turn back on.
It's counting down. It should
Oh, it's working its way down. That needs to cool, doesn't it? Does everybody know how to suck an egg? That way you don't. That way you don't have to clean a glass every time. You know? You've got a fatter end and a more pointed end. This is quite pointed. They usually aren't this pointed. They're more rounded than that. But you always have a fat end and a slimmer end. And what I do is I don't want to make a hole at the fat end, but I want to break the integrity of the shell because there's a membrane in there that needs to collapse. And it will not collapse unless this is the integrity of its connection to the egg at the bottom is fractured. So I hit it against an eye tooth and fracture it almost the size of a dime. See, no hole. You've seen this. You do it.
Yes.
You've seen it. You do it. Okay? So then the other end, the pointed end, I want to make a hole in it. So I bring it down on the eye tooth. And now I have a hole, a slight smiley face. So it's smiling at me as I get to eat it. So what I do is I like to eat the egg white first. That's where all the protein is. And that will go to the liver almost instantly to start making the bile to digest the egg yolk. Egg yolk has every B vitamin, every vitamin, everything in nature. That's the only food, as I said earlier, that contains every nutrient in the world is in an egg. So I suck out the egg white first. If I turn it upside down, the yolk is heavy and it's going to fall toward the hole. So I just suck it out when I'm holding it down. And it tastes like barely salty water. Slime. Then after I mix it with the saliva, it turns into liquid and then I swallow it. So it just tastes like slightly salty water. Like after you've been swimming in the ocean, about an hour later, that much salt is what it tastes like. It's still lingering in your mouth from getting salt water in your mouth. I salivate pretty quickly, so I've doubled. Before I swallowed, I've doubled the amount of fluid. So I have that much bacteria and fluid in that egg white. I'm sucking out about, probably 2 teaspoons at a time.
You think that way is better than this? Oh yeah, I just go.
You can do that, but it works better this way.
Why is it? What's it doing? Why is it?
Like I say, the egg white goes to digest in minutes.
But it's got to be mixed with saliva in order to digest.
No, you'll digest it faster.
Okay.
Sometimes I'm doing these workshops and, I will have gone and I don't eat a lot. I'll sip on milk and have an egg once in a while. All of a sudden I'll lose the words and I know that I don't have enough glycogen to feed the brain. I can suck this in about 1 minute, 2 minutes maximum. It's already in my system when I do it this way. If I just drink it down, I can't do that anyway easily because my throat never developed because of all the vaccines I got. So I gag on a whole egg. But I've done it a couple times, but it takes 5-10 minutes. This way, instantly.
Yeah, because the saliva is pre-digesting
Mm-hmm.
before it hits your bloodstream.
Mm-hmm.
Before it hits your digestive system, and it takes 5 minutes to eat an egg.
Mm-hmm. So by getting the bacteria in it here, it doesn't have to wait to do it here.
Jim Marlowe says the same thing. He swishes it. I've been consulting with him a bit, and he's described it as the warrior method, which is what I do. When I'm just about to head out to work. But he was like, he mixes it or he swishes it around in his mouth, and his mouth actually feels much cleaner.
Yep.
After that, and then that's after doing the egg white, and then he eats the egg yolk.
Mm-hmm. That's what I do. So you can shake it like this if you feel that yolk is stuck to the egg white is stuck to the yolk. You can just shake it like that and loosen it. And then suck it. And then if only egg yolk's coming at that point, it's just the egg yolk.
Switch the egg yolk too. Oh, it's amazing. I do think
Most people.
So do you end up eating any part of the shell or not much?
Because you got to do all the stuff the same as
The shell's not very good for you, is it?
Well, it's just undigestible. I mean, if we were a dog or a cat, we could.
You're trying to show me an empty egg.
I'm just showing you how it collapsed. This is the end I didn't make the hole in, remember? But when the egg when the membrane inside that was holding the egg collapsed, it brought that shell with it. See, it's attached at this end and this end. Without that collapsing, I wouldn't have gotten all of the egg out of it. Some of the egg yolk and egg white would have stayed inside.
What do you do when you get a rotten one?
I eat it.
Do you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's like I said, anything pre-digested. I have 3 dozen eggs rotting in my house.
Yeah.
One of them for a year.
It takes about 3 days to get rid of the smell, I think.
No. I haven't had that trouble. But you can buy, century eggs in China and some other parts of Asia where they'll rot them for 25 years. And inside it's all white powder, like fungus is, white or black or brown powder, depending upon what earth they have buried them in for 25 years. One of those eggs costs $1,000, but these octogenarian, very wealthy men get it because it's like taking Viagra. One egg will charge you for a month sexually. So.
Well, what's the benefit
They
of
do it raw. They got to do it raw.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. They eat that raw. They don't cook that. Absolutely.
What's the benefit over a non-rotten egg?
Well, it's pre-digested. It's going to go to every part of your body quickly.
The rotten egg is pre-digested.
Yeah. Pre-digested from the bacteria in the egg. Just a hell of an odor.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no harm in there's no need for
Harm, there's all kinds of benefit.
No, I'm saying there's no harm in putting eggs in the fridge. You don't need to.
You shouldn't. The bacteria is destroyed in the refrigerator. So if you get some in the refrigerated, you have to leave them out.
I went to a conference last year. I bought some raw eggs. I bought some eggs at Walmart. I bought a dozen eggs, and after I ate 3 of them, I couldn't eat any more of them because they didn't taste good. They were cold, they didn't taste good, and I ended up leaving them. I didn't get any eggs for 4 days.
Oh, they're pretty toxic from there. Arsenic in them, they put it in the feed, arsenic in the feed, soy.
No, there's sources. Oh. Yeah, but I just couldn't eat it.
Are you saying that leaving refrigerated?
It's better if you don't ask any more questions. We'll have a Q&A at the time. We're going to get out of here 5 hours later if you do that.
It's good. I got nothing to do.
Okay, so what I want to talk about is detoxification. We talked about the hot baths and getting that out of the body. Pardon? 1 hour and 45 minutes? Okay, then let's just stop it now. Okay, 10, 15-minute break at the most. First of all, I want to talk about how to clean the poisons out of the body. It's a very, very slow process. Remember I said it takes 50 to 200 molecules of molecules of fat to remove 1 molecule of mercury safely. So it would take several lifetimes to remove all of that if there wasn't a special way. Well, in the last 6 years with my experiments, I found a special way. Now, most of those vaccine toxicities will store in the stomach lining and be dumped out the stomach into your food every time you eat and into your intestinal tract. Now, the reason that the body will store some of the most egregious poisons in the stomach lining is because the stomach lining is the most resilient tissue in the body. It actually forms hydrochloric acid that can dissolve bone, yet it doesn't dissolve itself. That's brilliant, brilliant tissue. The next is cartilage. Cartilage is the same way. Very difficult to dissolve cartilage. When you dump the poisons from the stomach lining into your food, it does mix in with the food, so when you absorb the nutrients, you absorb the poisons. So if you poison your food every time you eat, so you just keep recycling poisons. Some of it will be discarded out to feces and urine, but not that much. You'll just keep recycling it. And if you see the damage that vaccines do, those are the worst. It starts by going into the stomach lining and then going into your food. And if you see the iris, I should have left that up and showed you the iris first. But you've got the iris, which are all the fibers, muscles going out the eye, and you can tell at different locations what the organs are, what the tissues are throughout the body. And the pupil relates to the stomach. And in that stomach, you can see if it's supposed to be a flat black. If it's not a flat black, you've got shiny green behind it, or silver lavenderish colors, or usually all three with mercury. Then you have the soup of vaccines: the formaldehyde, the mercury, and the aluminum. And I see that in 99% of all irises. And those irises those people have all been vaccinated. And in the autopsies that I told you I did, every one of those stomachs were highly contaminated with all three of those: mercury, formaldehyde, and aluminum. Some even had detergent in them, still from the vaccines. So that was evidence again how the body stores it in the stomach. There was no way before that I knew how to bind with that and prevent it from releasing into the body every time you digest food and recycle those toxins. And then I thought, well, in some experiments that I'd done with dried foods, I analyzed the fecal matter when people ate them for like 10 days, almost exclusively dried foods, nuts, raisins, dried fruits, beef jerky, stuff like that. Even though they were so-called raw, digestion was minimal. Minimal. Why? Because there's no bacteria in it, no active enzymes. Completely dehydrated, you can't have life active and functional. If you dehydrated and you're dead, nobody could bring you back to life. Only certain frogs can do that. And tadpoles. There are certain fish that can be frozen and come back to life. But there are only 5 or 6 species on the whole planet that can do that. No human can be frozen and come back to life. No human can die of dehydration and then recover. And the dehydration that the medical profession's dehydration, they are so full of shit. You know, you look at these people that say are dehydrating, they've got all this water under their skin, they've got it everywhere, and they're dehydrating. Somebody's dehydrating and shriveling up and their skin's peeling off because they're dehydrating. So the pharmaceutical house uses dehydration when they don't know the reasons for malabsorption of nutrients. They'll always call it dehydration, which is absolute nonsense. I'm always asked, what is the most important thing that you can tell people? And I say, whatever you hear from the medical profession, do the exact opposite. 99 times out of 100 times you will be correct. Only one time you'll be wrong. They say ice something, put heat on it. Everything they say to do the opposite. Literally. Because what happens to those people who ice a wound? They stop swelling. What is the reason for swelling? They have damaged tissue in an area that needs more circulation of blood, of lymph, of neurological fluids, all in that area to feed that area, to break down the damaged cells and remove them, and to heal, to help cells reproduce fast. If you don't have that swelling, there is no proper healing. So what happens, these athletes ice things, they're getting surgery after surgery, 1, 2 a year, to scrape the scar tissue out. Because they've stopped the swelling. They've stopped the normal flow of nutrition into that area so that they can clean that area and get well. Just because a coach wants you out on the field, that's not for your well-being. That's for him to win a game. And you've just got to say, not worth this guy. This athlete's not going to work after 38, 39 years old. They're going to be spent because their legs and knees are going to be all scar tissue, their elbows, their shoulders, their necks, whatever's involved is going to be scar tissue. So they have limited lifespan. Go to Chile, and what do you see down there? You see 90-year-old men doing a 100-mile football kick once a year in the mountains, in the high top Andes, where the oxygen is very low. You've got 100-year-old men playing kickball all through the mountains, and it takes a whole day to go 100 miles. And they've got these groups of 9 and 10 people. And the front one will kick this thatched ball, and very well made, and they'll kick it maybe 20 feet if you're really good, longer, but you have to keep it going directly straight. And that's part of the achievement. And then the guy who kicks it falls back to the back, and they just keep doing this for 100 miles. 100-year-old men doing it. You don't see anybody here doing that because they're full of toxicity, they're full of malnutrition, they have all kinds of problems. But we have athletes here, run a marathon, they're burned out by the time they're in their 40s, mid-40s. That's it. They're not even in competition. They're just running. They don't have to hit anybody or get hit. Don't have to kick a ball. Don't have to do anything but run. And they're burned out. Very few make it. Less than 1% make it beyond 45 in marathons. Or they're not in competition. They're just running to be running. And then they're recuperating for 3-4 months after. It's not a good sign of health. Okay, so back to this stomach toxicity, intestinal toxicity. I started recommending that because of these dehydrated foods, they don't absorb a lot. You can't digest a lot. But when I checked the fecal matter, I found a lot of toxins embedded in this dried matter that was coming out. A lot of constipation, but high ratios of toxins in that dried food. And I said, how about cheese? Let's try cheese, high minerals, dehydrated, can't digest it unless it's cooked or with salt. That fractionates it so you can redigest the cheese. So it has to be no salt, raw cheese. So it goes through the system and collects poisons. So about 3 years ago, a little longer than 3 years ago, I got a lot of people to do it. Before I had a few people doing it. But 3 years ago, I started doing it because the success was so great with 50 people. I tried it with probably 200 people. And I said, you get up in the morning, you eat a tablespoon to 2 tablespoons, if you're a guy this big, 3 tablespoons of cheese. First thing in the morning, absorb all the poisons that dumped into the stomach intestines. It'll go through like a train and just pick it up. And it does. Then after that, suck some eggs. Get the brain fuel going. The body will always make its glycogen the first part of the day, in the first 6 hours for the whole day. Unless you eat a lot of carbohydrates, a lot of sugars, then the body will continually make glycogen all day long. And what that does is high carbohydrate glycogen causes stickiness in the neurological fluids in the blood serum and in the lymphatic system. You know, the blood's the fastest moving, the neurological is next. But if you look at the impulses in the neurological with transmission of light and electricity, then of course that's the faster moving. But the flow of the fluids is fastest in blood, second in neurological fluids, and third in lymph. Lymph is very slow. And all of those get sticky, they even slow even more. And in the neurological system, the synapse fire and they skid because they keep sticking to the axon or ganglia walls. So the thought process isn't good. Suck a few eggs, you know. My size, I'll have 3, 4 in the morning. I could have 5, 6 in the morning. just to make sure you've got all that brain fuel that has no stickiness to it. And the most concentrated and best nutrients for the whole body are in eggs. So it does perfectly. Save your questions. So that is what we want to do. Get the brain and nervous system going and focused. That will all take care of your energy level too. You'll see that it goes up. You don't need coffee. You don't need anything like that. And if you do just have some vegetable juice after you have your eggs. If you're highly toxic, you're going to need vegetable juice. If you feel blah, lackadaisical, then have some vegetable juice. About 20 minutes after you finish your eggs, have a little piece of cheese, 1 or 2 cubes of cheese. Now, I call a cube of cheese the size of a sugar cube, which is a half a teaspoon. So 2 would be a teaspoon worth of cheese. So you have this going in, and again, you can have it with butter, a little bit of butter, like, half the butter to cheese. If you have a tendency to get your fecal matter gets too hard and it's difficult to pass them, then have a little bit of butter when you have the cheese. But do not have honey with the cheese at those times. Do not have fruit, anything high in carbohydrate with those cheeses. And eat cheese 10 minutes before you eat any meal. So what I'm going to give you is a plan that works the best. So after you have the eggs, you wait 20 minutes, and then you have the cheese.
Did you say, when you started out, I thought you said cheese first?
Yeah, you're doing the cheese, then you have the eggs, cheese again, okay, and then we go for either vegetable juice or meat. And if you've been on this diet a long time and you eat the vegetable juice at that time, you're going to find it does the opposite of what it did at first. It's going to make you sleepy and tired. So I always have my vegetable juice now in late morning or afternoon. Sometimes in the late evening. Because now when I drink vegetable juice, I just want to take a nap. Knocks me out. I am too I'm too even and balanced. So the vegetable juice causes over-alkalinity in my system. It causes me to get lackadaisical and even sleepy. Not tired, but sleepy. And I like sleep, although I don't sleep much. But I like sleep. Even if I have a 10-minute nap, I feel like $1 billion after a 10-minute nap. And one time I slept an hour and a half a day for 22 days and only 10 minutes at a time. I was fine. Once I started back to my regular routine, I didn't sleep any more than my regular 3.5, 4 hours a day at that time. And that was working day and night, preparing for a trial against the government. Another one. So many. So after you have your cheese again, then after that you have your vegetable juice or your meat meal. If you have your vegetable juice, you're going to have to wait at least 45 minutes to have your meat meal after that for the first time. At least 45 minutes. So what I say is after you have vegetable juice, after you finish it, 20 minutes later you have a piece of cheese, a cube of cheese. 10 minutes after that, another cube of cheese. 20 minutes after that, another cube of cheese. And then 10 minutes after that, your meat meal. So you've gone 50 minutes after you finished your vegetable juice to have your meat meal. If you've gone right into your meat meal, if you talk, we're going to have trouble getting this on to tape. So if you have the meat, then you can go about 20 to 25 minutes after you finish the meat meal, you have 1 or 2 cubes of cheese. 10 to 15 minutes after that, you want to have cheese and honey together. Always have at least 1.5 tablespoons of butter with your meat meal. You do not want to turn your meat meal into fuel. You want it to rebuild and strengthen the body. You could have sour cream a couple of days a week with one of your meat meals, but normally butter with your meat meals. Avocado once in a while is okay, but avocado is very difficult to digest. Even digest less than cream. but it's used as a fuel when you eat it with meat. And that's risking changing the meat into a fuel too. So when you have butter with your meat meal, it will never turn into a fuel. You have enough, your milk throughout the day and enough milkshake, and you have your fruit meal with the fat in it to take care of that. You could have butter and honey, which will fuel the body. Don't use your meat to fuel the body. So after you finish the meat meal, 20-25 minutes after that, you have the cheese, small amount of cheese. 10 to 15 minutes after that, you have cheese and honey together. So like if you're a tiny person, it could be 1.5 tablespoons of cheese to 1 teaspoon, 1.5 teaspoons of honey. So it's 1/3 or less honey to the amount of cheese. Remember, there are 3 teaspoons to a tablespoon. So if you're having 1 tablespoon of cheese, that means 3 teaspoons of cheese to 1 teaspoon of honey or less. You can even have just 1/2 teaspoon of honey with 3 teaspoons of cheese. Very small amount. That's to provide the enzymes to digest the cheese, all the minerals and the fats in the cheese. That is where you get your mineral supplement. Now, 2 tablespoons of cheese is worth how much milk? Minerals in milk and fat. 1.25 quarts. Pretty good. Not your cottage cheese, but your hard cheese. That's pretty good. That's a lot of minerals, a lot of good fat. So you're going to digest that. You do it after the meat, you're going to remineralize the body, you're going to strengthen your bones and muscles. I've had a lot of people, a lot of women with osteoporosis, up to 32% when they came to me. Now, with the system that I have that I'm telling you now, reverse that in 1 year. Used to take me 6 years to reverse that much bone loss, if the person did it 100%. 10 to 15, 20 years if they didn't. But with this method, one of them did it in a year. 32% replacement of bone in 1 year. That is astounding. So it's worked. I've perfected this to the umpteenth degree and proved it, with experiments and cases. So after you have the honey and cheese, and you could have 3 tablespoons of cheese with 2.5 to 3 teaspoons of honey. Then this depends upon you and what you're willing to do. Cheese going through like a train, picking the poisons up all day long. Because when I look in the irises, that intestinal belt all around the pupil is everybody's darkest area. That's because the mercury and all those poisons have tattooed into the intestinal lining, and everybody's throwing off mercury, formaldehyde, and aluminum constantly into their food. Well, if you have cheese going through there every few minutes, every 15 minutes, every 20 minutes, 15 minutes be 4 times an hour, you have a little cube. 20 minutes would be 3 times an hour, a little cube. It could be 30 minutes, be 2 cubes an hour. 45 minutes, it'd be 2 cubes every 2 hours. So you pick how you want to do it. I mean, every an hour and a half, it'd be 2 cubes. So you pick how you want to do it. I do it when I'm not lecturing every 20 minutes. The people who have done that, I have construction workers who are full of heavy metal poisoning and radioactive material and all kinds of asbestos and stuff. They'll have it every 15 minutes. And how they make it work is you prepare, this is how to make this diet work. You prepare all the foods for the entire day in your first hour of the day. If you make your juices like I suggest and I show you on the DVD, recipe DVD, and tell you in the recipe book, you only have to make your juice every 3 to 4 days. So that's an hour and 15 minutes for that day to make it for 3 days. So that's a day where you're going to have to make more juice. Make more food. Otherwise, it takes me 35 minutes to prepare all my food for the entire day. Why only 35 minutes? Because I prepare my meat every Sunday. I take about an hour and a half, and I take a 7 to 8 pound chunk of meat, and I slice it into inch cubes. That takes about 30 minutes, 35 minutes. Then I take as much, it'll fill just a little over my 2-quart food processor, my Cuisinart, just a little over the top blade. I grind that into pate. I show you how to do it in the recipe DVD. I show you how to use the machines to make everything so much faster, how to handle machines, how to work them, and which ones to use. So it cuts your food preparation time into the minimal. So I grind it up in there. That's 2 cups. I will have 2 cups from that. Each day I eat, it's a 2-cup jar. It's supposed to be 16 ounces, but it's really 18 ounces because you have the extra 2-ounce space in there, almost 2-ounce space. In an 8-ounce jar, you'll really have 9 ounces of food if you fill it to the top. So I fill almost to the top, put those in the refrigerator so I have them for all 7 days. So in that one day, I prepare all my meat for the whole week. Makes it very simple. So the only thing I have to prepare is milkshakes. If I have milkshakes, my sport formula, and my fruit meal. 3 things I have to prepare. And the sport formula takes about 10 to 12 minutes. That takes the most time. Milkshakes can be done in 3 to 4 minutes. And the fruit meal can take a little bit more time if I wash my fruit. And I usually do. I take whey and good drinking water, and I'll sit it in there and shake it while I'm preparing other things and let it sit in it, and then vibrate it like that to get any kind of contamination. Because anytime you're talking about fruit, you're usually talking about farmers who lie. Because the birds, the insects, everybody goes after fruit. It's hard to keep them away from it, so they're always spraying. So I don't trust anybody, even if they say organic, with fruit. So I'll wash my berries in that whey and water, or just straight whey, and I'll wash them and clean it. But I'll use that water for a whole 2 weeks. I won't use it, and I'll put a touch of milk in it too, to arrest those poisons so it stays in the liquid and not on my food. So I'll use that and clean for a whole week, 2 weeks, depending upon if I can see it getting gray. I know there was some kind of chemical spray on that fruit, and then I know to wash it even longer, the next few days if I've got the same batch. So then, you have the coconut cream to put with it. You have to squeeze some lime juice with it. And that fruit meal is coming up next. Some people could, have their meat meal and then wait 2.5 hours and eat their cheese and sip sport formula, milk, or milkshake in between. Let's say you're doing the cheese every 20 minutes. At the top of the hour, you'd have the cheese. 10 minutes after that, you sip 2 ounces of fluid, either the milk, milkshake, or sport formula. 10 minutes after that, cheese again. 10 minutes after that, sipping again. 10 minutes after that, cheese again. 10 minutes after that, sipping again. So that's an hour if you're doing, you're sipping 3 times an hour and you're having cheese 3 times an hour. If it's every, twice an hour, every 30 minutes, then it's take the cheese, 10 minutes after sip, 20 minutes after cheese, 10 minutes after sip, 20 minutes after cheese again. So that's the way you rotate it. How much toxicity in your ring around your pupil, how dark it looks, the less time you take between cheeses. Because that's how you determine it. How much poisons is in your stomach and intestines. So you make the choice. Some people have it every hour, once an hour. That's up to you. The people in this last year, which I've seen now, more people doing it. I had one fellow that he had so much mercury and aluminum and sulfur from sulfur-based medications when he was a child in his intestinal tract, almost black as his pupil. I thought, this guy's never going to have a clean intestines. He's going to have to eat cheese every day of his life, all day long, to keep from poisoning himself. And he came back the next year, and we're comparing last year's eyes to this year's irises, and 60% of the mercury and that metal was cleaned out of his intestinal tract. And he was one person that did it meticulously every 15 minutes. Every day of that year. It was a year and 2 months when I had seen him, the last time I had seen him. He removed 60% of those toxins in just a year, when it used to take 10, 15 years to remove that before I figured out this method. So that cheese is so phenomenal. Everybody has improved 2 to 5 times faster. And there's very few people who are so disciplined as that one person who does the cheese at all. They go, oh, it's been an hour, I'll have another one. It's been a half an hour, I have another one. It's been an hour and a half, I'll have another one. That's not a routine that'll work as quickly. If you're having it and you're timing it. I've got one construction guy, who on his belt, his tool belt, he's got one pouch for his 2-cup jar of sugar cube sizes of cheeses, cheese bits. So he's got his watch that goes off every 15 seconds that tells him to have a piece of cheese. And he'll be drilling away on it, pop, right back, going back to work. And then, he's got these, those water bottles with the straws on them. He's got belts for those down there on his hips. And he'll pull one of those off and take a sip with the other one, or just one at a time. So he's doing this all along. And he cleaned out 50% of his in 1 year. So the people who do it meticulously have the best results. Everybody who's doing the cheese frequently throughout the day has good results. But the more they do it, the more results they have. And it's exceptional. You get your reward. And it's in every iris. Everybody who's done it in this last year, who's spent their whole year or more doing that and has come back. I'm just so happy, because I thought it would take 40 years to get your body back into a state with the greatest amount of health, minus that you couldn't get rid of because of vaccines, because of too many poisons, too much mercury, too much fat needed to remove them. It's not that way with the cheese. It's spectacular. And of course, eating in this pattern helps. If other people who've done the cheese, and it works very well, but they do eat their own food pattern, and it doesn't work as well. And they don't get as strong. So they don't move as quickly in every which way. So let's say that after you finish your meat meal and the cheese and honey, you go 2 hours, 2.5 hours, eating the cheese however often you want and sipping. Then you have your vegetable juice then, if you haven't had it before the meat meal. Then you wait 2 hours after that, and then you eat the cheese and sip in between. If you've had your vegetable juice before the meat meal, then you go 3 to 4 hours with just cheese and sipping. And then about noon, depending upon what time you awaken, you have your fruit meal between noon and 2 o'clock. And you're eating cheese again. Every time you finish, before you're going to eat anything, you have cheese. So you have the cheese, and then 10 minutes after that, you have your fruit meal. Depending upon what fruit you need, if you have a lot of heavy metals, you want to go for the berries. And if you have a lot of impactations in your colon, if you have a lot of congestion in the body, you need to move it with pineapple. So let's say you add a half a cup of pineapple with a half a cup of berries. 2 to 3 tablespoons, even 4 tablespoons of your bigger guys, 4 tablespoons of coconut cream. Now, coconut cream is the best cleansing soap possible, cleansing fat. Remember, 93% of the 80% of fat that makes up a coconut is water soluble. Cleans the body very nicely with the little bit, the 7% of oils that it has. You can't use the oils expeditiously and efficiently without the bacteria and the enzymes in the water-soluble fats. So it's the perfect thing to have with your fruit, because fruit does what? Mainly turns into alcohol in the body, because it has a long way to go. Birds that eat, they're pooping in 3 hours. That eat a lot of fruit. Monkeys will poop and pee constantly because they eat fruit, and they'll be hyperactive. So, in order for us to eat fruit, we need to slow it down, because a lot of it's going to turn into alcohol as it goes to the body. Well, alcohol is a great substance to clean the tissues, to help break down solvents in the body, to make viruses where bacteria, fungus, and parasites can't help us, to make virus solvents to dissolve dead cells and other matter. So coconut cream is perfect for that. But there can be neurological damage because of that cleansing. So always have some fat with that meal. Either 1-2 tablespoons of cream or 2 teaspoons of butter with that fruit meal. Now, if you want to make sure, as it's pulling those metals out, they don't do damage anywhere. Let's say you've got a dry area in your intestine that doesn't produce mucus. It's scar tissue. The metal hits that, it's going to create some damage. So to prevent that, 2 tablespoons of lime juice with that meal. Maybe just 1. The problem with the lime juice is, though, it's antiseptic. It's antibacterial. So it will lower the bacterial levels and slow digestion, maybe even impede it. So lemon juice, you add a tiny bit of lemon juice. So you've got 2 tablespoons of lime juice, you have to have at least 2 teaspoons of lemon juice. Lemon incites bacteria. That's why it's a good marinator.
As a combination, lemon and lime juice together?
Lemon and lime together. Yeah. So, lemon is used to break down fish and chicken and marinate your food because it incites bacteria, incites fermentation. Lime does the opposite, but it surrounds the poisons. So you don't lose a tremendous amount of nutrients and you don't have damage from it. So that's the process for the fruit meal. Of course, if you have bad digestion, you want a custard, which is butter, eggs, honey, and papaya. A little bit of grated ginger, if you like, in it. Any place you have a problem that is mentioned in the remedy section of We Want to Live, that's the fruit you adopt until that symptom is gone. That's the fruit that you have at that fruit meal, because that's what you need to clean, that area of the body. And different foods clean different areas of the body, and different kinds of toxins will be removed with the particular fruits. So all that's available in the remedy section of We Want to Live. So that's your fruit meal. Then some people will not have had a vegetable juice in the morning at all. They'll want it 2.5 hours after their fruit meal, in mid-afternoon. So you go a few hours eating your cheese and sipping your fluids. Milkshake. If you're skinny, you need milkshake. If you don't produce mucus properly, you need milkshakes. If you have allergies, you need more mucus, because the body's dumping its poisons out the mucous membranes, not out the skin. Your skin's jammed, it's throwing it out the mucous membranes. So you need more mucus if you have allergies. And that means mucus coming out the sinuses and throat and lungs and esophagus. So Have whatever vegetable juice you like. I have different vegetable recipes in the recipe book under vegetable juices. Then if you have it earlier, then you just go, let's say, 4 hours of having the cheese and sipping on fluids all the way up until 5, 6 o'clock. Then if you haven't been on a good diet long and you haven't been a vegetarian, you might want 2 juices a day. And even another one before you go to sleep. You have to decide. If you come to me, I'll tell you how much. I'll be able to tell you how much right away. And you won't have to use your instincts and intuition and what little knowledge you have to decide. But you could do it relatively instinctively, although the instincts are pretty warped from where we've been and what we have in the body. So you have if you have a vegetable juice, then you have to wait an hour and a half minimum to have your next meat meal. So you could have your meat meal as late as 8, 9 o'clock. And that's okay. Just remember, any raw food does not require much digestive activity because the bacteria does it. If you eat cooked foods, the body has to handle 32 toxins that are formed. 3 of them are called carcinogenic. The acrylamides, heterocyclamines, and lipid peroxides. 1 toxin for the carbohydrates, 1 for the fat, and 1 for the protein that are actually carcinogenic as they collect in the body. They become carcinogenic. But there are 28 others that 29 others that cause toxicity too. So your body's spending its nutrients on dealing with toxins, not only trying to digest your food. In raw food, you don't have any of that. You can go to sleep with a full tummy. You might want to sit up a little bit to make sure your food's going to flow down the right way and not hang up somewhere if you don't have strong intestines, because your paracelsus may be slow or dragging. But you can always eat raw foods. Just sleep slightly slanted upward. The head slightly upward from the buttocks. And then you'll digest fine. So it doesn't matter how late you eat. In fact, right before you go to bed, maybe half a cup of milk, 2 ounces of milk, a little bit of milkshake, whatever. And in the middle of the night, you have to eat. If you don't, the protein in your blood drops to nothing. Red blood cells become cannibalistic and eat each other. It's like chickens. Chickens are scavengers. They're meat eaters. They're bug eaters. You feed them grains, and what happens to them? Once every 2 weeks, they'll kill another chicken, and everybody will eat that chicken. They become cannibalistic because they have to have meat. That's their main diet is supposed to be meat. They're rotten meat eaters, chickens. And like at Amos Miller, I have him take a pallet out there, throw all the guts and anything he's not going to be able to sell onto a pallet, put that out in the chicken field, with all the grass that he has growing. And those chickens don't eat all that grass because they have the meat. And they have the maggots that are growing on the meat that's been sitting there. And they get everything they want, and they're full and beautiful. They're radiant white, and they're full. And they don't peck each other. There's no pecking order. They've got good feathers, no dry spots, no deterioration, no dry skin, no scabies-like activity. And they'll come up and they'll rub against you like a cat. Just as friendly can be. That's an animal that's fed right. Chickens that are fed in these stalls with all these grains and byproduct of food processing are very terribly nourished chickens. And missing feathers, dry spots, all kinds of problems. That's just to make money on eggs and chickens. That's not about creating a healthy food. Because you have to know what the animal eats naturally and how to feed them that. So, in the middle of the night, you have to eat, or else your red blood cells are going to become cannibalistic and eat each other. And you've seen those people. You've probably even wakened after 8 to 10 hours, and you can't move, and you feel like you haven't slept a bit. You're weak. That's because you're anemic. you've lost 2 to 4 tablespoons of red blood cells. Spleen's not going to give it up for 2 hours, the excess. And you don't even have one now, right? So you have no excess to give. So you're going to be tired. And smoking and caffeine and, theobromine, chocolate, all those stimulants are not taking care of anemia. They're just masking the symptom. Eating takes care of anemia. So in the middle of the night, have something to eat. A couple of eggs, some cheese, honey, and milk. Half a cup of milkshake, whatever it is, and go back to sleep. If you're a hyperactive person, very physically oriented, set your alarm for 3 hours after you go to sleep. Eat then and go back to sleep. Nobody but me is energized after 3 hours. Everybody wants to go right back to sleep. 3 hours is not enough sleep. If you wake after 5 hours and eat and you're highly energetic, you're going to have too much energy to go back to sleep on this diet. So it's better you wake after a few hours, sleep for a longer period. 3 hours, 5 hours sleep, get up and eat again. And that's the process. Rather than talking about each thing individual, I just decided to put it all in the diet. About the lime juice, the cheese, and everything. So you understand how it works. See the cheese going through, you clean up the garbage so it doesn't get into your food and back into your body. And the changes in the irises will be astounding. The changes in your health will be astounding. I mean, one fellow I thought that had all that black in his intestines, I said, this guy's going to take 6 years to even feel good. And after 6 months of doing that, he felt tremendous. And he was doing also the hot baths. Don't forget that. He did the hot baths 360 days out of the 365 days. He missed 5 days of the year without a bath. So he had all the toxins moving out of the body that he was moving on a daily basis and that he created on a daily basis. Imagine this. Your body needs 6 vacuum cleaners to clean your body. And with your lymphatic system jammed, that means your bags are all full. How are you going to get rid of your daily waste if your vacuum bags are full? You're not. You're going to keep filling that up till they explode. And then what are you going to have? All contamination throughout the body, everywhere, not just in the connective tissue and in the lymph glands. You're going to have it in the blood, you're going to have it in the neurological fluid, you're going to have it in the bones, connective tissue from the bones, you're going to have it in the tendons, you're going to have it everywhere. And some people do, because they're just backing it up everywhere to the whole system. So, hot baths, the cheese, and those systems will make you functional. I work 20 hours a day. 20 hours a day. And I can stay fresh and alert. And I tell people, you need to call me, you got an emergency, call any hour. If I wake, I'll go right back to sleep. No problem. I get on a plane, and I try to stay awake to the point where I can take off the seatbelt because I don't like to have that pulling that radiation into that belt buckle. But sometimes we're lifting off and I'm waiting to get to 10,000 feet. I'm gone. And I don't wake up till we're about to land. And it doesn't matter where I'm going, how long we're traveling. It can be, 10-hour flight. And I'll sleep most of the way. That's the only time I can sleep long periods. And I wear a mask because there's benzene. Do you know that the air vent system comes through the engine to the back of the plane and disperses? So all of the air you're getting is mixed with monoxides and benzene from the engine. That's why people are having jet lag. It's not the time anything. I never have jet lag. I wear a mask and I sleep on the plane. I wake there and I'm more refreshed because I got all that direct sun radiation, which is not damaging. It's healthy and vitalizing. Things grow because of that. Like in Finland, they publish my books in Finnish there. So I go there, a couple of times a year, once a year. And their growing season is 4 months. And they grow everything fast because why? There's no darkness. You know, it's light all day long. You may have a couple of hours of so-called semi-darkness, you know, but all summer it's the light. It's not as warm there as it is in a southern climate, but it's the amount of light that the plants get that grow in a short period and grow nicely. So when I'm up there in a plane, that light radiation from the sun is a good full spectrum radiation, and it charges me as long as I'm wearing my mask and not getting the benzene and the exhaust from the engines. And you smell it. You know, when the plane backs out, you can smell the benzene. It's all over in the cabin. And it stays in there the entire flight because it comes through that engine. And then if there's oil drippage, then you get monoxides heavily and benzene heavily in the cabin. It's even caused some flight attendants and some pilots to be grounded forever. It's damaged their nervous systems. And that happens on probably 20 flights a year out of hundreds of thousands. That's not bad. But anybody who flies a lot like I do, you know, I'll be on 3-4 flights a week sometimes. And if I'm like going to Australia, I may be on 5 flights to get there because I want to get there fast. Because usually you have to go to Singapore. If you go to Singapore, you got an 8 to 12 hour layover there. So I have these cities that I can bounce to, but that's like 5 plane trips. But I'm there in 20 hours instead of 50 hours or 48 hours. You know, so I cut the time down. But I wear my mask and I sleep. And I've trained myself. I wear my mask like this. I have it. I can show you what I use. I had a cotton mask made in Vietnam probably 10 years ago. And it's this, and they wear them all over on their motor scooters and motorbikes. Well, I fold this up like this, take an organic cloth. This is a handkerchief. It was made of organic cotton. And I roll it many times, many layers, and I put it here and then put it under my nose. Strap this on like this. And that makes a tight seal. So all the poisons have to go through all these layers to get there. Now, I've trained myself to breathe into here and out my mouth even if I'm sleeping. Sometimes it causes me to snore, and I'll wake myself up, but I go right back to sleep. But you can train yourself to do it. You just have to focus on training yourself, breathing in your nose and out your mouth. So that's what I use anytime there's contamination. In my car, I carry an actual Israeli gas mask. I got pulled over at the Mexican border several times because they thought I was a terrorist because I carried a gas mask in my car. You know. Pardon? No, that never bothers them. They wonder why. And I said, it's not bacteria, it's the fumes from your plane. You know, I'm not afraid of bacteria. I'm afraid of your poisons.
You wear a gas mask driving around then?
No. I carry it in my car in case there's some kind of chemical spill on a freeway. Then I'll put the gas mask on. But you never know what's going to be dumped on those freeways in L.A. And some pretty nasty stuff has been there. And it can happen anywhere on any road. You know, it just happened 2 weeks ago in St. Louis, just southwest of St. Louis. And I was just coming from Stockton, and there was a massive oil spill, so you had to go around chemical spill. And they were diverting people 5-mile detour way around the area. This is highly toxic. And I had a gas mask. You know, I'm not going to take a chance. I've been there. Like those injections, they've screwed me up for years. Mm-hmm. I could have been dead, and they were intended to kill me and say, see, he died of swine flu. And he's not a pig. Oh, and what really really quenched my knowing there was swine flu they shot me with. From January, about the first week into the first week in January, I started smelling and tasting pork, and I hadn't eaten it in 3 months. And all the way through April, from January to April, all I could smell coming out my nails and hands and fingers was pork, and out my mouth, my breath was that pork, because of the pork tissue that they use to make the swine flu. So, okay, we're getting into question. Oh, one more thing. I didn't talk about bacteria, parasites, and fungus. As I mentioned, though, I mentioned that your body has a natural way to recycle cells in the body. The same way it digests food. You have bacteria that's in the organism. Now, if you take any animal flesh and you keep it at body temperature or in a warm space, what's going to happen? Bacteria and parasites are going to infest it and break it down and recycle it into the earth. And the birds get to eat the worms and the parasites, and other insects, ants, eat all that. So you've recycled everything. The body does it internally the same way. Sometimes if the cell is too toxic, the lymphatic system will absorb it into a gland or node, and then the body will use a solvent to break it down, or let the bacterial, parasitical, or fungal activity happen inside a contained environment, so the toxicity is much. Now, when a parasite is your janitor, cleaning up dead cells, that's the quickest and the best. Parasites can eat 100 times their weight in 24 hours, and their excrement and secretions are only 2 to 5% of that waste. That means that's like taking 100 pounds of waste and reducing it to 2 to 5 pounds. That's the janitor I want. Give me a parasite any day. And one thing with parasites, you never know you have symptoms because you're symptomless. Parasites work so benignly that you're symptomless. That's a good thing. When you have bacteria, yellow mucus, coughing up, when that breaks down, seeping out the eyes, that's bacterial. If you have fungal, you have a little, and the bacteria eat 50 times their weight in 24 hours. Half as much as a parasite, but still their waste is only 2 to 5%. Excellent janitor. I want that one too. When we get to fungus, it's different. Fungus grow differently. They grow in a mycelium, a milky-like serum that goes down like it goes into the earth. The mycelium goes into the earth and eats with this, it's like the blob, but it's a milky substance that goes in and eats the roots of any dead roots. It won't eat live roots, only dead roots, and then it throws out a mushroom, and that's the spore. That's the sex of the mycelium. So fungus, that's what it is. It goes in and dissolves something from a liquid body. It's not a parasite, and it's not a bacteria that has a certain shape, like they're trying to claim virus have. It's ridiculous, because you can't have a living solvent that's like saying, oh, muriatic acid is alive. Yeah, in what body? Oh, we're going to make up a body. And we'll show you pictures of it, But actually say, give me a photograph of it. Show me a photo. If this is what it is, show me a photograph. You'll never get one, because there's no such thing. So in the fungal detoxifications, they can eat about 50 times their weight in 24 hours, but their waste is 15 to 20%. That's why when you have a yeast infection or a crotch rot, and your skin's peeling, because you're discarding a lot of waste through the skin, 3 to 4 times more than you do with bacteria or parasites. So that's why you have more dryness and itching. But it's still working for you. It's still eating 50% its weight in 24 hours, but just more waste. but still pretty good. What happens when you have virus? When the cells are making a fluid to dissolve dead cells and matter, there's no reduction in waste. You swell it up. Let's say you're going to use muriatic acid to clean the oil and car debris off of your drive, in your garage. So what do you do with the muriatic acid? You dilute it in water, then you scrub it, and then you clean it in that bucket. So what do you have? You have any reduction of poisons? No, you have a magnification of poisons. You have the solvent that your cells have created, which could be like muriatic acid. Then you have the waste that it's cleaned up. Nothing is reduced. It's all in this fluid. Water is your main solvent. So you've got this fluid in this heavily solvent body in your system. That's why the difference between spinal or cerebral meningitis, that's bacterial and viral. If you go into a hospital and talk to a doctor about viral meningitis, they freak out because there's so much swelling. There's usually some kind of damage done, paralysis, or some kind of brain damage done when there's a viral detoxification of the spinal cord or brain. When it's bacterial, there's very little swelling and no problem. So then they start injecting you with antibiotics for a viral meningitis, which is the dumbest thing in the world. That's going to cause more swelling. And then they inject you with all these things that will dehydrate you. That works, but that still doesn't correct the problem. It doesn't help the brain or the nervous system, the spinal cord. So that's how your body cleans. When you have a detoxification, you want to do the best you can to get through it. And I've given ways in there how to get through them. Colds and flus, milkshakes. You need lots of mucus to help you pull them out. But with the new bath system, you're detoxing very little out the sinuses anymore. You have very little symptoms because you're pushing the poisons out to the skin. And if you're not pushing them out to the skin, the cheese is pulling them out to the intestines and holding on to it, so you don't have to have side effects. You don't have to have symptoms of that poisonous detoxification. So the people who do the cheese and the baths almost have no colds or flus anymore because it's not necessary. You're not breaking it down, having to eliminate it all at once with mucus and sweating with fevers because you're doing it every day. Taking it out with the cheese instead of mucus, and you're perspiring it out with a hot bath. Simple. You just have to take the time to do it. But how much time are you going to lose if you're off work for 2 or 3 weeks? It's a lot of time lost. If you're taking the first 90 minutes of your sleep time in a hot bath and then go to bed, you're not losing any time. You're gaining time. In a hot bath, some people, when the brain hates to get hot. I've had children up to 106.5 degree fevers, never have any brain damage on this diet. Feed them some tomatoes, the body will be able to detox without so much fever. Bring it down to like 106, 105, something like that. And then encourage that. Put them in a hot bath. Let them sweat it out faster so the body doesn't have to create fever. But a lot of people have so much metal in their brain, they can't stay in the hot water. It's very difficult. Like this gentleman's here. Went through a whole year and just couldn't do it. So what I said was, take a bowl of cold water with ice cubes floating in it and a wash rag. Don't wring it out completely. Put it on top of your head when you get frustrated by the heat. Stick your fists in there, not tight, open fist. Put them in the water to here, icy water to here. Your bones get cold to the bone. You've heard cold to the bone. It causes the brain to cool quickly. So your hands, all the bones are right close to the flesh. They get cold instantly. Cools the whole body. I've heard people are putting an ice on their wrists. Again, that will do the same thing, but not as quick and cool the brain quickly. Just there, you put your whole fist in up to here, up to your wrist, top of your wrist, in that cold water for only 2 minutes. That's all it takes, 2 minutes. And your body will want to stay in that hot water. The body loves the hot water. The brain hates it. So that's how to handle that. And when you get to the point where you can just, your body's adjusted and can fall asleep, easy. Just don't do it over 105 degrees if you're going to sleep in it. You might dehydrate too much if you do that. So keep it about 105. And you be sure and sip enough fluids. Let's say 2 ounces of 2 cups of sport formula before you go to sleep. If you're just in the hot tub and watching a movie or reading a book or something, then sip the entire time you're in there. No more than an ounce a minute, though. If you gulp, you're going to piss out your fluids. Most of that water is going to go right to your kidney. And then the nutrients that usually go along with your food to the cells, the nutrients with the H2O that goes with the nutrients to the cell won't be there, so then your cells are going to dehydrate. And drinking water does not help. Water cannot be absorbed into a cell without nutrients. It's a farce. Everybody drinking all that water just dilutes their nutrition. It thins their mucus on the mucous membranes and flushes out a lot of your nutrients out the kidneys. Water is not a good thing. You need to eat foods with nutrients in it. Milk, 86 to 90% water. Shit, how much water do you need? I drink 2 to 3 quarts of milk a day. If I'm having a sport formula, I have a quart of that a day and 2 quarts of water if I'm doing hot baths. If I don't drink as much. But when you're in the hot tub or in the bathtub with a lot of heat, you're going to perspire a lot of toxins. You need to replace it, but not with plain water. That does not help. That damages the body. You need it with concentrated nutrients. The sport formula is 94% water. Now I'm going to give you the sport formula. It's a little complex, so you need to write it. So, the sport formula is a quart of fluid. The first 3 cups of that are from at least 2 of 5 ingredients. You can use all 5 to make up that 3 cups, but you have to use at least 2. And that's cucumber puree, watermelon puree, whey, milk, tomato puree. So you've got 3 things. If you use tomato, cucumber, and watermelon, they have to be pureed. And if you use watermelon, you cannot use the heart. It's too sweet. Start from where the seeds end to the rind. You peel the green rind and you use the white to the pink, where the seeds start. Low carbs, but high in pectin and a lot of other nutrients to help clean the body. However, if you have 2 cups of watermelon, probably not too good, because it's going to make you very horny. Because you have citrulline in watermelon, especially in the rind. And the rind will help cleanse you a lot, but it's also going to stimulate your sexual appetite. And that's the best way. If you have trouble keeping an erection, eat watermelon rind. And that will take care of that. And you do it for about 3 to 4 days, eating maybe 2 cups of it a day. By the 4th day, just a little bit works. So it works on 90% of my clients that have erectile dysfunction. The University, Texas A&M University, is trying to grow watermelons with more citrulline in it so they can make a natural Viagra. The problem is that when you do that, you have to use a solvent like kerosene or hexane to dissolve that matter to extract the citrulline out of the watermelon cell. So you're still going to have chemicals in it. You know, it's that way. Just eat watermelon rind, and that'll take care of it. So you've got at least 2 of those 5 ingredients to make up the first 3 cups of a sport formula. Then you have vinegar. Now, vinegar helps dissolve a lot of garbage in the body. It also takes plaque off of the system. Now, when I did my heart stuff at 15 years old, when I started having heart attacks, they found in my right carotid artery, they found about 20% fat congestion in that artery. But it wasn't enough to affect the heart. So they disqualified that. Well, about 6 years ago, wasn't even that, 4 years ago, every 3 years I go to life screening. I forget what it's called, something like life screening, and they use sonograms, ultrasound, to test your carotid artery, to see if it's congested and to what percent, and what else? The bone density, and it's a pretty safe way to do it. It's probably only 1%, 2% off, so it's pretty accurate. So I had it done, and I just ignored that. There was that carotid artery had that plaque on it, 20%. And I thought, why don't I do something about taking that off? I'm always taking care of other people, and I take care of myself. So I started taking vinegar, and I only took it probably 30 times, maybe 30 tablespoons that year. I went back the next year, and that carotid artery was all clean. It had been dirty since I was at least 15 and a half, all the way till I was 62 years old. And in 1 year, who knows how long it took, but I only had 30 tablespoons of vinegar that year, and it dissolved it. So I figured that people who have a lot of plaque in their arteries and their intestines, that's a way to clean out some of that plaquing no matter where it is. So raw apple cider vinegar. So if let's say you're a large person, 2 tablespoons of vinegar a day. Small, 1 tablespoon of vinegar a day in that sport formula. Or if you're not drinking the sport formula, have 1 tablespoon and 2 to 3 ounces of milk. And that will curdle, so you can't leave it in there long. You mix it together and sip it within about 10 or 15 minutes. It's quite easy to take that way, a nice in milk. And you won't have to worry about it demineralizing the body as vinegar normally does. I know a lot of people that down a lot of vinegar and they get spinal disintegration. So, not a good thing if you're having a lot of vinegar. Write your question to see if I don't answer it. And if I don't, then ask it at the Q&A, which is coming up in 5 minutes. Okay, so have 2 tablespoons of lime juice in it, 2 teaspoons of lemon juice, 2 to 4 tablespoons of coconut cream, 1 to 2 tablespoons of dairy cream, and 3 to 4 eggs. And you blend that all together. And once you get it down, it takes no more than 12 minutes to put that together. The time that it takes is to peel the cucumber. You don't have to peel, and you peel the watermelon. But you don't have to peel the tomato. The tomato skins are fine. But you have to peel the cucumber and the watermelon rind, because they will turn your intestinal tract alkaline, and you won't be able to digest your foods that you need to digest, which are your dairy, your eggs, and your meats. Those are the most important. So, sip on that all throughout the day. If you're taking the hot baths, you might make 1.5 of them for the day, and sip 2 to 3 cups before and during and after that hot bath, 90-minute hot bath. If you're doing 40-minute baths just for the lymphatic waste, not the lymphatic congestion. Remember, the lymphatic waste is that's in the connective tissue being dumped under the skin and in the connective tissue to be perspired. Lymphatic congestion is when your lymphatic system is jammed. The glands and the nodes and the arteries going to, and the veins, passages going to those lymph glands and nodes. So, And remember, the tonsils are part of that. I just want to make sure that you understand salt is dangerous. Salt is an explosive. It is more volatile than nitroglycerin. If you had a pure cake of sodium as big as a football, it would take out all of New York City. Just like a 200-ton hydrogen bomb could take out New York City and all of its buildings. One crystal this big would take out all of New York City. So the War Department, the industrial military complex, as President Eisenhower called it, disparagingly, he said that we will never have peace as long as they run the government, as long as they run the military, because they want to make a profit on war. Anyway, the government, the military gave General Electric $2 billion to make a weapon out of salt. My father worked on the project for 6 years. It was so untenable, they could not make it into a bomb, thank God. Because 1.5 degree temperature change of completely isolated sodium could set it off. So they could never temper it, never break it down and utilize it. Is that Cincinnati you've got on there? Or is that Cubs? Yeah. Cincinnati used to have they changed it, yes, when I was a kid. So salt is a very bad thing. The reason that I say don't have salted cheese is because when it goes into your body, it starts breaking up the cheese and then causing your body to digest it. The problem, what happens in the blood, is that if you have salt in there, of course your body will take the sodium chloride or the sodium potassium, however you're getting the sodium, and separate it. It will isolate it because it's in rock form. We don't eat rock, plants eat rock. So what happens is they start exploding in the blood. So you have all of these nutrients, a smorgasbord of nutrients, anywhere from 93 to 117 nutrients that feeds a cell every time it opens to eat. If you have salt in the blood, it breaks those up and fractionates it. So a cell may be getting 23 nutrients instead of 93 to 117. May get 50. Never getting a balanced diet if you're eating salt. Any kind of salt. Because it will be separated and it will cause explosions and fractionations throughout your body. You saw it exploded that one guy's skin as it came out. He was a heavy chip eater. And that's how his body handled it, throwing it out his entire abdominal area. So it must have been stored in the abdominal area somewhere to do that. So salt is not a good thing. It is a horrible thing. It's the next worst thing to cooking. Okay, questions? Yes?
You were saying to do eggs in the morning. Does it change the effectiveness if you mix it with yogurt or make a smoothie or something?
Oh, it changes it entirely. Yeah. It'll slow down the digestion. Remember, milk, dairy, even if it's fermented, can take 6 hours to digest. Non-fermented milks take 10 hours minimum to digest. So if you're mixing the egg, which can digest in 27, 37 minutes, you're stretching the absorption of it. The idea is to get the eggs into the fast, so that constitutes your whole brain fuel for the day.
And then when you make pâtés, do you mix butter in with it right then?
No. I always mix the butter while I'm eating it. Yeah. Because that butter will absorb into the protein, turn it into a fat for fuel. I want the butter to be used for the fat while I'm eating the meat. Yes?
The apple cider vinegar. Bragg just released a new drink. It's got some antioxidant berry juices, and it's actually mostly apple cider vinegar. Would that be useful for
No. Remember, antioxidants is a spin. Your body needs oxidation. Without oxidation, you can't utilize your fat as fuel. There's no transformation. So all this antioxidant stuff is garbage. Take, for example, I've got a client who's been on the diet about 15 years. May have just seen him a month ago or less on National Geographic on longevity. So he was, Paul Cohen, who was a Olympic tennis competitor and McEnroe's coach for 10 years. Antioxidants. He's all in his head with everything, and he's one of those coaches who beats everybody. Why do you think McEnroe flipped so much? Because Paul was the same way. So Paul's always got this stuff. I got to eat antioxidants. I said, Paul, you got to ignore antioxidants. I said, it's going to come to the point where you can't breathe. You won't have any energy because you've got all this inability to oxidize in your system with these antioxidants. Sure, people are over-oxidizing because they're eating cooked foods because of all the carbon that's in their system and the monoxides. So you need some antioxidants, but you're on a pure diet. You don't even cheat. You don't do the diet as I suggested for you, but you do 100% the primal diet foods. You just don't eat the way I tell you to. And I said, you're a terrible learner from a coach. I'm your coach and you're not listening to me. So he called me about 6 months ago and he said, I have no energy, Aajonus, and I'm eating all this antioxidant stuff. I said, I have to tell you 10 times that antioxidants are bad for us on this diet. It's no good. He's eating these goji berries and this certain herb, that he grows in his garden, all this antioxidant crap. So now he's, 77 years old, and he cannot play a game of tennis without getting tired. I said, stop your freaking antioxidants and see what happens. Sure enough, it's 2 months later, and he's doing better. But he has to, he eats anything he goes for the berries that are antioxidant, everything antioxidant. So I told him it's going to take him maybe 2 years to detox of all that crap so he can get back to oxidizing his fats so that he can have more energy. You can't get in your head with these ideas on all these marketing scams in the nutritional world. They are scams. Every one of them contains either kerosene or gasoline. If you take a food and you have to dissolve it into a soup to extract what you need out of it, how do you do that? Only 2 ways: gasoline and kerosene. Kerosene is natural, so all the vitamins that are made called natural, it's kerosene. But how many of you would soak your food for 72 hours in kerosene and eat it? Dissolve it into soup. So it's full of kerosene. How many of you are going to do it? I don't see a freaking hand up here. Now tell me how many of you take supplements. Not many. That's good. Unless a lot of you are lying. You don't want to admit that that's what you're eating. So, all supplements are made that way. Unless it is Green Pastures cod liver oil. I helped for 2 years to help them manufacture that. I didn't even want a dime for it. I just wanted a product that was good. Now it's the Green Pastures Blue Ice cod liver oil, non-flavored. It stinks. It burns your throat. It's everything it should be for a fermented oil.
It tastes like salmon.
Pardon?
You're exaggerating. It's not that bad. Honestly, the first couple times, it's new, it's weird, but you get over it real quick.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
I've gone through, 2 bottles of that this year?
Oh, good. Okay. So, fine. So you can get used to it. But that's where you can get extra vitamin D and some animal fats that are good for you. I prefer butter. I prefer bone marrow, stuff like that. Bone marrow is the only place where you can get stem cells, non-adult embryonic stem cells are from bone marrow. And you let that get room temperature, and it's like butter, and it's delicious. Some is drier, but most of it's very robust. And you can double and triple the cellular division with that. The fats are always used in the body throughout the system, and very little gets to the skin. So it takes longer for the skin to recover. All of this came about from my injections. All of this came from those injections. I never had anything like this, and in weeks I had it from those injections. It used to be 5 times that much. It used to be all here like this, like an elephant tissue, but very dry and hard and peeling. You got psoriasis all over again from that. But it's breaking down and getting better. But all those toxins are coming through. This was 2 years ago, was down to here. And the skin, we get very wrinkled. Now it's 1/10 of what it was. So I'm recovering slowly, but I'm recovering. On my 67th year, I'm still recovering and getting stronger. And everybody can do it. Bone marrow helps regeneration of cells fast. I've seen women, they had all wrinkles and dry skin, and they like to say, I'm in California where everybody's wants to be a movie star and has to have great thin look, and they never work anyway, and their dispositions are awful because they're so skinny, everything is overloaded into their brain, and their myelin doesn't buffer all the information, so they overreact with everything and can't get a relationship anyway. But if they think they stay thin, then they'll be attractive. But what's more attractive, somebody who's funny and charming and happy, or somebody who's skinny and crazy? And that's what most of LA is skinny and crazy. Literally. Look at McEnroe and Mary Jean King right now. Well, they were so skinny and mad and crazy and dried up. They're both fat now. And they're both happy. They're always going around smiling. All the difference in the world. But I got these women who are so dry skinned to at least put bone marrow on their skin. I said, sperm is the only other thing in ovum. You can't manufacture ovum. How many guys are you going to get to ejaculate for you? And you're going to put it on your face. So take bone marrow and rub it in. And like in 3 months, their skin just perks. 90% of the dryness and wrinkles are gone just from putting bone marrows on. I don't do it because I want to see how my body does it from the inside out. I want to measure how it is without the easy tricks. I'm giving you the easy tricks to make it easy for you, but I'm a scientist. I still want to do things the hard way, except I do eat the cheese and I do take the hot baths to help. Those things I definitely do. Okay, any more questions? Yes. Well, hold on. Let me get him behind you.
Okay, for the baths, I know you want us to either milk and vinegar, salt, or clay and vinegar. So I'm wondering if I put the clay and vinegar in the bath and sit in it while it's filling up, am I still safe from the toxins in the water? Because I know it's kind of a weight gain when I'm doing baths frequently.
Well, it won't do it as well as having some milk in there.
I can still leave the milk in there and let the bath fill up while I'm still in there. Do I have to
Yes,
a while?
absolutely. When you're let's say, when I take one of those hot baths, so I said I fill it with scalding hot water, let it sit for 7 to 10 minutes till the whole bathroom heats, because it'll lower in temperature slower. And then I fill it with lukewarm water. And then when it gets down, I get in about 111 degrees. And by the time I get into that water, it's down to 110, 109. And then it'll take maybe 20 minutes, 25 minutes, depending upon what the bathtub is made of. And if it's plastic, it'll usually hold heat longer. So could take 25 minutes. Then I'll let out 2 inches of water. And at the second inch, I will turn on only the hot water, cup my hands right just slightly above the water level, and route the cold water straight down into the drain so it doesn't get out around in the water, so it makes the bath harder to heat up. And then once that water comes out scalding hot, I remove my hands, cork it or flip the drain, close the drain, and then I'll let the water flow in the 2 inches. And I'll stir it around so it gets evenly hot during that whole time. Once the 2 inches is finished, I know that water's about 110, 111 degrees, and then I've got 20, 25 minutes again before it's going to drop down to 102. So you won't get as clean in your lymphatic glands and nodes as quickly as if you were to have 105 degrees straight, because you're dropping down to below 105 in the bathtub. But you will definitely work in cleaning out lymphatic waste that's in the connective tissue, whether it's in the muscles or just under the skin. And you'll keep the cycle of poisons going out daily. So the baths, even if they're in the bathtub, they are important. In the hot tub, they will be so much more effective and efficient. Yes?
The formulas you're talking about for the bath, are they all in the We Want to Live book?
Yes. Under health modalities, under baths.
I think that's the only section.
Yes?
When I saw Paul on TV,
Uh-huh.
he was eating his ground meat, but he had, the way he was eating was ground meat butter, ground meat butter, ground meat butter.
That's okay. You can do it that way.
I know that. Well, I never, for me, it seemed like he was eating a tremendous amount of butter. But in fact, I saw Sherry eat the same way, so I thought that maybe they had some information that I did not have.
When I do it, I have the butter and the meat going in together. I like it that way. I love the taste of butter with my meat. See, when I was a kid, I used to love sirloin with all the fat on it. And my other brothers didn't like so much fat. My father liked his fat, but my other brothers would give me the fat. So I'd eat just as much fat as I would steak, and I loved it. And I loved them together.
Yeah, so if you have 20 pieces, 20 teaspoons of meat, that's 20 teaspoons of butter. That's a lot of butter.
Well, I'd have a half a teaspoon. What I do is take about a whole tablespoon of meat at a time with about a half a teaspoon of butter. So I'm eating 2 tablespoons of butter minimum, about 3 tablespoons per meat meal.
Minimum,
Yeah. Yes?
So bone marrow is a moisturizer, right?
Well, just remember, bring your skin back to life because the cells can reproduce faster. And you slough off dead cells at the same time.
Okay, so is it more as an exfoliator?
Exfoliator and rejuvenator.
Okay. What do you have some recommendations for soap, shampoo, shaving cream?
Yes. I will either shave with fermented milk. And another way to get rid of wrinkles, like that fellow I showed you with the neck. I've been experimenting with fermented milks like kefir. Naturally, not kefir made with grains, but milk that's just left out in warm temperatures, and it turns into kefir within a few days. If your house is cool, if it's warm, like in the summertime, it can turn overnight.
So,
but let me finish. So, if you take that kefir and rub it on your neck and other areas, the wrinkles go away in minutes, and they'll stay until your skin needs to be fed again. So kefir and even yogurt helps revitalize the skin even faster because it's all fermented and pre-digested. So the skin cells are able to absorb it even better than the bone marrow. And I've just discovered this in the last 4 months. You know, I was at a point where I only had kefir, and I had to shave, and I wasn't going to put it in my hair, but I needed to shave, and it was the only thing that I had that would give me a smooth shave. And then 20 minutes after shaving, I realized, my God, my wrinkles have decreased by over 50% just from that. So I started experimenting with myself more and other people, and my God, the kefir works even faster than bone marrow.
Is that because the bacteria?
Bacteria pre-digest everything, yeah.
And is it also eating dead cells that are sloppy?
It could be. I don't know. Somebody stole my microscope, so I have no idea. People have been damaging. Somebody got into my house or through the house, and both of my, two different major pieces of copy machines and fax multi-functional machines. Both stopped in the same day. Both wouldn't work when I woke up that morning. And I'd been gone the day before. And I tried to use them. Neither of them will work. I went through everything, electronically and through the programs. Nothing will make them work, yet they are on. And I can't get them to function. So somebody got into my hotel room in, where was that? In New Jersey, and destroyed two of my backup drives. And then just when I was at that the hearing in Wisconsin for the farmer Vernon Hirschberger, I had to go back and get 3 documents. And those were the 3 documents that the jury wanted to see. My hard drives, my backup drives were damaged. I couldn't even get into them. So I spent all night. I had bought this $800 program to work slowly and recover a backup drive. And by morning I had them. So I had the documents. So somebody's fucking with me on the phone everywhere I go, trying to sabotage stuff, So I have to deal with that on top of everything else. It's ridiculous. It's insane. Yes?
Is there any particular reason why bone marrow itself isn't good to put on injured sites?
It doesn't work.
Really?
Yeah, it just doesn't work. Raw meat does.
Not enough protein, maybe, no?
Pardon?
Not enough protein?
That's what I would hypothesize.
How about in conjunction with raw meat?
Maybe if you let the bone marrow rot and get stinky, then, would you be able to be social? It might work then. I don't know. I haven't tried it. Yes?
Just one question about the water in the bath. What about the chlorine and the fluoride?
Well, that's why you put the milk, the apple cider vinegar, and the sea salt or Epsom salt in it. That binds with those poisons. That's the whole point. And that's why when I make my bath, I put that stuff in the water and leave it in the water for 7 to 10 minutes before I get in it.
As the salt, Epsom salts is okay.
Yeah, it's just high in magnesium. Your other salts are high in sodium. Sea salt's high in sodium. The Epsom salt is higher in magnesium. They both pull poisons. In fact, the Epsom salt might be a little bit better, might be a little bit more absorbent, but you have the milk in there for that. That's it?
So for a bath, you do need to put milk in.
It's better. Yeah, it's better.
What about as far as taking showers? Just get a filter? Is that the best?
You're never going to filter out the garbage from a shower. If I take a shower, like with the amount of fluoride and chlorine you have in this water, I would be a nervous, shaking wreck if I took a shower here. So I won't do it. I'm saying don't take showers, yes. Take hot baths where you can put the stuff in the water to neutralize the poisons.
How much do you think the filters take out?
Very little. You have to have a 3-complex system. I just built one for my publisher because he couldn't get a plumber to do it. They don't know what I'm talking about. So what I do is get a big canister, about 20-inch canister, and they do sell those of paper. Now, paper is highly toxic substance. And everywhere there's a paper mill, paper factory that makes toilet paper, any of the papers that are adhesed together, that are not parchment-like the old way, where they're just taking the starch and keeping them together to fold together. But then you don't have a tight paper. All of those areas, the abortion or the miscarriage rate is about 32%. The cancer in children is 36%. The brain cancer in children is about 12%. So, in all paper-produced areas. So, I always put the paper, they always say put the paper last. I say put the paper first, then go through a carbon filter made from charcoal, from coconut charcoal, the hard part of the coconut. They burn that, and that creates a charcoal to filter it, and then the last is sand. Now they say do it just the opposite. Sand, charcoal, and then paper. And I said, not if you want spring-type water. At least in the sand, it's all natural. You'll get some minerals out of it, and you'll get some bacteria. So you get to get the water back to where it is the way it's in a rain stream. So we did it with the water, my publishers, and I just got an email as I got off the plane saying that the water feels so good they don't have to put milk in the water and vinegar in the water anymore for them and their baby. So they do put it in their basement. Water goes through the paper one first, then the charcoal, then the sand.
And so that then works for the shower automatically.
Goes everywhere in their house.
What does that cost?
Well, when I didn't charge them anything because he published my books when nobody else would. So I did it for nothing, but it probably cost him about his plumber to put it in. I just built the sand filter because you can't get a sand filter that'll withstand in the house. The only sand filters that are available are for swimming pools, but they only handle a water pressure of 50 pounds. And in Los Angeles, you have 70 to 90 pounds of pressure. So I had to take an old, that they don't even make anymore, an old filter that was made to put saltpeter in, that means a potassium chloride combination. That's saltpeter. That's what they use in most of your chemical filters to softeners. Yeah, saltpeter to break down your sexual ability and all of that. And you got this in all your water. You're bathing and showering and drinking, washing your hands, and all that chemical in it. It gets into the body and damages your sexual hormones. So I took that filter, it had the canister with the chemicals that went into the water, and then threw that away and took the canister where the chemical had gone up and mixed in the water in there. And there's supposed to be a polycarbonate filter at the bottom, but there wasn't. There was old silica sand in there with, guess what? Iodine. Whole pool of iodine in the bottom. They were being poisoned with iodine every day. Iodine is an antiseptic of poison. It destroys bacteria. That's why they used it on cuts and scrapes. The worst supplement I've ever seen is liquid iodine. Contaminates the intestinal tract and the nervous system. So liquid iodine is the worst supplement you can take. Just remember, we are not plants. Plants eat rock. We don't. What happens if you go put a concentrated iodine water on your plants or even salt? What happens? It burns the roots. It destroys them. And you think we can handle rock salt? No, we can't. I don't care if it's Celtic. I don't care what it is. You put that mixture that you're eating out on a plant and you'll kill it. Even a tree, you will kill it slowly, but you will kill it. We do not eat rock. Plants eat rock, but plants don't eat salt rock. And plants don't eat heavy iodine concentrated salt. Minerals, because it will burn the roots. So they had all this iodine in there, and there was probably 20 ounces of it in that bottom layer. So little by little, it was getting into their water every day and poisoning them, along with the saltpeter. So, I just did that that was Tuesday. I did it Tuesday morning with the plumber. And I took all the guts out of that thing, dumped that stuff on the street, and that's when I saw all the iodine. I couldn't believe how much was in there, how much they've been poisoning themselves for 10 years. So I dumped that out. I put rocks in the bottom, 2 different sizes of rocks, and then regular sand, and then silica sand on top of that, because each one's a finer grade. And then, of course, the water comes in. It comes in here, and then goes through that sand and then out to the house. So, but I had to wash all of the sands and rocks outside in big pails 12 times each to get all the regular dirt off of it. So the water in the house wouldn't be all mercury for a year. So it will only be have slight, very fine sand in it for 2 weeks. And that's it. Pardon? Well, the paper and the coconut were 20-inch canisters, well, 22-inch canisters with a 20-inch filter inside. So those two were strapped and bolted together. And then the sand filter that I built was an old hard canister that was about this high and about that wide. So I was able to turn the whole thing into just a sand filter.
Pretty big system.
Yep. So you'll never have to change that sand for 20 years, 25 years. The paper one he's going to have to change probably every 3 months. The coconut one probably once every 2 to 4 years. So it's the paper one he's going to have to change frequently.
Any special type of paper?
Well, it's just high micron paper, 0.5. Oh no, it's like in an air filter or a air filter in a car. It's made with accordioned paper around. Yeah, the coconut carbon filter is solid. It's a solid mass. Any other questions? Yes.
Well, back to mine. So, shaving with fermented milk.
Oh yeah, it's mostly shaved with milk or coconut cream.
But fermented milk, right? I mean, so
don't have to, but it's better for your skin, the fermented milk.
Yeah.
But you can use any milk.
Well, but in order to get some consistency, so it's a cream.
No, you don't have to have that. There's enough cream in the milk.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. What about soap and shampoo?
Very bad for the skin. You've got all kinds of chemicals in soaps. What I use as soap, I take coconut cream and I let it sit out in the bathroom, non-refrigerated till it turns pink. Then it has fermented. Then per 8 ounces of water, I put 1 ounce of coconut cream. Shake that, dissolves in warm water, and I wet my hair first and my whole body, and then I put that on, and that's my soap.
Can you say that? What is it?
Coconut cream and water. 1 ounce of coconut cream to 8 ounces of water. And that's my shampoo, that's my soap, that's everything. Deodorant is either lemon or lime juice. Lemon works a little better.
If I could throw in a tip I got recently about deodorant. Apparently, if you're using, I've heard if you heard something different, please tell me so. But using artificial fibers, like synthetic fibers, makes the bacterial growth that much worse and will increase your BO quite a bit more than natural fibers would.
It's true. But, unnatural fibers usually have aluminum in them. Because remember, aluminum holds things in place. So they put aluminum in deodorant to hold it onto the skin so it just doesn't perspire away into your clothes. Of course, it contaminates your skin at the same time. Is that it? One more?
Dr. Bonner's soap, is that recommended?
It's all chemical. It's all chemical. Yep.
Dr. Bonner wouldn't do that.
It's funny. A lot of these people don't even know how their substances are made. See, it's like, what is that famous company that advertises they grow their own foods and make their own supplements? Pardon? No. Shoot, I don't know what they're called. I need to suck an egg. Pardon? Standard process. Standard Process grows their organic food that they make into supplements. But in Chicago here, I gave a lecture that I said this, and there were two top salespeople in that company. They went back and reported what I said. Their attorneys called me on Monday. Of course, I wasn't there. I hadn't returned from Chicago yet. And they said, give us a call. We understand what you said at the workshop on Saturday about our Standard Process brand being chemically treated. Not true. We want you to retract it. You're going to have to put a half a page ad into the New York Times, into Houston, Chicago Tribune, whatever it is, and San Francisco Chronicle. And so it'd been about $500,000 for me to do that. So, and it had to spread throughout a week on each paper. So I got back and I called them and I said, I'm sorry, what is going on? And they said, you said something about chemically treated, our vitamin supplements are chemically treated. And I said, okay, have you been to the lab? And he said, no. And he said, but that's, what they've told us on paper and everything. I said, no, they've told you the laboratory you use can make a natural supplement. Defined by the FDA, that's a solution called kerosene. So your lab is using kerosene to dissolve your food into a soup to be able to extract the nutrients out of it. So I said, if that isn't the process you use, then you've created something very special, and I want it in writing and on paper. If you provide me with that, I will borrow the money and put it in the papers. Never got a call back. Because I have a head chemist with a major pharmaceutical company and vitamin supplement company that there's only two things. Hexane, which is from gasoline, and kerosene, which is so-called natural. So all your supplements that are made with either gasoline or kerosene. All the natural ones use kerosene, and all those that aren't natural that still use food or gasoline. All the others beyond that are completely synthetic, fabrications, chemical fabrications. They're not even true. But those that are made with kerosene and gasoline are no longer true either. Okay? We're finished. One more?
Apple cider vinegar, can you just take it straight? Or is that not...
You don't want to take it straight. Not a good idea. You need to dilute it. Unless you want to rot your teeth or your bones in your esophagus and throat. Not a good idea. Always dilute it. It's highly acidic. It'll rot your dentine. Just like lemon juice will. I've seen it happen. And it deteriorates bone. I've seen old ladies and old men that, from the what's her name? Damn, I'm losing these old people now. Remember the woman that was very famous back in the 60s? Pardon? No, as a nutritionist. Anyway, she used to advocate taking vinegar like 2 ounces a day. And her spinal cord, and everybody I knew, their spinal cords started dissolving. Even Bragg, who used to drink 2 to 3 ounces a day. The last time I saw him, they had to carry him on stage because his spine was so whacked out he couldn't walk. 2 heavy men that looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger carried him up onto the stage. Pardon?
Patricia looked pretty good when I see her.
Patricia?
Patricia's right.
Oh, well, she doesn't drink all that vinegar. She knows better. Yeah, she drink maybe a tablespoon a day. But that's good. Tablespoon a day is good, but not by itself. Okay, folks, that's it.
Could you run over the
One mini consult, Aajonus.
Pardon?
One mini consult.
Oh, only one. Good. Okay.
Could you run over the quantities for your sport formula? You went over that kind of fast. So the apple cider vinegar, was that?
1 to 2 tablespoons.
Okay, lime juice, 2 tablespoons.
2 tablespoons.
Lemon juice, 2 teaspoons.
Correct.
Coconut cream.
2 to 4 tablespoons.
And dairy cream.
1 to 2 tablespoons. And depending upon how large your eggs are, make it fill up almost fill the quart.
Okay.
And then you just blenderize it?
Blend it. Blenderize it, yes.